only are they trying. Here's one that just because the guy's gross. If you didn't know, Ted Cruz said this a couple days ago. He says, as Christians, we have a state of Israel. And here's what my response to that. What are you talking about, dude? What? I've read the Bible multiple times. I haven't seen the part in it where it says I'm required to support Netanyahu's government. I'm not sure what Proverbs that's in, but yeah, no. That dude's also a traitor. Here's another one, not going well. And this is kind of interesting thing here, guys. I'm sure you guys probably seen the story. I'm not going to play the clip because I don't even want it to read out what they're saying. But yeah, if you guys didn't see this, Tulsi Gabbard's brother has been arrested for allegedly trying to lure children as young as 9 years old into his hotel room with gum, money, and invitations. Okay. That was all over the internet the last couple days. Now, that's allegedly. I don't know. I will say this. I am a little bit suspicious about Tulsi Gabbard stepping down last month. And then all of a sudden, barely a month later, her brother is arrested for pedo activities. I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. It kind of makes me feel like she might have known about that, and he might have been caught and arrested, and they decided, hey, you need to step down now before this shit breaks, and you're still part of the Trump administration, right? Because now she's like, MAGA or Trump can be like, well, she's not part of the administration. Had she been the current DNI when this broke, oh my. So I do kind of have a feeling that may be the reason why Tulsi actually left her position. I don't know for sure. But yeah, the timeline, where's Baron Coleman, right? We need a timeline, right? I'm not the timeline guy, but when you got a timeline, that's a pretty weird timeline, right? Tulsi steps down because her husband has cancer, and then right after that, turns out her brother is caught trying to lure 9-year-old children into a hotel. I don't know, guys. And actually, what we're going to do here, that is going to be the next poll. The next poll we're going to do. Did you see the Odyssey? Most of you didn't. Not yet. All right, let's see. Why did Tulsi quit? We got husband's cancer. Brother is a pedo. Trump fired her. All right, there we go. The first two was kind of what we thought. I thought for sure Trump had fired her because he hates her. Now I'm not so sure. So let me know what you guys think now that we have that information and that story's come out. Okay, here's another one from the Trump administration. Tom Honan. People are pretty riled up about this. Let's listen to this.
Guys, ICE agents are mom and dads too. They don't hang their heart on a hook every day to do this job. And it's just not attack on the ICE agents, it's attack on their spouses and children, and no one knows that better than me. I can't even go get a quart of milk at a grocery store without a security detail. Why? Because I'm enforcing laws in this country. It's pathetic and it's disgusting.
Okay, so we are crashing out saying that ICE agents aren't being treated fairly. Okay. Well, here's the deal, Tom. Here's the deal. If you want people to stop threatening you and your agents, maybe stop having your agents murder people in the streets. Because we're not seeing that behavior with our regular police officers. We're not seeing that behavior towards our regular sheriff's department. We're not seeing that behavior towards law enforcement that we respect. They're not being treated that way. They're not, so why is it just ICE? Why is it just ICE officers that, aren't being treated fairly, according to you, Mr. Homan? Yeah, and it's maybe because you keep fucking murdering people. Just thinking, just off the top of my head, seems like a pretty easy way to understand why people are so pissed off about your organization. Now, I'm not condoning violence against ICE agents at all. I'm just saying, don't be shocked when the American people start being fucking furious at ICE based off of what they're doing. Right? And I'm sorry, I'm not about to feel sad for the agents that, shot some dude in the face in his car in an intersection. Like, I don't feel bad for the guy, the officer who did that. I'm not going to. Sorry. Is that crazy? Am I being crazy here? But again, that is such a bullshit reasoning by him of, I got to respect the law enforcement. People do respect law enforcement. The good ones that are doing their job correctly, our police and sheriffs, our federal marshals, like, nobody's got a problem with these people because they're actually trained and they actually do their job. But that's not what we're seeing with ICE, and that's why everybody's so goddamn pissed off about it. Left, right, and center, by the way. It's not just Democrats that are pissed off about ICE. Plenty of right-leaning people are sick of it too. Okay, now let's jump into. We'll do a couple super chats. We're going to jump into Democrats, guys. There's some. This is my favorite section of the night because there's some wild stuff going on with the Democrat Party and Democrat candidates. Good and bad. Good and bad. All right, couple super chats before we do that. Kevin says, "Hats off to the United States Marshal Service for exposing Andrew Tate, the most evil bottom the bathhouse has ever seen." Yikes. I did. You know what? I do have a buddy that's. I'm not going to talk about it. He's in the federal marshals, pretty high up. I actually need to shoot him a phone call to see if I can get some insider information on what happened with that. Let's keep moving. Thank you, brother. Joe says the sacrifice of the service members for the Constitution. No, it's for the corruption of the current administration and establishment. Just saying. Yes, it is in the military-industrial complex. All of that. Thank you, Joe. Dee Dee says, I'm willing to bet some of the deaths are from blast injuries, and the Trump administration is fuzzing the causes of deaths because they sometimes don't present outwardly. Families should ask for autopsies. This is an interesting take for sure. And that's obviously what a ton or the vast majority of these wounded in action casualties are as well, that they're not showing us, obviously. Thank you, Dee Dee. They didn't sacrifice. They were sacrificed. Yeah, it's sad. I hate it, guys. I, as a veteran myself and combat veteran, I've had way too many friends and teammates that we've lost to watch young men and women fucking losing their lives over this dumb fucking war that nobody wants. Really, really irks me. And it really bothers me that a lot of veterans in the space who are like cheering for this war, it doesn't bother them. And I really don't like that. But anyway, Kevin says, you're good now. That's effed. They got us into this mess with no interest in this war they started. WTF, bro. Yeah, and there's no end in sight, brother. No end in sight. All right, Bobby says, we need flags of protection stat. Yeah, we did earlier, huh? We did. You guys I'm sure you guys were on it. Thank you very much, Bobby. Yeah, they shut me down again. Yeah, you guys were all over it. I think again, that one wasn't me. I tell you guys when it was me, right? I'm always honest. If I mess up something on the screen, I tell you. That one was pretty weird. I got some error messages in there. Been watching Jesse for 4 years. For you, almost 2. Love the community you guys built. Honor to be a part of it. Thank you all for what you do, brother. Thank you, man. Yeah, I'm hanging out. I get to see Jesse and Dan from Heavy Duty Country and all the boys this weekend in person for my birthday, so I'm stoked. Lisa, thank you for this. No comment. And then last one, we'll jump back into the show. Puppet says, on the Tate vote, I will go for option 3. It's theater, smoke and mirrors, a sideshow SpongeBob. Yeah, that was pretty bombus. No, not Texas. We'll be in Vegas. But I am coming into Texas here pretty soon this summer. I'm going to try to come out here maybe late August. I'll let you know. I'll let you guys know when I'm coming out there for everybody that's out there. We could do like I know a ton of the viewers are out there. We want to do like, I want to do like a meet and greet, like a hangout, probably in the Austin area, and get like Jesse's there, Dan from Heavy Duty Country's there, a bunch of the boys are all out there. So we're gonna try to do that sometime later this summer if we can. All right, and then do it at like a venue or something. We all can hang out and should be cool. Okay, let's jump back into the show. All right, here we go. Now, this race is, and I love that. God, this is so hilarious. Calling her APAC lady. I don't even know her name. Nobody even talks about her name. She's just known as the APAC lady. She's going omega viral right now. This race is going viral, and I'm going to show you why. Okay, currently, it looks like Abdul holds a 70% favorable rating. APAC lady holds a 54% favorable rating, and it looks like he is leading in the polls right now. Now, you may recognize APAC lady from a viral skit. Not a skit. This was actually her campaign speech this week, where everybody made fun of her for sounding like Chris Farley. So let's take a watch of this.
I'm going to be working on our behalf. I am going to be telling the stories on our behalf. And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way.
Okay. That's APAC lady, right? She's it's like a van down by the river. That's right. Yeah, everybody immediately was like, that's Chris Farley, right? Now, why are they calling her APAC lady? Okay, what's her name? Haley Stevens. This is why they're calling her APAC lady. Because she's hitting historic numbers here. Okay, so as you see here, Haley Stevens' latest pro Israel total is $20,225,000. So yeah, she's the actual greatest ally, as you can see. Now, this race is interesting. It is interesting. Yeah, this is right. Yeah, for sure, right? Oh, my God. Insane. So that's why they call her the APAC lady. She doesn't have a real name. Now, the race is kind of interesting because here's who she's running against, and they're trying to smear him, of course, because, he's a Muslim. But the other reason why is because he makes a lot of money. So it says here, Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Said apparently earns nearly $700,000. I'm assuming his annual income is $700,000 while pushing socialist policies. Keep his money, distribute yours. So again, this is the hit piece that MAGA is doing. Now I want to talk about this because I think this is interesting, because they're saying, well, he makes a lot of money, but he's pushing socialist policies, so he is a hypocrite, right? He's a hypocrite. Now, I actually disagree with that. I think that's the complete opposite way to look at this. I actually think that people who are wealthy and make a lot of money, who advocate for socialism, even though I don't agree with the ideology, I actually think that they're the most authentic. And the reason why is most rich people don't want anything to do with socialist policies because they want to keep all their fucking money. They want those low taxes, baby, right? So they're like hardcore corporate oligarchy capitalist types because they make a lot of money. They don't want to give their money away. So when a guy who makes a lot of money advocates for policies that are going to make him pay a lot of his money as well, I'm like, okay, this guy has skin in the game. He's going to be the most affected by this, and he actually wants these policies. I actually give credit to that. Now, I don't agree with it policy-wise, but I do think, yeah, the people who are rich who advocate for socialism, they're going to give away way more of their money through those policies, right? So if he was a hardcore capitalist, it was, then it would be like, okay, this makes sense, right? So again, not something I agree with, but for Republicans to try to attack him, or even other mainstream Democrats to try to attack him because I believe he's a doctor, correct me if I'm wrong, because he's a doctor that makes good money and he likes socialist policies. I don't know, man. It's not really, I don't think you guys are making the point you think you are making when you're attacking him for that, right? But again, not that I agree with the policies, but I think somebody like that, hey, at least he's putting his money where his mouth is, as they say. Okay, next, this is probably the 2028 presidential candidate that I didn't really know much about, but he is skyrocketing in the polls on the Democrat side. and he is quickly becoming a fan favorite for 2028, and that is John Ossoff. And we're going to watch a clip of his here, and we got a few clips of his here. I don't think we played any of his stuff on the show, but I got to tell you, the more I'm watching him, the more I kind of get it. I see why people are liking him, and I see why he is skyrocketing in the polls. Let's watch it.
The twist in the story. There's this beautiful little island off the Albanian coast called Sazan, and Jared Kushner wants it. So he took his Saudi billions, and he decided he and Ivanka would buy the island and build a luxury resort. And then, like clockwork, just a few weeks after Trump wins a second term in the White House, Albania's prime minister grants Jared's company strategic investor status. So permitting and approvals are expedited to help the American prince develop his new island. Now, this island is an Albanian national treasure, some of the last pristine coastline in the Mediterranean. Its waters were a national marine park protected from development until Albania changed the law to let Jared Kushner build his resort. And it turns out, Savannah, that ordinary Albanians are not fans of this arrangement. There are right now massive national anti-corruption protests, like tens of thousands of people in the streets of the capital, Tirana. They're calling it the Flamingo Revolution, all sparked by opposition to Jared Kushner's land deal.
Okay, so I like that. I like he's willing to talk about this. Now, I will say, unfortunately, it seems like every single time we've got a good candidate who's saying the right things, what do we see at the same time? And we unfortunately see this. John Ossoff, who has taken nearly $1 million in AIPAC money. Womp, 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 womp. Every time. Now, hey, maybe he's going to have an epiphany and give back all the money and become anti-great SL. I don't know. But it just seems every single time. Now, let's watch another clip from him. Because I do like him, but again, not if he's going to be a shill for a foreign country.
Answer the question. We can keep doing this.
Well, we're going to keep doing it because you're not being honest and forthright.
No, I'm not going to engage in the theater.
It's a simple question, Mr. Clayton.
And I've answered
Who won the 2020 presidential election?
I've answered it.
You're here asking for the support of senators to lead America's intelligence community. We've established that you have an obligation to be honest and forthright with this committee and with the American public, but you refuse to answer a simple matter of fact about the 2020 election. Is that right?
No, that's not right.
Then answer the question. Who won the 2020 election?
I have answered.
Answer it. What is your answer?
I've given you my answer.
What is your answer? You refuse to answer a basic question about who won a presidential election, but you asked to lead America's intelligence community? Isn't it humiliating to be unable to answer this question?
Oof.
To have to indulge the president's delusions?
Oof.
We know, you know, everybody in this room knows the truthful answer to that question. Why can you not give it?
I think I gave you the answer.
Did the president?
He cooks. All right, I'm telling you, he cooks. So I get it. I understand why people like him. We just can't get. He's kind of like a Thomas Massey, but again, this $1 million from AIPAC. It's so frustrating, right? Like we finally get a good one, or somebody you're like, okay, this guy, he's saying the right things, and then you go over to track AIPAC, and you're like, oh shit, okay, there we go. So again, yeah, that's the problem. Is James Talarico's, John Ossoff's, they're saying all the right things, but when I see that big old dollar sign next to your name on red and track AIPAC, it's a tough sell. All right, but there's a lot of people in the Democrat Party starting to position themselves for president. And here's the other front runner as she is moving also up the ranks, as she's giving presidential. She started to give some presidential style speeches here.
Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends. And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life.
All right. Here's another one. Oops, there we go.
Democrats won in the House, won our largest majority since Watergate in 2018. 185 Democratic candidates of all backgrounds, rural and urban, progressive and moderate, ran by not taking a dime in corporate money. It's not naive. It's how we win, Detroit. And it's not just how you win a primary, it's how you win a general election. We can't be in cahoots with the same money that is oppressing us.
I kind of like her message there. I think she's got a pretty good message there. In corporate lobbying, that's something I've been calling for. But I don't know. We'll see. I think AOC is going to be a lot more of a front runner than I think people realize. I think the people who think she's just a throwaway candidate in 2028, she's too young, she's progressive. I think you're going to be surprised. I think she could very, very easily end up becoming the Democrats' primary choice. Now, feel how you want about that. I mean, she's not my personal choice, but I'm just saying from the party's perspective, I think it's a lot more likely that AOC could end up at the top of that dog pile once we get into it. And you know, she got the green APAC tracker score, right? So now, where's the other money come from? Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of not so sure about that, but I think there's a lot higher chance than people think that she could potentially do it. A lot better chance than Kamala Harris. Let's do that. Because guys, Democrats are still trying to push Kamala Harris as their choice. I see it all the time. Like mainstream establishment Democrats want Kamala Harris to be the choice. So let's do a poll. This is unfortunately going to be one where you get no none option because you would all choose none. So I'm going to force it on you. There is no none option. Now, this is for everybody. If you had to choose, you know, no options here. You got to choose one. Who would you choose between Kamala Harris and AOC? Because that's sort of where the party is at right now. They're not sure, Democrat Party, who they want, right? Progressives lean towards or want AOC. Corporate establishment wants Kamala. Again, I know a lot of you would like to say none, but there is no none, right? This gives us some of you it might be a lesser of two evils. That's fine. All right, well, but let's keep moving. Now, we got to talk, speaking of which, presidential candidates. This guy, who was the front runner, he is burning in. Yes, Gavin Newsom becomes less and less and less popular as time goes on in the Democrat Party. This was a few weeks ago, but it says Gavin Newsom has crashed to an all-time low in the 2028 presidential odds. He's even lower than that now. People really don't like Gavin. They really don't like Gavin. It's kind of interesting. I would, oh my God. So we were talking to, side note, guys. Sorry for that. I just got a text from Jake Shields because he's coming to my birthday here with all the guys. He says he's going to bring Tim Kennedy to the party. So, well, there should be a great guest list. Anyway, I digress. Hope it's a joke. Anyway, all right, let's keep moving. Now, Gavin Newsom burning in, not doing well. Okay, not doing well. And then you got the Democrat who, man, he's causing a lot of waves. Mamdani, yes, Mamdani. Well, he's causing a lot of waves because he said he's going to arrest Bibi if he shows up in New York. Let's take a look.
To visit New York for the UN General Assembly. You pledged during your campaign and after you won to order his arrest to comply with the International Criminal Court warrant. What will happen if he comes in September?
Look, I believe that Prime Minister Netanyahu belongs in The Hague.
Wow.
He's a war criminal who has been charged by the International Criminal Court. And what you will find is that is an opinion that is held by many purely because of what his actions have wrought over these last many years. I've also said that I will follow the laws that we have here in New York City because I believe that there is an importance in following the law as a leader who presides over our city, and that's something that I plan to do.
Israel's prime.
Okay. Base? What? Yes? Duh? Please do. I'll be honest, guys. I know people were supposed to hate Mamdani because he's an Islamic socialist. I'm going to just tell you guys up front. I like the guy. I mean, I do. I'm sorry. Like, he just... Not that I agree with all his policies, but, man, he sure says a lot of stuff that I'm like, hell yeah, brother. You know what I mean? There ain't... What other politician's got the balls to say shit like that right now? What other politician is out there like, yeah, I'll fucking arrest his ass if he shows up in my state? None of them. None of them have the balls to say anything like that. He's out there doing it. I gotta give him credit. I gotta give him credit for that. I mean, he's got fucking balls of steel, man. And so I kind of like the guy. The more I see him, yeah, he's tough. He's tough not to like. I'm telling you, he's tough not to like. Now, somebody said talk is cheap. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But at least he's saying it out of his mouth. The other politicians are trying to merge our militaries together, right? That's what Republicans are trying to do. So you're telling me I'm supposed to hate Mamdani while Republicans are trying to merge our militaries with a foreign military? I don't know, guys. I mean, at some point, and not only that, it's Democrats who are voting to block that. So I'm watching things right now going, why are the Democrats the ones trying to save the country? Republicans, what's happening here? But as far as we can see, there ain't no Republican who's voting against that. There ain't no Republican who's out there saying stuff like that. None. Zero. Besides Thomas Massey. That's it. Right? So again, think what you want about him, but the more I see him, the more I'm like, I kind of like this guy. All right, the poll, 90% of you said AOC, 10% said Kamala Harris. Now, that's my point, right, is establishment Democrats are trying to push Kamala as the candidate for 2026. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Democrats hate Kamala Harris. Republicans hate Kamala Harris. At least with AOC, you get someone young, energetic. She's very well liked by much of the Democrat Party. Why would you not choose her over Kamala? It's crazy to me. Crazy to me. Why would you try to make Kamala Harris a choice at all? She will never win. She lost to Donald Trump. Losing to Donald Trump, you're cooked. Nobody wants you. Go. Get out of here. Right? So, Trump versus trucker. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. But anyway. All right. Let me get back to where I was. Where was it? Oh. And then you got this guy. I don't know if we could even, we're in the Democrat section. I don't even know if you can call him a Democrat, but he is like, let me back that up. I did say Democrats are the ones trying to stop all this. There is Fetterman, okay? He is the one Democrat who's voting with Republicans on all this stuff. So let's see what he has to say.
I'm always going to proudly stand with Israel. I think it's fantastic to keep killing Hamas leadership. I think it's
Wow.
fantastic. Same for Hezbollah. I've always expressed my dismay the way the Democratic Party continues to turn their back on Israel. So I've said that publicly, like that's my red line. If Democratic Party becomes official anti-Israel, then that's when I would force me out.
Yeah, and because there was that vote yesterday in the House, a majority of Democrats voted to cut off all aid to Israel. Is that a red line for you?
Yeah, well, it's unsurprising. It's fiction, but that vote just confirms what I've always seen coming in the Democratic Party for a while. I'm always going to proudly stand with Israel.
There you go. Okay, that's enough of that. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, God. What a disaster he is, huh? Oh, my God. He's a one-termer, right? I wonder what his approval rating is. I wonder if we could look that up. Let's look up what John Fetterman's approval rating in his own state is in his own party. Let's see if anybody's monitoring that. 46%. That's a lot higher than I thought. But that's probably all Republicans. It's probably all Republicans, to be honest, that are supporting him now. So that would be my bet. I bet if we could get that party by party, it's Republicans who support him and it's Democrats who don't like him anymore. Because he's pretty much a he's just a Trump. He's like a Trump supporting Republican. He's basically MAGA, which is crazy. Yeah. So he said it took massive brain damage to make Fetterman MAGA. This is technically true. He did have a stroke, and then he immediately switched sides. I mean, think what you want about that, but he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Okay. All right. Excuse me. All right. We are 2.5 hours in. That got us to the end of our regular scheduled show. Let me give a few announcements before you guys that don't stay for the super chats take off. This Friday, no live stream. At least, well, maybe. No, I don't know. We'll find out because it's my birthday. I'll be out of town with all the homies. However, we will be back Tuesday. God, I'm about to sneeze again. Tuesday, we got a special show. Okay, we're going to be doing a follow-up to an episode Tucker Carlson is putting out Monday with Elizabeth Lane. Okay, she's going on to talk about the deep state, their involvement potentially in unaliving Charlie Kirk, and then she's going to be on my show the very next day. Okay, right after she's on Tucker, so that should be a really cool show. Okay, so Tuesday we might swap the shows next week. Okay, Tuesday might be like Friday style show. We'll probably move Tuesday show to Friday. Does that make sense? Okay, and then again, if you guys, one final reminder: if you're feeling generous and you'd like to donate to a really good cause, again, Second Chance Ranch here locally in Oregon. They are rescuing animals, horses, dogs, all sorts of animals, and then again helping with homeless veterans and veterans with PTSD as well. So please, if you're feeling generous, you can go to the link in the pinned comment. Help them. They're funding their new horse Honey here right now. I appreciate it, guys. Okay, it's a really good cause. And then yes, let's see what else we got. What else we got? I think we got one more, but I forget what it is right now. Okay, we got a lot of new guests coming on. We're going to be doing a lot more collaborative shows. Okay, like we had last Friday with the boys. We're probably going to do that show a lot more frequently. Okay, so me, Aaron Love, Ben Pappas, Jake Swig. We're planning on pretty regularly getting together on the Friday night show, and we're not gonna just do all military. Okay, we're gonna do whatever like the big topics of the week are, and we'll do a panel together and go through them like a regular Friday show, but we'll have the boys on. So that'll probably become a pretty regular thing, all right? So if you guys enjoyed that show, you know, having a bunch of retired special operators talking about all the shit going on in the world, that's what we plan on doing, a lot more of that on the Friday shows, okay? So be on the lookout for that going forward. And yeah, that's gonna do it. Thank you guys so much. Again, the links are in the pinned comment in the description if you're feeling generous for the charity. And let's do it. Let's jump in. Let's talk about. Oh, Penta just sent me one. Happy birthday, bro! Thank you so much, Penta. Guys, let me. Should we try to do a show Saturday with all the boys in person? We will have Dan from Heavy Duty Country, Jesse on Fire, Jake Shields, Aaron Love, we'll all be together in person for my birthday. Friday, we won't be able to do it because it's my actual birthday. We should try to do it Saturday, right? The problem is, I think I don't drink anymore, and I know I'm going to get pretty blasted on Friday. So let's see if I can keep it together and not be too hungover. Let's see if we can launch. I'll talk to the boys. We'll all be together and do and maybe do a show together. I can't promise it. Okay, I can't promise it, but we'll try to do it. We'll try to do some type of show together, all of us, because we'll all be together. Okay. I'm sure we'll be able to figure it out. Maybe I'll just bring my camera, computer, and we could actually just do the show that way. Okay. So, yeah. All right. There we go. That's the final announcement. Thank you guys so much for. Yeah, I need guys. Well, again, I've. It's my birthday, right? So I'll definitely be drinking on my birthday. Okay, let's do it. Let's jump in. Let's do the super chats. Thank you guys so much. And yeah, I'll talk to the boys. We'll see if we can figure it out. It's going to be a pretty busy weekend, but we might be able to do like an hour or two show together while everybody's out there. All right, let's do it. Let's jump into the supers and get this thing going. Because I'm hungry right now for some reason. I actually ate a pretty decent lunch. Anyway, all right. Iran equals 8th in the world for college-educated citizens. 8th in the world. There you go. Extremely well-educated country. A lot of people don't realize that. Thank you, Father, for the new membership. Elvado says, with Australia, ooh, like that. Recently, I went to a funeral for a friend, and the finality of things didn't hit me until I saw the coffin. Civilians and U.S. forces are going to lose their lives for what? Families broken, people dead. Nothing is achieved. Yeah, it does hit you hard, especially, when it's people you're close to, and especially when you start going to a lot of them, which, unfortunately, most veterans have had to go to, Mimi says, excuse me. Sorry, guys, I need to drink some water. All right. Been talking for almost 3 hours straight. We need to go to the streets like the 60s and 70s. We don't really do this anymore, right? Actual protests, prolonged protests. I mean, every once in a while they do the No Kings protest once every 5 months or 4 months. But not the way we used to. Not like during Vietnam, right? Vietnam, that was everywhere across the country. Thank you, Mimi. Ricky says America is the same dumb shit the English Empire did. Is doing the same dumb shit the English Empire did just before it collapsed concerning actions since I'm from an allied country. 100%, right? We are in what stage? There's 7 stages to the collapse of an empire, and I believe we're in stage 6 or entering stage 6, which stage 6, I believe, is no longer being the world's reserve currency. And once that happens, most empires collapse in stage 5. So America's already past the average collapse point, and we're getting very, very close to no longer being the world's currency with China and BRICS and everything that's happening. So it's getting pretty scary. To your point, I'm with you on that. Kevin, thank you, brother. Very generous tonight. Says, got it. We're going to merge our military so this won't be the last conflict they bring us into, and say they don't want to get involved 3 months later. Also, let me explain a little bit too. I think I've explained on the show before. Really why they're doing this is because they know that funding to that country has become extremely polarizing and unpopular with the American people. Congressmen know that. And so what they're trying to do is they're going to be able to say, we've cut off all funding to our greatest ally, but at the same time, now we're actually funding them through the Pentagon budget, which nobody's ever going to see because the Pentagon's failed, 7, 8 audits in a row now. And so that way, the American government can fund everything that BB wants, and nobody will have any idea how much money is being spent. So that's the main reason why they're trying to do this, right? So, again, it's a disaster. It's an abject disaster. Watch out for J.D. Vance's memoir called Hillbilly Elegy 2, Teal Made Me Do It. Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how he ever tries to separate himself from that. He just keeps his mouth shut about it right now, and pretends that none of it's happening, right? Nobody knows about his Peter Thiel connections, although we do. So it'll be interesting to see if he ever addresses that. Malaysia just became the 110th country. I didn't know that. Interesting. Oh, Baze, what's up, Baze? All right, friends. Oh, by the way, me and Baze are going to do a show together here pretty soon too. Next couple weeks, we're going to do one together. They're merging intelligence so our intelligence can gain access to all the data they have on American citizens. This is another big part of it, too. Even Google Waze data gets stored over there. The sad reality is that a lot of the damage is already done, and they know it. God bless you. But this is, from the intelligence side, this is a huge one, too, what Baze just said. Absolutely 100% true. Great. Yay. Now they'll have access to literally all of your data and everything about you. So that's what Americans really, really want, huh? Jeff says this could be really bad. I hate seeing what America is turning into. I'm with you, Jeff. I think we all do. And like, it's just, they're just brazenly doing it right in front of our faces. I mean, this NDAA is so crazy. It's so crazy. It's the craziest thing in American politics I've ever seen. And they're just going to pass it without even having a debate on it on the House floor. It's insane, guys. Kiwi says, OMG, Ben Shapiro makes me want to vomit. Me too. Iran has the most female engineers of any country. So I would say Arabs are dumb, but still say they did. You know what? Well, they're not dumb, right? Again, Arabs and Persians. First of all, go look at Saudi Arabia. Go look at Dubai. Go look at Kuwait. Go look at the UAE. Look at Qatar. Look at Iran. These places are insanely nice and well developed. Highly technologically advanced, right? You go spend, guys, I've been to Dubai multiple times. Go spend some time in Dubai and then come look at Flint, Michigan. And then try to say that, you know, these people are backwards, and you're going to go, okay, shit, right? But there's also, they try to conflate everybody together, right? They just call everybody Arabs, Persians, you know, Persians, Arabs, Hazarans, everybody's just the same thing, right? It's all very, very different cultures, and races, ethnicities, actually. Love your channel, I think you meant. Thank you. The Tant Bros are so guilty. The Tant Bros. Oh, Tate Bros are guilty. I see what you're saying. Thank you, brother. Ryan says DJT has printed more fiat in the history of the country. Granted, every president has kicked the can down the road since Wilson, but we've run out of road many times over. This too, right? And we see that's why the national debt and the deficit are skyrocketing under Trump. He's responsible for, what, 30% of all the nation's debt just during his 5.5 years. Not great. Very conservative, right? Those are very conservative values, economic values. Grandbear says we're going to be getting fuel ration cards like WW2. We could very easily get there, bro. Very, very easily get there. You could be heavily restricted on the amount of gas you can pull out. That's pretty likely, actually. But Nate, what about aliens? Yeah, the massive distraction that nobody cares about, it turns out. Deborah says they want more money for war and refuse to support veterans. That's what pisses me off. Great point. 100%. We're literally cutting VA programs right now while they're asking for more money to bomb people. So you got people like Dan Crenshaw out there talking about how, you know, veterans don't deserve disability. Like it's rough out here, homies. Protesting doesn't work. Votes won't work. What's left? We'll find out when people are hungry. So this is a great point. Check out Daniel Davis, good guest on each other's shows. Okay, I will. That sounds familiar. But to his point here, a lot of this is true. All three of these points are true. Protesting doesn't seem to work. Voting doesn't seem to work. And when I told you, people are like, well, what's next? Revolution? And I'm like, no, it's got to get a lot worse before we get there. But once people start starving to death, things change real fast. Farm subsidies are just a necessity in the modern global economy and how modern farming works. Hate it, but it gets turned into a political football. Yeah, but you could say that, but you know what isn't a modern necessity is, I don't know, shutting down the Strait of Hormuz and eliminating 30% of the world's fertilizer. Is that a necessity that we have to do? Because that's why the farmers are fucked right now. Because they can't get access to any urea or fertilizer, and also diesel, which all of their fucking farming equipment. I know, I live in a farming and ranching community. One of my good buddies that you just watched, Brian, taking those shots on the Charlie Kirk 30 assist test. He has a huge farming and ranching operation. Tells me all about this. So, no, it is not a necessity for diesel to be $7 a gallon and for half of the world's fertilizer to be cut off. No, that's not a necessity. Right. Not trying to beat you up, but to just assume like, oh yeah, this is just normal stuff. No, it's not. Absolutely not. Go talk to any farmer and they'll say, fuck no, this isn't normal. Most of that 12B will go to corporate farms. This is also true. This is 100% true. Pretty much all that. Great point right here. Pretty much all that money is going to go to corporate farming, not to small and local business farmers. We're not angry enough. We need to stand up already. Like I said, great point earlier. Got to get a whole lot hungrier. Who needs to eat? Aliens. True. Baby net and Yahoo. This is a good one. You don't even need, like, I've never seen this before. I've never seen that that emoji. I think you just drop the net, right? Net and Yahoo. That's a good one. I like that, Kitty. Thank you. I didn't even know you could do that in a super chat. It's funny. You should really do a video expanding on the various military budgets around the world and how much waste is actually going on with ours. Now, that would be a deep dive. That would be a deep dive to explain it all. I could do it if I ever have time to do it. But, yeah, I mean, we have a ton of fraud, waste, and abuse in our military. Tons of it. Best government money you can buy. Frazzled says, I'm covering Friends with Matt. He had 68 million views on his Kirk investigation. He deleted all the videos, apologized to Erica, admitted he's a what, and relapsed. What? I don't know anything about this. 68 million views on what? On a video? Or like overall? I don't know. I don't know anything about him, so I can't tell you about this. Sorry. That's crazy. States administer Medicaid programs. The feds reimburse. CA, or California and Minnesota refuse. The police, the corruption in the system, not fully opposed to that move. Hold on. The feds reimburse. Well, sounds like they're not going to pay him back for it, right? Okay. I'm still trying to figure out what you're saying here. I know it's in relation to. I'll have to come back to that one. I'm sure you're correct. I'm trying to figure out what that means. Tate Bros. Why is Helen of Troy black? Me, I don't know. Why do you beat women? Oh my god. Whoa! That escalated quickly with Metal Muscle's comment there. Wow. Benny would have been a loyalist. Oh yeah, for sure. He is currently. Sorry, I'm at DES. I'm an ex-military. Was just doing local things. You're all good. We got what you meant. Thank you. The NDA will have a $500 billion for our greatest ally. I wouldn't be shocked. But yeah, they don't need to even tell us about it anymore. Friendly needs to run for Senate to replace Lady G. There you go. He's not old enough, but yeah. Iran is one of the worst countries to try a ground invasion on. Yeah, we've covered this in depth on my show. 100% true. All the ways in our choke points. Yes, there's one way in. Essentially, it's through Herat in Afghanistan, in western Afghanistan. And yeah, it's not going to happen, guys. I should probably do a whole video on that. I think have I done a whole video on that, guys? I think I've done a deep dive on why a ground invasion wouldn't work. Maybe it's relevant though now that we're talking about doing it. We've talked about it pretty extensively on the show, but I don't know if I've done a dedicated video to that or not. But yeah, you're 100% right. You should do a watch party on here for Hunter versus Fuentes. Oh, when they release it? Yeah, the problem is, like, with Fuentes, man, I have to make sure I look at whatever the content is ahead of time and make sure what's in it, because that dude will say crazy shit that'll get your social media channel shut down. Okay. Okay, Commander-in-Chief, more like, you know what, I'm not going to read that one. Jesus. Thank you, Jay. How pathetic was Elon when he became a welfare trillionaire? He did. Basically got it through government contracts. Look, I don't want to beat up Elon, but my God, dude. He's not a trillionaire anymore, though. Have you seen that, AJ? I think SpaceX is burning in. Their stock ticker is burning in. I think he's lost like $700 billion. Not lost. I mean, it's all in equities, but yeah, he's not a trillionaire anymore. I think he's worth he's only worth like $800 billion now. 800 billion. But yeah. Apparently there are themes of warfare causing PTSD or warriors suffering from it. There are themes. Oh, and on the Odyssey. Yeah, so as far as I know with the story, that's Matt Damon's character. Odysseus it's the story of his, like, dealing with PTSD and trauma and redemption. That's obvious. I know a lot of people are upset about that. That's not what Odysseus's theme is in the actual story in Homer's poem. The actual theme is his hubris after the war. He's so arrogant that he, again, tells the Cyclopses who did it, and then they're, sons of Poseidon, and so they tell Poseidon, and Poseidon obviously spins up the ocean to get him off track, and that's what causes him to take 10 years to get home. It's all his hubris and arrogance, but I'm pretty sure Christopher Nolan, which I have no problems with, took the creative control on that and made it more of a story about recovering from PTSD and war, which I'm fine with. I'm fine with that. But I know people want it to be like perfectly accurate to the original story, but it's like, dude, it's a fictional story. Relax. Have you remembered DJT talked about $1.5 trillion for defense in January? Yep. What if this whole war was just to give his defense buddies more money? Of course it is. Of course it is, because they all get the contracts. Yep. Thank you. Ryan says Brimley versus Sisson should be the next White House UFC card. 100%, dude. Can we get these two to do a brand risk boxing match, please? Just a shame Lady G won't be there for the locker room talk with the president. Oh my God, dude. We need to push this. We need to push a Brinley Holly hand job, Harry Sisson brand risk boxing match. I think they got to do it, guys. I think they got to do it. Joe says, I'm sorry, but if we were down to letting people all by family inherit seats in the Senate, have we actually fallen that far? Really? Yeah, I mean, yes, Joe, because we literally did it. She's sitting in. She's sworn in. They swore in earlier in the week. She is a sitting senator right now. No qualifications. Wasn't voted in. Just happened to be the sister of a senator who passed away. It's wild out here. Favorite menu item at Olive Garden. I get the same thing every single time. I get the spaghetti and meatballs with meat sauce, the salad, and breadsticks. Every time. Every single time. I never delineate from that order. Every time. Hundreds and hundreds of times. It is. I love Olive Garden. It's my place, man. That's my order. Havoc says, it looks like the treasonous merge is moving right along. Yep. It's wild. Can't believe it. Then just giving Senate seats away. Yep. Do you think the Supreme Court would stop the merge? Ooh, keep up the good work, brother. Havoc out. Oh, I hope so. The problem is we have a conservative majority in the Supreme Court who will probably not want to touch the case. It's treasonably unconstitutional, obviously. It just completely gets rid of our entire sovereignty as a nation. So I would hope the Supreme Court could step in. But again, it's a conservative majority Supreme Court, which, again, I don't understand why that would matter, because conservatism or liberalism has nothing to do with the issue here. But I could see it be one of those things that they don't want to deal with. James, what's up, brother? Says insider trading accountability is just like everything else. It's who you know and who you know what. No, I know that's YouTube's very tough on this on what we can say here on our super chats. But yeah, obviously, like we talked about, as long as you're a politician or friends with a politician, you're good. If you're a Green Beret, they're coming for you. So, not going to allow me to insider trade, unfortunately, and not going to allow any of you to insider trade. But the politicians. Didi says ICE used to be respected because they did targeted missions, yes, against real bad guys, but then Trump put you know who in charge and turned them into goons. Yeah, exactly. But they also used to use them the way they were supposed to be used for, which was to go after, gang-ridden areas, cartels, deal with stuff like that. They don't do any of that anymore. And that's why nobody's pretty much everybody's like, I don't support this, right? Like I'm until the fentanyl crisis is stopped, I don't need to see you, shooting grandmas in the face outside of a food truck. Sorry. Go deal with the real problem. They don't want to do, which I get. It's scary. Gangs and the cartels are scary, guys. Think about this though. You want these ICE agents with 47 days to go fight the cartels? Are you crazy? They're going, I'm not going to go fight the cartels. I got 42 days of training. What are you talking about? I'm going down to try to wrangle up people at Home Depot. That's what ICE says. You know what I mean? If you're an ICE officer, you want to go fight the cartels? No, sir. Not with 42 days training. So they said, nah, we're just not going to do it. We're just not even going to do our job. So there you go. Under Trump, my AG guys, telecom guys, are afraid to come to work, and the bad hombres are running from the cities into rural America to hide. Very bad. It's kind of the exact point I was just making. Can you look up ICE reoffenders PDFs and KID, SA, and CSAM or more. Same with the January 6th partners. This is actually starting to be a pretty big problem as well. Yep, actual ICE officers. Been seeing a lot of that. Honey Badger says, I like that profile picture. I started uploading clips of my shitty COD game play so people have something to laugh at in these trying times. Pull the boys out of every country except the UK and Japan, and Australia, and sell the bases. Well, though we don't really have bases in. We don't have any of our own bases, do we? In Australia, I think it's just the time we spent there doing allied work together. Japan's an interesting one because we have a ton of bases in Japan. I lived in Japan for 3 years in Okinawa. Do we need all of them there? No. Is it still strategic for us to maintain bases in places like Okinawa that are, just a 30-minute flight away from Taiwan? Yeah, kind of, right? So there's a strategic way we could do it by downsizing while still keeping military bases in very strategic locations, I think. But overall, we don't need 200 military bases all over the world. Definitely not. We could definitely downsize for sure. Abdul made $700K from a joint return. He and his wife are doctors and sold a house. There you go. That's pretty. If him and his wife are both doctors, $700,000 is not that much. So that makes sense. Also, his opponent has taken $21 million just from APAC. So yeah, it's a little silly. Bobby says, are we supposed to believe that China and Russia are meddling in our elections? This is so in our face, but refuse to do anything about it. Vote all incumbents out that are taking foreign money. Well, there's so many jokes of this. There's one, it's got all the U.S. presidents kissing the wall, but they have like the Chinese farmer hat on. And it talks about like China mingling in our elections. Look, does China and Russia, and do they try to mingle in our elections? Maybe. Do I think they put that much effort into it? Probably not. Do I know a specific country that absolutely does at a rate probably 1,000 times every other country? Yes. And we all know who that is, right? So until I see Donald Trump talking about that problem, I'm not interested. Pop Whisper says, did you see the psycho backstory of the ICE officers that unalived the guy in Maine? I did. He's got a horrible back history of abuse, child abuse, domestic violence. Yeah. It's gross. Not surprising. Also, how they're hiring people like that. Like they know those people have these records, and they're still hiring people like that. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great, ladies and gentlemen. Ossoff doesn't take APAC money anymore. Hasn't for a while. That's good to know. Okay, he could be if he's gonna have to. I'd say you got to pay it back, homie. You got to pay your $900,000 back. Pay it back. All right. If you pay it all back, I'll probably support you, dude. If you put your APAC tracker back to green, you'll probably get even somebody like me to support you. But until then, I don't think so. AOC is just another puppet like all of them. Politics is bread and circuses, and in my opinion, Ron Paul is the only one calling out the real problem. Love Ron Paul. I think he's probably the greatest American politician in our since JFK, for sure. And yeah, I agree with you. They're all here. They're all going to let you down. If you're a big AOC fan, she's most likely going to let you down, right? Once she gets into office, because this is just what they do. Sadly, just what they do. All of them. I mean, look at Tulsi Gabbard, great example, right? We're like, oh, she's going to do a great job. She's super against the war in Iran, and then she's selling you like no war with Iran T-shirts, and then the war on war starts, and she comes out on Twitter and it's like, I support the president when he does decisions in Iran. And you go, oh, okay, you're fucking all the same. You're all the same. None of you are good. Turns out. Bobby says, I would love to see AOC Kamala Newsom debate just for the entertainment value. Of course. Hey, they will. Bobby, they're going to be. That'll be the primaries, buddy. You're going to have AOC, Newsom, Kamala probably. We'll see if Kamala decides to run or not. Hill Dog, we might even get Hillary up there, guys. We might get Hillary. We might get Hillary back. We'll see. She might want to try for it. I don't know. Munchkin 28. This is one we actually could support for sure. Munchkin has been grumpy lately, guys. The new kitty, Mochi, she is great so far, but she's super excited. She loves our Rottweiler and the new kitty are great friends, but Munchkin is not happy. She is pouting and she refuses to go into the living room. She's basically just sleeps on the stairs. So Munchkin's pretty pouty right now about the new kitty. She's not mean to the new kitty, but she's throwing a temper tantrum a little bit now. You know, hopefully they become friends eventually. They've been doing better. Okay, but it's a work in progress. I got to get Munchkin out here. That's what I need to start doing. What I'll probably start doing is bringing Munchkin out to the studio for when I do the shows, so she doesn't have to hide from the kitty. If Mom Donnie actually arrests Mr. Milikowski, that would be an insta-win for 2028. F it. Yeah, I mean, if he actually did that, I'm gonna be like, yep, thumbs up, I support this guy. Mom Donnie's my guy. That's my guy. If he actually did this, I mean, yeah, sorry. I don't care if he's a communist or not. Then he's gonna have support. I'm gonna have a Mom Donnie T-shirt on. I'm gonna have a Mom Donnie T-shirt on the day after that. I'll tell you that. Notice how politicians never say what my constituents want. Yeah, isn't that interesting? Yeah. Fett didn't have a stroke, had an implant. I thought, no, he had a stroke, right? Didn't he have a stroke? Wasn't that his whole thing? He had a stroke, and then he like turned into a Trump supporter. Fetterman looks like he should be on the hot dog roller at a 7-Eleven. Bro's a human glizzy. Oh my god. That is that's funny. You're a funny guy. Super Lemon says, thanks, brother. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's my big 40. I'm no longer, I've always considered myself like, hey, I'm still young. I'm in my 30s, right? And we got 3 days left of being in our 30s. Then we're just officially just an old man in my 40s. Charlie Kirk was an inside job. Dems revolting. Penta, we dropped this one earlier. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate you and your generosity and support of the channel for being around forever at this point, man. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Patrick, thank you. Super generous as well. Happy birthday, Nate. Enjoy. Thank you guys both. That's super, super generous of you guys. And again, I'll try to do something for the birthday because we'll have everybody out there. You know what I mean? We'll all be there in person. So I'll try to do something together. We'll figure it out. I'd like to see John Fetterman and Mitch McConnell debate. Oh man, that would be a watch, would it not? Did you see the NYC's mayor about BB, friend of the show? We played it. We played it earlier. Yep, we played it earlier. Like we said, based. We'll see if he does it. F the AC. Yeah, okay, I'm with you. Michael said you should read the Declaration of Independence out loud. Good platform for it. You're probably not wrong. We probably should go over the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution at some point on this show. Not that our audience needs it, but maybe I should do an episode and just say, MAGA, this is for you. That's the title of the episode, and then all I do is read those two documents. Nothing else, just that, and then end the show. Probably not a bad idea. Ozzy says, happy birthday, brother. Enjoy a beer on me. Thank you, Ozzy. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, man. Super generous of you guys. Appreciate the birthday wishes. OSINT Nugget of the Day, 20 KIA, also 4 months into the Afghanistan war. Now, look at that. Look at that. 4 months into the Afghanistan war, 20 KIA. Interesting. Kind of the point I was making earlier. Thank you, brother. Honey Badger says, get Chase Geyser on your show. He used to host for AJ back on IW. How do I know? I don't know that name. I'll look it up, though. Thank you. Appreciate it. Politicians. Hey! We can't say that. Thank you. Hello from Leiden, the Netherlands, birthplace of Rembrandt. The Mayflower set sail from Leiden to the Americas. You know what is crazy about that story? On my mom's side, our direct ancestors, mom's mom was on the Mayflower. How crazy is that? I'm actually directly related to John Adams and John Quincy Adams as well through that lineage. Kind of interesting, huh? Technically, I had an ancestor come over on the Mayflower. Seems we're doing shaping operations in Iran with us targeting bridges leading to the coastline. The only thing I don't see are troop movements. Yeah. I mean, so what he's saying here is shaping operations for a ground invasion, right? So prepping the battlefield, prepping the battle space, taking out targets, different things. Shaping operations is shaping the tactical environment for follow-on operations, right? That's what that means. And so the idea here is we would be knocking out air defenses, drone capabilities, ballistic missile sites, all these different things along the coastline to facilitate a ground invasion. So as he said, it looks like we're seeing most of those shaping operations. We just haven't seen the troop movements, as in seeing large mass scale troops move towards the Strait of Hormuz as well. But that doesn't mean we're not going to see it soon. Right? Sad troop deaths, 18 divided by 4 equals 4.5 a month. Extrapolate that out in a year, 54. Extrapolate that out times 20 years, 10,080. So to say that's more than Afghanistan is false, not justifying it. Well, no, whoa. Brother. No. We haven't even launched the ground invasion yet. No. We had a ground force in Afghanistan. Those numbers don't even count until we put boots on the ground. Once we put boots on the ground, then you extrapolate those numbers out. Then you extrapolate those casualty numbers out. You don't extrapolate them out before the ground invasion. It's not how it works. Not how it works. You're using math in the incorrect way to try to justify a point there. Not the way it works. No. B. James says, you're not wrong about Kuwait. I was there in 2005 as a fobbit. Managed to go to Kuwait City once, and it was clean and beautiful, especially along the coastlines. Always wanted to go back to visit. Yeah, gorgeous. Qatar, gorgeous. Dubai, gorgeous. You know? My point with that is, when they try to tell you these are shithole third world countries, a lot of these places are not. They are not. Most certainly not that. Right? Most certainly not that. We're all patriots of our lands. We just want peace. That's what I want at this point. Like OG, when you're here, your family. Olive Garden. Yeah. I was on Hanson for 2 years. Were you? Oh, dude, I was at Torrey Station because I was in the first group. But dude, we were on Hanson all the time. That's where we did a lot of our training because, you know, at Torrey we don't have our own training facilities. We don't have our own ranges. I spent a lot of time going to Camp Hanson. Actually, we worked with the Marines. A lot of the Marines there. Man. Thank you, though. Thank you. I bet Lindsay faked his death, and now he's living his best life dressed as his sister, and he still keeps his Senate seat and votes for you know who. What if that was... The joke here is that he just transitioned. Lady G just transitioned, and is pretending he's his sister. Okay, that's kind of a clever one. AJ says, happy birthday. Stay safe, broski. I will. Thank you, brother. Thanks. Another beer for Nate Dogg. Happy birthday from Canada. Thank you, brother. Thank you guys so much for the birthday wishes. Rick Scott, U.S. Republican Senator from Florida, oversaw the largest Medicare fraud settlement in U.S. history, told he was CEO of Columbia. Rick Scott, yeah. He's kind of a weirdo. Happy birthday, my friend. I turned 31 in this June. Happy 40th. I appreciate you. Thank you. Mike says, link up with all your other podcast friends. Everyone read at the same time on their own channels. It would reach millions, and YouTube can't do shit. Not a terrible idea. Thank you, brother. I actually kind of like the idea of doing that. Actually reading the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence on stream. All right, Maximum, thank you, man. Super generous of you for that big $100 donation. Says, happy birthday, Nate. I haven't commented much, but I enjoy listening to your content ever since the whole Charlie Kirk incident and haven't missed a video. Thank you so much, man. That's very generous of you. I appreciate the support this entire time. And yeah, we're going to be covering more Charlie Kirk content. Obviously, we're waiting for the trial at this point, but we will be live streaming that whole trial once it comes. All right, Christopher says, you had one on Mayflower. I had an aunt that was at the Boston Tea Party. Hell yeah. She was the first bag they threw over. Hell yeah, dude. That's based ancestors. Camp Schwab. I didn't spend much time on Schwab. I went there a couple times, but yeah, we don't go through Schwab much. It was all Kadena, obviously. Kadena is where a lot of the guys would live, and then we work at Torrey Station. But yeah, didn't spend a whole lot of time at Camp Schwab. I have been through there. Thank you, 7th Com, 2017, 2019. That was right before I got out there. I left I think I went out there in 2022. No, excuse me, 2020 is when I left for Okie. So you would have left right before I got there. All right, we did it, guys. We made it to the end. Made it to the end. And yeah, so thank you so much. Fun show tonight. Again, no Friday show, but if I can get the boys all together, well, we'll all be together because everybody's flying out there. If we're not all too hungover after Friday, then maybe we can do a show together, right? A live show. I think it'd be fun. Be a little bit wild. So I'll work on that for you guys. I'll announce it in a video because I'll still have a few videos out before this weekend as well. So don't worry about that. What am I covering tomorrow? Oh, I'm probably going to cover if our militaries merge. We're going to find that out tomorrow. So be on the lookout for that. As soon as that vote goes through, I will put up a video talking about how we are either no longer a sovereign country or how somehow we were saved by the vote. But we're going to find out. All right. So thank you guys so much. Final PSAs again. If you guys are, willing to support our nonprofit charity that we're working with, Second Chance Ranch. It's in the pinned comment. They got merch. Any donations are heavily appreciated. Love you guys. And send your chat to Baze. Oh, is Baze going live? Oh, is Baze live? We'll definitely do that. Hopefully Baze has got redirect turned on. But yeah, stand by, guys. Let's send our stream to Baze and see. Well, hopefully Baron's live, but he's about to end. I don't see. Is his show live already? Where's he at, guys? I don't see Baze's show up. Guys, is he live already? Can you guys see? Yeah, we're gonna raid Baze if he's live. I don't see his. He might not have redirect turned on. Let me see. Let me see if I can find him here. Stick with me for just 1 second. If you guys want to raid Baze. Oh, there he is. All right, we got Baze, but we need him. I don't think he's got.
It looks like it's gonna pass to.
I don't think he's got redirect turned on. Give me a second, real quick. Might be able to find him. Oh, there he is. Haha! I got him. All right, guys. So give him the Munchkin Army raid. All right, he just went live. Drop those heavy Munchkin raids. The Munchkin raid. All right. As soon as I end the stream, it is going to send you all. Yeah, he just went live. He literally just went live. As soon as I end the stream, you don't got to go over there. It will dump you over there. Okay. So that's what we are going to do right now. Let me make sure. Yep, I'm redirected. We're set up. All right. Drop those Munchkin raids in the chat. Thank you guys so much. And I'll hopefully be back this weekend with another live stream. All right. Take care. Thank you guys.
Candace Owens and Baron Coleman, like myself to some extent, and many others. They're going to use a past tragedy to compare to it. They've already started as a way to attack free speech in a very, very big way. And I think that the combination between what we see going on between Erica Kirk and TPUSA and all of their supporters and the attacks that have been on Candace Owens and Baron Coleman and many others, that combined with this legislation, with the war in Iran, with the corruption that we've seen, the ousting of Thomas Massie, the covering up of the Epstein files, we're getting into different territory now, and it's just really scary. It sucks. Oh, Valhalla. Munchkin raid. Yo, you're the best, man. Thank you so much. And a $50 super chat. Yo, I'm definitely gonna have to find a way to get you back. We got to do that show really soon. Thank you very much, man. You're the best. But yeah, it sucks, guys. So tonight I want to stay up late. I want to have some fun. I'm going to do a show. It's not going to be too long of a show because I said I would be doing a collaboration with a couple other people in like an hour, hour and a half. But This is it. It is 11:15 p.m. Eastern time, and this could be the last night that America is a sovereign nation. So let's just get started. And you know what? Since we have a raid going, I'm actually gonna get a little cocky and play one of my own clips to start, because it kind of sets it kind of sets the tone for where I'm gonna go with the beginning of the show regarding the parts with Erica Kirk. So here we go.
It's not a contradiction. We're just emphasizing different details at different times.
I wish one of these cocksuckers would have emphasized the details of Charlie's text messages the day before he died, specifically the ones to Andrew Colvett and Dan Flood about how he thought they were going to kill him. You know, just a couple weeks after it was reported that sources close to Charlie said that he thought that if he left the pro-Israel cause, that he would get killed. So I'm really curious to find out who they is. And if they is referring to the left, then why wasn't Hunter Kozak ever brought in for questioning? I mean, he did the whole like little rehearsal that he did, reenacting the same reaction before he reacted. He never got brought in for questioning. And then I saw later that he was pointing a gun at Charlie, like with his fingers. It's like, all right, so let me get this straight. So the guy gets caught, like doing this, looking all weird. Then he's pointing an imaginary gun with his fingers at Charlie. Then he goes up. Charlie gets shot. He does the same reaction that he got caught doing on camera a couple minutes beforehand, and you're totally convinced that the left did this, and this is a guy from the Unfuck America tour whose dad, I heard, works for Jimmy Kimmel, but Hunter Kozak never got brought in for questioning. They never thought that maybe he knew something, right? No, what did they do instead? Oh yeah, that's right. They brought him to the CBS town hall meeting to ask Erica Kirk a question. Yeah, kind of fucked, right? Doesn't really make sense. If you have a guy that's sitting in the front row right before Charlie Kirk is assassinated, who's seen on camera doing weirdo reactions, the same reaction that he does right after Charlie Kirk is shot, and Charlie Kirk is shot while this guy is asking a question about gun rights and trans rights or whatever, and you believe that this is done by the left and that is the motive, gay rights, and you have Hunter Kozak, who's a part of the Unfuck America tour, which is Charlie Kirk and TPUSA's opposition. How do you not investigate this guy? Right? Like, wouldn't that make sense? Like, wouldn't he be, like, on a short list? Like, I mean, aside the fact that, like, they had it down, like, they knew that it was a lone shooter right away, which was absolutely ridiculous. In my opinion, it's actually just as, if not more so ridiculous as the idea that he was shot with a 30-06, which, I mean, like, the probability on that is very, very low. But here he is right here. Here he is right here on December 10th, I believe this was recorded, asking Erica Kirk a question at the CBS town hall meeting, hosted by Barry Weiss, another allegedly most odd individual.
And he wants to ask you a question.
Hi there. Erica, I want to tell you how much I appreciate your calls for peace and unity, and I'm likewise horrified by the people in my so-called camp who were cheering about Charlie's murder. I believe that they stoke the flames of violence. But even worse is when powerful, influential people on either side of the aisle stoke the flames. When they do it, the flames can become an inferno. And this leads...
Now, I just want to point a couple of things out. First off, this was filmed on December 10th, the same day that she filmed the Fox News interview where she was dressed totally differently. Totally different. In the red blazer, so she did that interview. She got all changed into a black outfit. She's got the cross hanging out. And all of these questions are scripted. This whole town hall meeting was scripted. She knew this guy was coming on. She knew what he was going to say. He knew what he was going to say. He was handed a script. These are not genuine questions. And yet, she's still putting on the act with the little mean girl face. You see this? Look at this. Look at the mean mug. That is not a genuine look. That is not a genuine look. She knew that he was coming on. She knew what he was going to say.
Decry the individuals who cheer for violence. I have and will continue to decry them. But any good faith effort to stop political violence must hold both parties to the same standard and expectation. So in that spirit, will you condemn the violent rhetoric of Donald Trump, the most powerful and influential person on earth?
I appreciate your question.
She's such a bad actress.
You know my heart. Why would I ever say, yes, go murder people? This is so much deeper than just one. I understand your sentiment. I do.
Like,
this is
so
also
fake
so
right
much
now.
deeper.
Like,
than
this
just
is an
one person.
act. This is not like a genuine
This starts
asking
at the
of a
home.
question and answer.
Okay? This starts with family. This starts with a seed that grows and grows. You can choose to have evil in your heart, or you can choose to have light. What you consume and what you absorb from the outside world will manifest itself. No, I will never agree with political violence. My husband is a victim of it. I'm a victim of it. But what I'm trying...
Guys, do you guys think that Erica Kirk is a victim? I'm not even going to say a victim of political violence. I just mean a victim in general. Seriously.
What I'm trying to say here is that we can blame everyone else. We have to look in the mirror. When you become a father, when you become a mother, how are you raising your kids?
This is like watching Days of Our Lives.
Are you taking responsibility, or are you giving them a device?
And how ironic is it that Erica Kirk is sitting here criticizing other parents about what they do with their kids when she, like, goes weeks at a time without even seeing hers? Allegedly. You know, because she had the preliminary hearing for the Tyler Robinson case. You know, the guy that she forgave and then said that she knew that he was guilty and then wanted to expedite the trial so that he could be put to death. And then all of a sudden, you know, the preliminary hearing comes out and you see all this substantial evidence that kind of contradicts the narrative and doesn't really make sense. He actually doesn't even look that guilty. So then she decides to not wear the waterproof makeup and just stand up and stare at the judge with the mascara running and just like grill him into submission to make sure that this fucking charade even makes it to trial, which in my opinion it probably shouldn't, because I really don't think that they have any evidence. Like, literally the only evidence that they found on the scene at UVU, that there was any shot fired, any gun fired, the only evidence on the scene was a bullet on a separate roof that was a 223, not even a 30-06. You know, Barron was covering it tonight, that the screwdriver for the first 5 days, they were saying was found in the woods next to the gun. It was only on September 15th, apparently, that Kash Patel decided, oh, no, it was actually on the roof. You know, like, even all the investigators and the governor and everybody else that was talking about the screwdriver and the gun and the evidence and where they found it, it wasn't until they couldn't find any DNA from Tyler Robinson on the scene that all of a sudden, you know, they changed their minds and the screwdriver was on the roof.
And saying, go down that rabbit hole. I'm trying to...
Yeah, why don't we go down that rabbit hole?
You can just sit in the corner and look at your iPad or look at your phone and go down that rabbit hole and see what you can learn from that instead of being a parent. So my call...
Or, you know, you could just go on TV and go on tour and go around grifting off your dead husband and selling all this merch and dump off your kids with God knows who and not have to be a parent at all. Just like Erica Kirk.
Call to action from that is parents, step up. Do you want your kid to be a thought leader or an assassin? That's where we're at.
According to Erica Kirk, that's where we're at. That your kids could either be thought leaders or assassins. And it's up to you to be a good parent and make sure that your kids don't become assassins and that they're thought leaders. And that's why somebody else is raising her kids right now. Because God knows what would happen with her and her fucking neocon roots if she was actually raising her kids. And I'm going a little harder on her today for a reason. Normally I'm not this harsh, but when I find out that there's now this like misinformation up going around on social media that they're trying, like, it was bad enough that they spent the last 10 months grifting off of Charlie Kirk and his death for their agenda. But now they're going to start grifting off the children of Sandy Hook to try to silence us with censorship and go after Candace the same way that they went after Alex Jones. Which we can get into right now. Because it's fucking despicable.
In fact, I have failed at obeying that mandate. Rather, in the very beginning of this thing, I have been gathering information and evidence, which I thought initially, and many would think that Turning Point USA would be grateful for it, that that's what they would be using their resources for. If you're going to overwork people at Turning Point USA and tell your employees to get to the office, why not just gather every piece of information you can about that day? I'd prefer that over a t-shirt and a tent. Anyway, we continue, we persist, and today we do so with 2 more never-before-seen photos of the SUV that transported...
No, this isn't the part I wanted. Come on. Where are we at? No. Sorry, guys. ChatGPT fucked up. Here we go.
Ghoul, in Middle Eastern folklore, is a demonic being that haunts burial grounds and deserted places. Traditionally, these creatures were said to have the ability to shapeshift, to lure travelers into the desert, and to consume the flesh of both children and the dead. A strong occult start to what is sure to be a promising article. Kind of how we felt about the people surrounding Charlie. Soul suckers a little bit, right? And for those of you that are wondering if the story is actually attributable, meaning like, is this just a gossip piece in the Daily Mail? You would do well to remember that Turning Point USA turned to the Daily Mail exclusively to clean up their Charlie GPT Aspen mess. They gave them special access to see the unedited clip that the public still has not seen, so that their journalists could then turn and tell the world, you can trust the video totally exists, it's real. Charlie really did pick Erica to run the company in the event of his untimely death, which unfortunately just so happened to transpire just 3 short weeks later. Remember that? They went to the Daily Mail. So that demonstrates a real PR relationship between Turning Point USA and the Mail. And as another point, the author of this piece reached out to Turning Point's spokespeople for comment, and they declined to give a comment. That is an opportunity for them to issue a statement saying, this is not true, we have no idea what you're talking about. Instead, they just declined to add to the article, so we can assume this is real. And
damn, I fucked up. If I knew that I was going to click too early and have her bring up the whole, I think it's funny how she called it the what'd she say? The Aspen, the Charlie GPT to fix their Aspen Charlie AI message. That was the speech where Erica was getting called a pedophile protector. If I didn't know that they were going to pull that up, I would have, that I was going to click on that part, I would have had that clip ready. All right.
They list a family friend as a source initially, and then elsewhere in the article, they say a family member. At the beginning, it says a family friend. I think that's probably going to be a Tracy Martin-esque character, given the fact that she's the one person that I know that's close to Erica, is a friend. The first time she had come face-to-face with Tyler Robinson, the man accused of assassinating Charlie Kirk at the speaking event at Utah Valley University 10 months ago. And yet, in place of anger, Erica instead felt an overwhelming sense of sadness, compassion even, for 23-year-old Robinson and his family. According to 2 sources that are close to the Kirks. Quote, she was really concerned about being in the same room as him. She didn't know what she was going to feel. She said that a lot, one family friend exclusively told the Daily Mail. She thought that she was really going to be angry and mad to really hate him, but she didn't. She just felt really sad. Overwhelming sadness is what she called it. It made her grieve even more. She didn't want to fight with him or his family, she said. She almost felt compassion for Tyler Robinson and definitely for his family, because it's just so sad that 2 families were destroyed on that day. So, compassion for Tyler Robinson again. She felt it instantly in her in the aftermath, you could say. She demonstrated forgiveness immediately, at least.
Yeah, she's got so much compassion for Tyler Robinson and his family that she's expedited this trial, and that they're trying to put their thumb on the scale to make sure that he gets put to death. Even though there's like no definitive evidence that he was even really there. Not to mention the fact that there's also in all the footage of the different individuals that they're claiming are all Tyler Robinson, the guy in the maroon shirt, the guy in the black, there's 55 minutes. There's a 55-minute gap in the footage where Tyler Robinson allegedly pulled up into the garage and went up and had interactions with people that work for Turning Point USA. Now, Blake Neff said on the X Spaces the other night that he doesn't know who Tyler Robinson was talking to, you know, the TPUSA staff. But even if he did, he wouldn't tell anybody because he knows they didn't do anything wrong, which, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot to unpack there. Number one, if you don't know who talked to Tyler Robinson, how do you know that they didn't do anything wrong? Number two, isn't that kind of a big detail that they left out? You know, throughout the whole 10 months of this investigation, we're getting on 11 months now. When did anybody, whether law enforcement, Turning Point USA, Erica Kirk herself, anybody, when did any of them tell us that Tyler Robinson was there before the shooting talking to people that worked for TPUSA? Like, don't you think that that's, like, kind of an important detail? Especially if he's a lone shooter and they're so sure that he did it? I don't know. That's just my take. Let's keep going.
And now she's demonstrating it again in a courtroom with him. And by the way, I echo that sentiment because I feel like the entire world knows that he didn't commit this crime. So how kind of Erica to feel compassion for the person that they are considering murdering, to be clear, for something that he didn't do. I haven't seen any convincing evidence that Tyler Robinson committed this crime. So compassion would be the right thing to feel. I want you to understand that, by the way. These influencers are calling for the murder of an innocent man. We should deeply understand that, okay? Tyler Robinson will receive the death penalty if he is found guilty. So I think I found your soulless ghouls, Erica. It's unimaginable to me to call for the execution of an innocent man without literal overwhelming evidence. After the public execution of another innocent man. When they say these statements like case closed on the basis of one hearing where we are shown nothing close to concrete evidence, or when they pretend that they are being submerged, overwhelmed, that is precisely what they are doing. It is so evil. They are calling for the state to murder Tyler Robinson.
All right,
I want you to put that in your mind when you read it. They want Tyler Robinson to be murdered. Case closed. Describes her feelings toward me, someone who is trying to find the true killer. The article reads, quote, "That bridge is burned between Erica and Candace. It's more than burned. It's been blown up. There's no reason for Erica to ever speak to Candace again, ever," the family member said. Candace decided to make this her identity. It's a grab for attention, building her name and her brand and making some money off of it. That's what Erica thinks. Oh, brand being built? No, Erica, I had a name and I had a brand before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. In fact, me and your husband built our names and our brands alongside each other. And a
See, what I find really weird is, like, you know, it's still her husband. It hasn't even been a year yet. Like, right off the bat, she went right to work, you know, talking about Erica Kirk. And she took over as CEO, and she's doing all these tours, hitting the stage, did AmFest, did the Make Heaven Crowded Again tour, all this bullshit. And it's like, when did she actually take the time to grieve? When did she actually take the time to like, deal with any of this? When did she take the time to spend time with her kids? Why does she have so much time and just brain and mental capacity to worry about Candace Owens' brand and how much money Candace Owens is making? Like, why would she care? Like, I don't know about any of you guys if you've ever lost somebody close. I've lost a couple of people that were very, very close to me. I've lost siblings, you know, obviously my age grandparents, you know, aunts, close friends. And when I go through when I went through that, especially with the people closest to me, like my brother, I didn't give a fuck about anybody's business. You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have mattered. Especially people that I didn't even like. It would have been the furthest thing from my mind. It would have been the furthest thing from my mind. I would have cared about what that person would have wanted, you know? And, you know, me being a man, it's kind of tough to put myself in a woman's shoes. But, you know, as a man, if I was in Charlie's shoes and I died on the job, I wouldn't want my wife and the mother of my children to be taking over that job. I would want her home with my kids. I mean, that's just me personally. I know there are a lot of people that have made that same argument saying that that's what Charlie would have wanted too. But I don't know. Apparently that's not what Erica wants or what she's thinking about. And guys, don't worry. We're not just going to be covering the Erica Kirk stuff. I have some other really, really juicy stuff that we're going to get into. You know, because Ben Shapiro had some stuff to say recently, and I want to get into that. And other connections and ties to what he said and how it connects to him and how it could potentially connect with why tonight is the last night of American sovereignty. Well, let's just one thing at a time.
But sometimes she just can't help herself and she'll just sort of explode the tirade. She hates her, Candace, more than she hates her political opponents. Who are your political opponents, Erica? Who are your political opponents? Who are you? Who are you? You're some beauty pageant wife who took over the reins of Charlie's company, telling us a story that he wanted it in the end, but just couldn't put it in documents. Who are you to think that you have political opponents?
You know, I do have to say, though, it's very nice of Candace to even refer to her and label her as, you know, a beauty pageant winner or girl, whatever the hell she said. Because, you know, me personally, I look at Erica Kirk and I think that if her parents weren't so connected with the military-industrial complex and all the neocons, that bitch would be doing freaking bottle service in a nightclub. Like, I'm sorry. It's just true. I think that even calling her a beauty pageant queen is a compliment.
It continues, at least with them, she knew where she stood. They didn't exactly betray her like Candace did. Candace did her so dirty. I think at this point, Erica likes even Tyler Robinson more than she likes Candace.
Yo, that is a wild take. That is a wild take. When you have, especially if this came from Erica's family, and somebody from Erica's family is going on the record saying that she hates Candace more than she hates Tyler Robinson, the person who, you know, she's expediting this trial that allegedly killed her husband, that she's trying to have put to death. That's wild. That is wild. Like, it's one thing to feel that way. It's one thing to say it out loud. It's a whole other thing to have it put out there in the media. You know what I mean? Like, holy shit. Yo, that woman is nuts.
End quote. Yeah, Erica. That's what Drewski and everybody who's been speaking about this has been getting at. That's why people think there's something wrong with you. Because you meant this article to be a smackdown of me, but all it did was further reveal your character. You have been on a wild pursuit of fame and fortune your entire life. You started doing pageants, I think we showed, when you were like 12, okay? 6th grade, maybe? And you have not stopped wanting to be in the spotlight. Every person you have dated has had some degree of fame, and you saw Charlie as your ticket to more fame. And then you finally got it, in your view, when you walked out in a white pantsuit with sparklers behind you, and you sucked all of that in. That was it. That was the moment. We look back at those photos of people at the memorial. I have never seen such glee and such happiness. You clinked glasses. You guys then went to a restaurant. You celebrated.
Yo, it's actually true, too. Because on Blake Wynn, the person that the reports were going around that she was allegedly dating a couple months back, he had posted on December 8th pictures with Erica Kirk. I think I'm pretty sure they were at Mar-a-Lago. And Erica Kirk gave a speech. Now, mind you, this is only like 3 months after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And she got on stage and she was, I swear to God, she was talking about how excited she was because they were going to hit 5 billion views on social media by the end of the year. Like, the father of your children just got publicly assassinated. You took over his job right away. And instead of being home with the kids, you're getting on stage bragging about how excited you are, about how many views you're getting on social media. It really is sick. It really is sick. You know, and I think that's why so many people even question whether or not Charlie's even dead. You know, because even seeing the image of all the blood coming out of Charlie's neck and him, like, you know, going down, is when you see Erica Kirk speak publicly, you're just like, there's no way anybody's that evil. There's no way anybody's that cold. The whole thing has to be fake. Like, there's no way that they're this bad.
Finally, Erica. Finally for you. After decades.
Listen, guys, I'm just going to say it right now, okay? If our not-so-greatest ally is taken over, and this is the last night of American sovereignty, I'm going to make it count. I'm going to make it count. I'm going to get all the shots in that I can tonight. And right now we're on Erica, then we're going to go to Ben Shapiro, and then we're going to get into a little Epstein. Because if this is it, if this is the last hurrah, you know, let's make it a party.
Decades of trying. You had made it into the spotlight and everybody loved you. Brand, merchandising, shirts. You got on that Zoom call. The sales have been crazy. 50,000 shirts sold and kicked back into the LLC that me and the Charlie Kirk Show people own. For Charlie. And then it all came crashing down because maybe Charlie had an actual friend. That's what's annoying. Me, I'm the renegade. I'm the one thing. He had an actual friend who wasn't content to sell a t-shirt and move on, and then sell some Fed slop and move on because the price was right. That's what you're upset about, Erica. Money and fame. There is no substance in this article because there is no substance in you. And that's my opinion. Not a call for you to get hurt, but me demonstrating that you have a character flaw that you are not even aware of.
Oh, I don't think this is what's sick too. When they talk about how people think that Erica Kirk is in danger or that anybody wants to harm her, listen, I don't think anybody wants to harm Erica Kirk. Why would they? She's so fucking entertaining. And if it is true, right? If it is true that, and I'm not even saying that she was involved in any kind of conspiracy or that TPUSA, I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying that once he's gone, once he's removed from the equation, and he's out of their way and they could just run wild and do whatever the hell they want and do the complete 180 with TPUSA, you know, like, you know, support the war for all their neocon buddies, you know, throw Thomas Massie under the bus to pander to the Republican Party, you know, not leave the pro-Israeli cause. You know, once they can do all that and cash in, it's like, that's bad enough. That's bad enough. And now that Erica Kirk has been exposed, if her goal, if her dream, if what she really thought was going to come out of this was her being like this grieving widow that everybody loved and they were going to put her on the ticket with JD Vance and she was going to be vice president, you know, because, you know, before all this shit happened and they covered up the Epstein files, the Republicans were a lock for 2028. Now they're about to get mopped in the midterms, which is probably part of the reason why they want to push this legislation through tomorrow. I mean, let's just call it like it is. But this fucking bitch probably really thought that she was going to be president. She thought that she was going to be the first female president and that she was going to be celebrated. And now, everyone just loves when she gets on TV because they just can't wait to fucking laugh at her. And that is her life. That is her legacy. That is how she's going to be remembered. And there is nothing in the world that her, that Trump, that any of these scumbag neocons, or that even Israel can do to change that.
We'll be right back after a brief break. All right, you guys.
No breaks. Let's go. Let's get there. Now we're going to get into the dark shit. Now we're going to get into why Erica Kirk is a real piece of shit and how, you know, grifting off of her dead husband isn't enough. Now she has to grift off of the Sandy Hook victims to try to silence everybody from laughing at her and calling her out for what she is.
He writes, the main reason Alex Jones was held liable was not that he questioned an official narrative. It was that he repeatedly and callously made false accusations about specific people.
Now, mind you, this is Seth Dillon, one of the individuals that was with Erica and Bill Ackman at that famous Hamptons meeting. You know, the one where Benjamin Netanyahu even called in and that Charlie left so upset that he ran right on Megyn Kelly and was talking about how they were assassinating his character and calling him anti-Semitic.
People. He claimed the Sandy Hook shooting was staged, that the grieving parents were crisis actors, and that they were knowingly participating in fraud. His false claims, made for clicks and fame, were damaging. Severe understatement, and led to harassment and threats against grieving innocent people. So his protected opinion defense failed. The First Amendment protects the right to criticize events and to criticize official accounts, but does not provide blanket immunity for defamation. Oh, how interesting. Seth Dillon from the Hamptons. This feels like a bit of foretelling to me. This is how these people operate. You always know what is coming down the pipeline because they just start signaling. Today, Tim Pool tweets, if you want to get amplified on YouTube and X, all you need to do is claim the official story of Charlie Kirk's assassination is a cover-up and there's a conspiracy. Why is social media amplifying this so much? Why does big tech want this narrative to be front and center? I don't think they do. I think the majority of people believe this, Tim. He goes on, Alex Jones made claims about Sandy Hook and he was destroyed. His company was sold off to try to humiliate him. What is the difference here? You can claim one story is true, but the other results in your company's total annihilation. YouTube has rules around conspiracy. Specifically, they restrict conspiracy claims and amplify what they call authoritative news sources. Why is YouTube boosting these videos in the algorithm? Why does the machine want this narrative so badly? Contrast this with COVID. You'd get demonetized instantly if you talked about COVID in the early days.
And guys, let me just put it out there right now. I am not a credible news source. This is not a news channel. I am a complete degenerate. I am a degenerate comedian. This is satire. Take it with a grain of salt. Just for the transcript, just for the algorithm. Just get it on the record, you know?
We couldn't even read news reports about out of China that discussed the basics. He's basically saying, state, where are you? Where are you, state? What is the state going to do about the fact that people are using their common sense? So now we are going to tie it to children being murdered in Connecticut. And he wasn't the only one. Again, this is all happening. Tyler Robinson trial. They're all talking about Sandy Hook. Blake Neff was on a Twitter space, and he similarly and specifically compared me to Alex Jones and Sandy Hook. This is a talking point that is being distributed, and it's a dangerous one. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Nothing compares remotely to the fact that Candace Owens has spent a sustained...
Guys, sorry. I know I said it'd be a long night, and we're going to cover a lot of shit, but I don't want to listen to fucking Blake Neff. I mean, forgive me. If you guys want to listen to Blake Neff, we can play the clip. But honestly, trust me, we're going to get to better clips.
Well, I've sort of gotten back into the realm of the Alex Jones InfoWars Sandy Hook level psychotic conspiracy everywhere, where now people are saying, all right, I believe everything we're being told is a lie, so I'm going to not believe anything except for that which I've convinced myself of already. I don't know if Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger. I don't know if he was on the roof and he was the one who fired the gun. I know what the preliminary evidence looks like right now, and I know it's being adduced at the preliminary hearing. But the insane conspiracy theories that are being floated, that are implicating everyone and anyone involved, that are unsubstantiated and...
All right, listen. We're not implicating anybody. We're not implicating anybody. All right, let's not get too carried away here. And I don't think that these conspiracy theories are really insane, unless we're talking about the idea that Tyler Robinson was a lone shooter that shot Charlie Kirk in the neck with a 30-06. All right, we start like trying to peddle that bullshit around. Then you could accuse me of being a conspiracy theorist.
Unfalsifiable in their vagueness. I mean, I'm seeing Sandy Hook 2.0 recurring right now. I appreciate there are some issues with the prosecution. There's some issues with the investigation, and there's some issues with the evidence.
Yeah, there's some issues with the evidence. There's some issues with the case. There's some issues with the prosecution. But Erica Kirk still wants to expedite it and get the kid put to death, even though she sympathizes for him and his family and hates Candace Owens more. Am I keeping up with everybody? Am I keeping up with the narrative? Is that the official narrative from TPUSA right now? I just want to know. I just want to know.
I can appreciate that. But to go from there to say that it's exploding microphones. Israel did it, and not that Israel might have had a hand in this. But
I'm not even saying that. I'm not saying exploding microphones. I'm more interested in that 223 bullet that was found on the roof that was connected to law enforcement. What do you guys think? I mean, I'm way more interested in that than the exploding mic theory right now. I think that we need to look at the hard evidence that's come from the case, from the charging documents, just like all these scumbags been telling us for 10 months, and we'll start there, and we'll see what we can find out. And then if we can't figure it out, then maybe we can start looking into, the other conspiracy theories and exploding mic and whatnot. I mean, they're not going to let us look into our not so greatest ally, which they already shot Joe Kent down with that one day one, right? So, I mean, we're not going to expect too much there. But anyway, let's keep going.
But until you can provide the slightest shred of evidence other than I can divine an intention or a motive, you have to admit that from the evidence that you have right now, if you have a more plausible theory than the one being presented, which is Tyler Robinson was on the roof, took the shot, had the rifle, had the moment, had the opportunity. If you have a more plausible theory to present, you can go ahead and present it, but you don't get to manufacture facts out of whole cloth.
This is for sure foreshadowing. This is like this kind of dark psychiatry. I'm well accustomed to this. They are getting ahead of something, okay? They know something and they're priming the public to think this is just like when elementary school children died and Alex Jones had to be sued. And it is deeply ironic and almost sick that is being platformed on what is still being called the Charlie Kirk Show. Because let me tell you what the namesake, Charlie Kirk himself, had to say about people who call for lawsuits and for people to be bankrupted because they don't like speech. Here is Charlie Kirk regarding that specific Alex Jones lawsuit.
This is going to be good, guys. I don't know if you saw this already, but
Alex Jones was patient zero for the censorship regime back in 2018. And now Alex Jones is patient zero for lawfare strategies to be able to shut people up that they don't like. Is Alex Jones outlandish? Of course he is. He's a quasi-entertainer. That's one of the reasons why he's so popular. But Alex Jones has been right about a lot of things. And so people say, well, don't talk about it, stay away from it. I learned my lesson. I learned my lesson what happens when I stay quiet and I listen to these people. I'm not going to put up with another bad precedent being set because I'm told that I should hate Alex Jones. He's outlandish. He's wild. He's entertaining. I don't agree with him on everything. They're doing this to be able to show it's a spectacle. And some people say, look, Charlie, this isn't about the regime doing a spectacle. It's about the families of murdered kids. I think it's not right what Alex Jones said and what he did. He agrees with that. Should you be able to shut somebody up because of it? Rachel Maddow accused One America News Network of being funded by the Russian government, and a judge tossed that away because under free speech provisions. $1 billion? We're going to talk about this in the next segment throughout the hour. This also is an opportunity that I hope all of you take. Watch carefully today. The podcasts you listen to, the radio shows you consume, the TV shows you watch. This is a scorecard moment. If your favorite conservative commentator is silent on Alex Jones, that is very telling. Lawyers for the Sandy Hook families say a verdict will send a signal to other conspiracy purveyors about the cost of online lies and set in motion a chain of events that could shut InfoWars down.
which is exactly what ended up happening. And Alex Jones had to file bankruptcy after getting sued for, what was it, like $1.3 billion? Something absolutely ridiculous. All right, guys. Well, you know, we've got to watch some Candace. We've got to watch some Charlie. Now that Charlie's gone, we're going to play a clip from the man who said that he was going to pick up Charlie's bloody microphone and carry on the message. the man whose security team got the call from Charlie's security team while he was dying in the SUV to give them the updates, because apparently this individual was just so important. A man who, while tomorrow we are going to be grieving for the end of our sovereignty as we know it, is going to be celebrating for what he will probably see as a giant win for his homeland. And that is this scumbag, Ben Shapiro. Let's hear what he had to say.
Finally, there was J.D. Vance's embrace of conspiracism. Now, the vice president has full-scale admitted that he tends to fall down rabbit holes of conspiracy. That's been widely reported. Obviously, one of those conspiracies is the idea that everyone who criticized the MOU is in the pay of the nefarious Jews or something. But J.D. Vance, he also decided to retail again. And again, this is just, maybe he's trying to appeal to the conspiratorial side of Joe Rogan here. Maybe it's a tactic. Maybe it is. But when J.D. Vance goes on Joe Rogan's show and unleashes yet another dumb theory about Jeffrey Epstein, but he says it in the form of the Vice President of the United States, claiming connections with the highest levels of American and Israeli intelligence on behalf of pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. I have one question. You're the Vice President. Why not release your evidence, sir? Finally.
You know what? I'm not the Vice President, but I got a little bit of evidence. I know a lot of you came from Valhalla. I don't know if you guys are new to my content, but, you know, I have done a lot of my own investigative work into this whole Jeffrey Epstein situation. So let's see what we got. Oh no, this is the transcript on that. Let's see. And this is using ChatGPT, which our not so greatest ally says is the most reliable AI that you could use. So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. I know it has a little bias at times, but let's see what it says. All right, so Epstein knowingly performed a function useful to one or more intelligence services. Probability at 90 to 95%. Epstein had an operational relationship with Israeli intelligence or an Israeli intelligence-linked network, 80 to 88%, which is actually going to be proven bullshit in a second. It's actually 100%. But anyway, we'll keep going. Epstein had a relationship with U.S. intelligence directly through liaison financial channels. See, now the probabilities are kind of getting to be bullshit. But let's see. The Maxwell succession pattern. Robert Maxwell was the central predecessor node. He was widely suspected of relationships with Israeli intelligence, died in 1991, and was given a funeral in Israel attended by senior political and intelligence figures. Now, keep in mind, Robert Maxwell was born in Czech. He served in the British military. He became a British citizen. He served in British Parliament, ended up becoming a billionaire in distribution of like books and textbooks. Actually, if you lived in America and if you grew up in America and you went to American public schools in the 90s, there is a high probability that you were educated with one of Robert Maxwell's textbooks. Now, mind you, the Brits thought that he was a double agent for the KGB, but it ended up coming out years later that he was actually a Mossad agent. And that's why when he died, not only was he buried in Israel, but they buried him on the Mount of Olives, which is like one of their most holy and prestigious lands in the country. And Robert Maxwell was the one that recruited Epstein, not only to work with Mossad, but to set him up with his daughter Ghislaine. And that's why as soon as Robert Maxwell died, his daughter Ghislaine moved to America and moved in with Jeffrey Epstein. And that was the same year, 1991, that Les Wexner signed Jeffrey Epstein power of attorney. That was also the same year, 1991, that Les Wexner helped develop Study Group, which we now know as Mega Group, that started the Israeli birthright program. So you can connect a couple dots there. You could use your pattern recognition. You guys can come up with your own theories on what all that means. I'm not trying to get totally shut down tonight. Let's see. Ehud Barak was not merely a social acquaintance. The Barak connection is one of the strongest pieces of circumstantial evidence. Ehud Barak, former prime minister, also former Mossad. Epstein maintained a close relationship with former Israeli prime minister, defense minister, and IDF chief of staff Their relationship included repeated meetings, business discussions, and Epstein's investment in Carbine, formerly reportedly Homeland Security, an Israeli emergency data company associated with Israeli military and intelligence veterans. Barak publicly acknowledged the business relationship after it became controversial. I also think that Epstein was trying to hook him up with Peter Thiel and Palantir, but that's another conversation. We got his involvement with the Wexner Foundation, transactions to Barak described as research. Yeah, sure. Epstein personally signing some related documents, the lack of transparent public explanation of the research, Epstein and Barak later investing together in a surveillance and emergency company, leadership, staffing drawn from Israeli military and Unit 8200 adjacent circles. There was also some alleged allegations connecting with Virginia Giuffre and Ehud Barak, but we'll get into that more a little later. Surveillance system was operational, not decorative. The camera evidence material changes the analysis. Maria Farmer stated that Epstein's Manhattan residence contained cameras monitoring private areas and that feeds were being watched. I wonder who they were being watched to. By. There was pinhole cameras, bedroom and bathroom surveillance, a concealed monitoring area, a media room, men watching live feeds, properties reportedly wired for video, the characterization of the recordings as an insurance policy. Now, we know all about this. Ari Ben-Menash's allegations fit the structure. Now, Ari Ben-Menash, another former Mossad agent, he alleged that Epstein and the Maxwells participated in an Israeli intelligence-linked honey trap operation. He presented himself as former Israeli intelligence officer with knowledge of the network. This allegation is important, but it cannot carry the case by itself. Menash has made controversial claims over several decades. Independent corroboration varies considerably. His statements should be treated as source testimony, requiring corroboration, not established fact. What raises its value is that his account predicts features independently observed elsewhere. Maxwell family involvement, sexual entrapment, elite targeting, hidden recording, Israeli intelligence connections, political and financial access. Now, we can't forget that Alex Acosta was told Epstein belonged to intelligence. And it's funny, too, because Erica Kirk's lawyer at the Tyler Robinson trial preliminary hearings last week, her lawyer is Alex Acosta's lawyer. So, I mean, we'll just call that a data point. Now, let's see. You know what? I'm not even going to play that one. Now, let's see. Why would Ben Shapiro care so much about Jeffrey Epstein and whether or not he was intelligence? Now, let's get into one of Jeffrey Epstein's best friends and attorney, Alan Dershowitz. Now, guys, if you don't know about Alan Dershowitz, he wasn't just Epstein's lawyer. He wasn't just Trump's lawyer. He was the longest tenured professor in the history of Harvard. This guy was a professor at Harvard for almost 50 years. Now, if you guys don't know, Harvard is actually a CIA breeding ground. Not only that, the president of Harvard from, I think, 2002, 2003 to 2005, or maybe it was a little earlier. In the early 2000s, Lawrence Summers was the president of Harvard. Lawrence Summers served in the Clinton and Obama administrations, and he was one of Jeffrey Epstein's best friends. He was one of the people named on his estate, or an executor on his estate, I believe. But anyway, let's get into Alan Dershowitz and, everybody's favorite fence sitter, Megyn Kelly.
I ask you two other quick questions before you have to go. This was in the news like a month ago, but we've talked to you many times before about what I have said I fully believe were fake allegations against you by Jeffrey Epstein sex trafficking victim Virginia Giuffre. She looped your name.
Now, mind you, Megyn Kelly right off the bat is discrediting Virginia Giuffre right after she was killed. Alleged suicide, even though she was a mother of 3 and had said on multiple occasions that she would never off herself. But then they said she did. At one point or another, she may have mistakenly identified Alan Dershowitz, or, you know, that's what's on the record. She mistook Alan Dershowitz for someone else that assaulted her, allegedly, whatever. But Megyn Kelly, right away, just trashing this woman. Literally trashing and discrediting a dead victim of sex trafficking. Like, how big of a piece of shit can you be? Unless you're Erica Kirk.
Name into it. And for the listening audience, we've gone through this many times with Alan about how your name was suggested to her by somebody else. You weren't mentioned by her in her initial round of accusations, and ultimately you sued her for defamation, and that case went away with her saying, I may have made a mistake.
Look at the PR job she's doing for Alan Dershowitz right now. It's insane. It's insane.
So Virginia Giuffre died at only 41 years old. She's the mother of 3 kids. She died by suicide, according to the local authorities, though her father has doubts about whether that's true. He expressed them on Piers Morgan. I think we have that. Let's take a listen to her dad, whose name is Sky Roberts, SOT 25.
Tell me about your reaction when you heard that she'd taken her life.
Well, first of all, I couldn't even believe it. I started crying right away. I'm still crying. I can't believe that this is happening. It's impossible. And then for them to say that she committed suicide, there's no way that she did. Somebody got to her.
Somebody got to her. Your thoughts on it, Alan?
Well, I feel terrible for her, for her family. This is not the way anything like this should have ended. She did falsely accuse me. She admitted she may have misidentified me for somebody else. I was hoping to get on with my life and let her get on with her life. By the way, we still haven't seen all the Epstein files. I want every single file out. I want every videotape out. I want
Why do you think that
everything.
is?
Well, because there are still people in there. I know a couple of people who are named, and I think there are people who don't want their names to come out. I want everything to come out because they would prove I never met the woman, never heard of her, never had any improper contact with anybody.
Notice how right away he's saying he wants it all to come out so that he could clear his name. You know, nothing to do with, oh, we got to get justice for the victims, or we got to arrest the bad guys. He's already saying that he knows some of the people on the list. But when he talks about why he wants the files to come out, it's just about clearing his name.
All right, let's turn our attention to Jeffrey Epstein with the last 3.5 minutes we have left. He was denied bail today and will remain behind bars as he awaits trial on these sex trafficking charges for dozens of underage girls. The district judge, Richard Berman, announced his decision at a hearing in federal court in Manhattan this morning. Epstein has what's available for us to read now. I remember covering this case. I was working as a reporter in West Palm Beach at the time, and it all just disappeared. You know, you look back, there's a lot that you can say in hindsight.
Now, mind you, when Jeffrey Epstein first got arrested in 2005, Alan Dershowitz was the one that represented him and got the charges. There was at least 60 victims. He was initially charged with sex trafficking. It was Alan Dershowitz that got those charges dropped down from sex trafficking to just solicitation of prostitution, which is why Jeffrey Epstein was able to get that alleged sweetheart deal and only have to go to jail 12 hours a day to sleep and had work release. And he wasn't in a regular jail. He was sitting very cozy. He had access to a phone. It was kind of like a charade of a sentence. Kind of like right now we're seeing a charade of the Tyler Robinson trial.
Right, but you know, one of the things that stands out is the plane, the Lolita Express, and you know, you can say with Jeffrey Epstein's reputation, you know, how could he name his plane that?
He didn't name the plane that. Don't be ridiculous. That was named it by his critics.
But you can always rename the plane.
He never named it. That was never on an airplane. That's a made-up story. He never named it that. He never named it Lolita Island. None of us knew he had this private life when we had seminars with him at Harvard, when I was introduced to him by the Lady Rothschild.
Now, you see, he's talking about when I had seminars with him at Harvard. Now, remember, Alan Dershowitz was the longest tenured professor in the history of Harvard. He worked there from the 60s all the way until the 2000s. Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, Larry Summers, was the president of Harvard in the 2000s. And now they're saying that around that time that Jeffrey Epstein was doing seminars at Harvard. Now, why would Ben Shapiro care so much about Jeffrey Epstein and whether or not he could be connected to Mossad or the CIA? Well, let me tell you. Because Ben Shapiro went to Harvard. He graduated class of 2007. He attended Harvard while Larry Summers was the president. Alan Dershowitz was one of his professors. So yeah, anytime you hear Ben Shapiro talk about Jeffrey Epstein, there is a major, major conflict of interest that goes much deeper than Israel.
It's not perfect.
Well, what's interesting about your system is that it actually, when we're talking about rights versus wrongs, you're actually not talking about individual rights versus wrongs. You're talking about morally correct versus morally wrong. And it seems that the American system, the Enlightenment-based system, is based on not moral right versus moral wrong. It's based on individual rights. So where does the regime of individual rights come in? And do you think that individuals have rights, or is it basically sort of a Burkean experientialism?
Well, I think that.
Listen, you know what? I'm gonna slow it down a little bit just so none of you guys miss it, because it is said pretty quickly. Ready? Listen.
There are elements of both. You had my class with Steve Pinker.
You had my class with Steve Pinker. Ben Shapiro was in Alan Dershowitz's class. Now, I don't know what year he was in his class. I don't know if it was the same year that Larry Summers, Epstein's best friend, was president of Harvard. But like I said, there is a serious conflict of interest there between Ben Shapiro and the Jeffrey Epstein case.
Individual rights come in, and do you think that individuals have rights, or is it basically sort of a Burkean experientialism?
Well, I think there are elements of both. You had my class with Steve Pinker. Steve Pinker really believes that we are moving in the right direction. He's written this brilliant book on how everything has gotten
right. Better angels are nature.
Yeah, but having lived through the Holocaust, I was a child, but my family lived through it, and many of them were killed. I just don't see it as a direct line. In fact, the Jewish experience has always been things get better, and then they get much worse, and then they get a little better, and then they get much worse. The Jewish definition of a pessimist is, "Oy, things are so bad they can't possibly get worse," and an optimist says, "Yes, they can." So I'm a Jewish optimist. I think things could get worse, and we have control over our destiny. We determine whether things get better or get worse.
So you're a religious person in the end. I mean, that's pretty religious perspective, right? I mean, Steven Pinker would say there's no such thing as free will, and it's all in your head and all of that.
I don't buy that. And I'm not religious.
So let me get this straight. So when Ben Shapiro was in Alan Dershowitz's class, that the other professor that was there teaching with Alan Dershowitz was teaching Ben Shapiro that there's no such thing as free will. Right? That's basically what we're getting out of this? All right, good to know. Just checking.
In the sense of, I'm skeptical about everything.
I'm going to get you keeping Shabbos by the end of this interview.
No, I love Shabbos. And one of my favorite books was Joe Lieberman's book about Shabbos, how the Jews haven't kept the Sabbath, but the Sabbath has kept the Jews. I think the Sabbath is a fantastic invention. I just was in the synagogue reading from the Ten Commandments. And
look at Ben Shapiro's smile. Look at how giddy he is to be doing this interview with his former professor, one of Jeffrey Epstein's best friends.
Ever heard of a commandment that says you have to rest one day a week? It doesn't sound like a commandment. It sounds like a labor organization, platform program. But it is a commandment, and it's a very wise commandment.
So you've taught at the law school for decades. Have you seen a change in the nature of the students who are coming through? Because one of the great questions is
All right, you guys. I think you guys get the picture with that as far as Ben Shapiro goes, and Megyn Kelly for that matter. But now let's get a little more into current events and what's going on right now with this bill that's getting passed tomorrow, and why there are other influences in the White House. Allegedly. Now, this is David Neal, And this is back a couple months ago when the files came out.
People are going to be forced to pick a side on this one. So let's dive into some of these Epstein Files documents that indicate Jared Kushner is Mossad. Read everything below and share. So here's some of the information we have. And again, this is from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, CHS reporting document, which CHS is confidential human source. So either it's a source, an informant, someone working for intelligence. They have some pretty unbelievable things going on here. Source advised Chabad is doing everything they can to co-opt the Trump presidency. Chabad is basically state-sanctioned Judaism. It is used by Putin to keep tabs on all the Jewish oligarchs. On the day Trump was elected president, Ivanka Trump and Jared were at the gravesite of Rabbi Shirsam, who was the most powerful rabbi in the Chabad network. Jared didn't disclose his stake in Qatar because of its ties to the Russian state. I know this is a lot of information here. CHS believed this is the real Russian collusion story. Kushner has moved a lot of Russian investment money around. The FBI should investigate Kushner's family charities to find evidence of corruption and money laundering. Chabad routinely uses charities to launder money. So Kushner's all over this. Jim McGreevey and His Main Man by Craig Horowitz, published September 10th, 2004. While the article is old and centered on Charles Kushner, his father, it highlights and documents the deep ties the Kushner family has with it.
Now, keep in mind, Charles Kushner, another felon, his building address on 5th Avenue was literally 666. Charles Kushner is also very good friends with Benjamin Netanyahu. In fact, it's been documented that when Benjamin Netanyahu would visit New York, he would stay at Charles Kushner's house and sleep in Jared Kushner's bedroom. You see how fucked up all this is? Do you have a better understanding why everything is happening in the world right now? And why this legislation is going to go through tomorrow, despite the fact that the vast majority of the American people are against it?
Israel in their history of corrupt business practices and alleged violations of election laws. A confidential human source.
You gotta love it. The second I said, I didn't even plan that. The second I finish my sentence and goes back to the video, it brings up Israel and their history of corruption with election laws. You gotta love it. Can't even make it up.
Stated that if the FBI is serious about investigating the Kushners and their relationship with the Middle East, they should look closely at Ken Kurson, who knows everything. CHS advised Henry Kissinger introduced Charles to Kui Tankei, the Chinese ambassador to the U.S., a relationship that could have been helpful at around the same time of the introduction. Harry bought his Beverly Hills home from Trump at an inflated price. Unredacted was at Harry's house when Harry redacted that Trump told him that he was going to F Amazon over their military contracts. Confidential source advised that this was a real collusion story. Trump has been compromised by Israel, and Kushner is the real brains behind his organization and his presidency. Igor Korbatov brokered the sale of a Beverly Hills mansion Trump acquired for $800,000 less than the market value. CHS referenced the attached article that summarized the matter. A small-time scam artist gave Trump a mansion for $0. Why? Reveal from the Center for Investigative Reporting, Ross Delston, a Washington, D.C.-based attorney and consultant on financial crimes to the International Monetary Fund, said the deal included many facets that don't add up and that the deal warrants further scrutiny, and investigators should follow up on the numerous oddities and red flags that this series of transactions raises. The Fishes, NFI, signed the deed transferring the Beverly Hills home. The Fishes are prominent Los Angeles real estate investors and political donors. They've given more than $250,000 to Geo.
All right, I think you guys get the idea. I mean, I could sit here reading the files myself all freaking day. But now here we are. Here we are now today. And we've got Benjamin Netanyahu talking to, who is this he's talking to? Fox News. Fuck our lives.
Foreign aid from the United States to Israel be compensated by the proposal to have a merging of some sort between our Pentagon and your military?
Yeah, I'm calling it from aid to partnership.
It certainly brings up some issues of sovereignty, but we'll have to work that out later.
Like, the balls on them to actually say that. It certainly makes some issues for sovereignty, but we'll work that out later. No, you fucking bitch. We should work that out now. Like, we should be working that out before the partnership, don't you think? Wouldn't that make sense? Wouldn't that make sense? Isn't that the type of thing? Like, when you're talking about American sovereignty, issues with American sovereignty, that should never be a sentence. That should never be a conversation. Like, what the hell? Like, what do we send our kids to the military for? To any of you guys that have served, what have you served for, if not to protect our sovereignty? What the fuck are these people talking about?
So, Adam, we've got a lot on this story, including a House vote today and a Senate vote yesterday, and one of them was shocking. But before we get to that, so there's Netanyahu saying, yeah, from aid to partnership. And a lot of the media is reporting is like they don't want any more money. He said in that same interview, no, we want 10 more years of money, plus we want to have all of your military technology for free. So isn't this an obvious scam for Israel to get all of our defense spending, $1 to $1.5 trillion for free?
That clip just killed me inside a little bit. Really quickly, I want to say, again, thanks to the audience and thank you for having me on to talk about the youth perspective. It really does mean a lot to be able to, just give the youth generational perspective on shows. But one of the worst ways, I think, to be honored.
And he seems like a really nice guy. Nothing against him whatsoever. But it would have been really nice to get Charlie's perspective tonight. You know what I mean? It's like so fucking tragic that Tyler Robinson climbed up on that roof and shot him in the neck with a 30-06 so that he can't give us our perspective. All for his love of leftist gay trans furries. It's so fucked up. The least Erica Kirk could have done, and the guys at TPUSA could have done, is at least try to tell us what Charlie would have said about this legislation that's about to be passed. Right? Instead of grifting off of the dead children from the Sandy Hook tragedy to attack Candace Owens and attack our freedom of speech. Right? Wouldn't that... Like, what would Charlie do? What would Charlie do if he was here? I don't think he would have been using the Sandy Hook victims to attack Candace Owens today. I think he would have been talking about this legislation. But that's just my opinion. And again, I am not a news source. I am just a fucking degenerate comedian on YouTube. So take it for where it's coming from, folks.
After I die would be to have Ben Gvir send out a tweet saying that I was Israel's greatest soldier, like he did for Lindsey Graham, and then having Netanyahu go on Fox News and immediately honor you. I could not think of a worse way to be honored. But Netanyahu has been on the Fox News airways a lot, and that clip went super viral because he's basically asking the United States to cede our military sovereignty even more so than we already have. The Fox News host, you have to screw up to have a Fox News host kind of surprised to what Netanyahu was saying, but she's like, we're going to have to talk a little bit about the question of sovereignty. At the end of the day, those Fox News hosts would be more than willing to do this. It is just more examples of Israel's influence in our military, in our political system, in the way that our military seems to be at the behest of whatever war Netanyahu is trying to start on any given week. I want to keep hammering this point home. Like 7 times since the year started, ceasefires have been broken by Netanyahu, like on our behalf. Not that Trump wants to tone down anything, but we have Lebanon, we have Gaza, we have Iran, we have all of these wars that Netanyahu continues to wage. And the reality is there is an election coming up in October in Israel, and Netanyahu will absolutely lose because his name was Mr. Iran. They used to call him in Israel Mr. Iran when he was running for office. His entire political goal has been to invade Iran and enact regime change. And it's backfiring on him so much that he now has to float the idea of just combining our militaries. It is despicable, and we have to keep pushing back on that.
And you know what? It's definitely true that... Hold on 1 second. I'm yelling so much, my mic volume is getting so low. All right, there we go. It's definitely true that this war with Iran has backfired on both Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump. But I don't think it's backfired anywhere near as much as Erica Kirk's dream of fortune and fame and people loving her. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to like add a little humor to this terrible freaking situation that we're in. Oh my God. But now let's get into the bill itself. And Thomas Massey, the people that, you know, Benjamin Netanyahu and Turning Point USA fucking railroaded out of Congress, along with President Trump and the Republicans. Oh, now it's going to buffer. Nice. What the fuck? I hate when that happens. They're on to me, guys. They're shutting me down. What do you think it was? You think it was all the times I said Sandy Hook, Epstein, or Israel? It's like the holy grail of shit you're not supposed to say on YouTube. But like I said, if this is the last night of our sovereignty, I'm going to freaking savor every moment of it.
And quietly, sort of buried inside this enormous bill, is Section 219, which, well, I'll give you the floor on what is about to happen in Washington.
Well, first of all, the NDAA stands for the National Defense Authorization Act. And it's one of the few bills that passes every year. I've been here 14 years. There have been 14 NDAAs. So you can set your clock on the fact that this bill will pass. So anything that gets in it is, dangerous as a cocked gun. It's going to become law. Well, this bill is hundreds of pages long. And, in one of those hundreds of pages, it's actually 5 pages long, is Section 219. And it was Section 224, but it's now Section 219. And it calls for the integration of our military technology and the supply chains that produce our, high-tech military equipment to be integrated with Israel's. Now, we don't have this kind of, bilateral agreement with any other country in the world, and I would argue that we shouldn't in order to protect our sovereignty and to protect our national secrets. If you wanted to share one thing at a time, let's say, we wanted to collaborate on missile defense systems, I think that's fine. The president can do that, just by virtue of controlling the military. But what they're doing here is legislatively, they are appointing a person. I joke that this person will eventually be a cabinet member, but right now it's a lower level position who will be in charge of the integration. And that means that this project will have a lifespan that outlasts the commander-in-chief. Regardless of who the next president is, this provision lasts forever. And it's in the National Defense Authorization Act. It's coming to a vote. A lot of people have, saw this. I saw this back in June and offered an amendment. By the way, there are 1,400 amendments that have been offered to the National Defense Authorization Act here in the House. My amendment was amendment number 2. I was the second person to offer an amendment to the NDAA, and that's because I saw this troubling provision in there. Now, what they've decided to do is they've decided to block my amendment. So there will be no vote and no debate on Section 219 and whether it should be in the NDAA or whether it should not be in the NDAA. And today there was a procedural vote that barely passed here in the House, but it passed on party lines. I was the only Republican dissenter ultimately. Initially we had about 5 Republicans who revolted on this vote for various reasons, maybe not associated with Section 219. But at the end of the day, I was the last Republican standing opposing this procedural measure to bring the bill to the floor without a vote on stripping Section 219. What will happen is tomorrow there will be a vote on final passage of the National Defense Authorization Act. It will still have to pass the Senate. It hasn't passed the Senate. Some people are putting their trust in the Senate because it failed in the Senate once. I would tell you, never trust the Senate. Stuff over there can stay bottled up for a year and then it can pass within 5 seconds. They pass bills in the Senate using email. So I would caution you not to think that this will get stopped in the Senate. But even if the Senate passes a bill, an NDAA that doesn't have a Section 219 in it, the House and the Senate will conference their two bills, and it's quite likely that this could survive that conference and become the ultimate law.
So you're saying there's a chance? Yo, what type of situation are we in that we're like, who would have thought 2 years ago that the future of our sovereignty would rest in the hands of the Democratic Senate? Like, yo, it's so insane. It's so insane. I just got one more visual I want to pull up for you guys just to remind you, because now that, you know, the whole J.D. Vance and Erica Kirk ticket for 2028 is probably going out the window. Now what they're going to try to push going forward is a Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth ticket. Now, I'm sure you guys are familiar with Larry Ellison. Larry Ellison, owner of Oracle, now owner of TikTok, or one of the owners of TikTok. He is also the he's the largest individual donor to the IDF, and him and his son have been buying up all the media. You know, they bought Paramount, now they're trying to buy, I believe it's Warner Brothers. And I just want to remind you guys that back in 2015, when Marco Rubio wanted to run for president, that it was Larry Ellison that was tapped with vetting Marco Rubio to make sure that he was going to be for the pro-Israel cause before he got that support. You know, and I have to ask myself today that if Charlie Kirk was here, and if he was still for the pro-Israel cause, could he have been running for president in 2028? I don't know. But guys, I'm going to read a couple of super chats real quick, and then we're going to wrap it up. But do me a favor, and shout out to Valhalla again. I really appreciate him doing this raid. If any of you guys are still here, if you haven't already, do me a favor, like the live, like, share. It really helps the channel. This is still kind of a new channel. I'm still in the growing phase. If you haven't subscribed yet and you enjoyed tonight, please subscribe. I put out content pretty much every day, and I go live a lot. So anyway, Valhalla, $50 again. Thank you very much. Munchkin raid. Yeah, that was awesome. You guys made my night. Thank you so much. AJ, $5. Thank you. Munchkin raid. Based as fuck. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Hop Whisperer, $5. Munchkin raid. Thank you. Keats, $2. Facts Bays. That's what I try to do. I try to deliver the facts. I mean, I'm just a degenerate comedian. I am not a news source, but I do try my best to deliver the facts. Universe Middle Productions, 2 gems sparkles. Thank you. Wendy Adwell, 2 gems sparkles. We got Gaz H, new member. Thank you very much. Yeah, if you want to support the channel, become a member. I do members only lives at least once or twice a week too. And those usually go a lot longer. We have fun. I do some trolling. We do some watch parties. We troll the X spaces sometimes. I do some other exclusive investigations on there. I spill the tea a little bit. I talk a little bit more shit. Keats, Bay's going max tonight. I'm here for it. Thank you, buddy. I'm glad you're here. Universe Middle Productions, 2 gems sparkles. Thank you. CCXX, $5. No comment. Thank you very much. We got Rachel Owen, $10. Thank you. Hi, Bays. Perfect timing when you go live, as I am on the night shift, 5 a.m. here watching from England. Go steady. Yeah, I normally go live around 11 p.m. Between like 10 and 11 p.m. Sometimes I'll go a little later, but yeah, it's usually always at night. And then we got How Be There, 1,000 gems, GOAT trophy. Thank you very much. Well, thanks a lot, guys. You made my night. I hope you enjoyed. Again, if you haven't already, like, share, subscribe to the channel, all that good stuff. And I will be back live tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern time. And I'm Allie Top Files is live with a couple of people. I told her that I would stop by, but I'm gonna take a little break. If she's still on in a couple minutes, I will pop on there for a little bit. So if you want to check her out, Allie Top Files, she should be live right now. All right, thank you guys very much. I love you. Have a great night.
My agent called me and said, Christopher Nolan wants to meet you, but for a secret project. But just because he's meeting you doesn't mean he's going to give you the role.
Okay.
He's meeting to do a vibe check. But if he likes you, he might show you the script.
What's been your odyssey in terms of fighting for your identity or your Hollywood career?
Well, it's always been a battle. I mean, Hollywood is not the most accepting place. Even though we Latin people are 30 to 40% of the box office and a third of streamers, we're still not represented. We're the most aggressively underrepresented group in America. So that's been my odyssey.
But he had the script. I may have did a little, peeky peek.
Okay, yeah, you're allowed to peek.
I gotta know.
You're
There's
allowed
a
to
Christopher
peek,
Nolan
yes.
script in my house. What am I gonna do?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so I looked, and then he went off to his meeting, and then when he came home, I was like, okay, tell me all about it. How was he? What was it like? You know what I mean? I was so ready, so excited, and he goes, read this again, and I was like, what? Why? I just read it. We just read it last night, and he's like, read it again, but with Athena in mind, and I was like, yo, stop it right now.
The thing that really amazed me was he's so prepared when he comes to set that it means that he can shoot at a pace that I have never shot at before. Your scenes that would take 3 days, we would shoot in one. The sequence that...
Oh my God! Stop!
The Odyssey is a vanity project for Hollywood's current elite, a mythological film where nothing seemed mythological. The movie is an adaptation of Emily Wilson's 2018 feminist translation of The Odyssey, and once you know that, the film's direction makes more sense.
When you read the Iliad and the Odyssey, very little time is spent in the perspective of the women. Right. It's told from a very masculine side of things, but this film takes time to really consider things from the female perspective. And so we see in Helen and Clytemnestra how this war has affected them both. And they respond to it very differently because their experience of it is very different. Mm-hmm. And so for me, that was very enriching to take the time to kind of humanize them and consider what this time could have looked like for them.
And so, can you imagine how many lives this is going to be saving?
I'd be like, so Homer, how do you feel about the screen time given to these women, considering how little you spent with them? Oh, okay.
And then do you lean forward and look at him like that?
Yes, remember us?
Within 1 minute of watching The Odyssey, it was the most diverse ancient Greece I've ever seen. If I went to Chinatown and saw all the stores are now run by Jamaicans, I would be just as confused as I am with this film.
Of course no one's gonna talk to you. What you're doing is extremely offensive.
Ah, I see.
I felt like I was in a fever dream. From the moment of its inception, it was clear nothing would be period correct. The casting and the armor were nothing short of ridiculous in this film, taking any viewer that was remotely aware of Greek history or mythology out of the immersion that's so desperately needed to make such a film like this work. Otherwise, you don't feel like you're whisked away into another time where gods live. The beauty of Lord of the Rings and what made it so classic and timeless is that it immersed you in the fellowship. You felt like you were on the journey with Frodo. I don't know what the hell I was doing in Odyssey. Basically, it's just another bloated budget film that looked like it belonged on Tubi, next to Love After Lockup.
Telemachus,
Penelope,
Antinous, Odysseus,
Athena,
Telemachus,
Calypso, Penelope,
Menelaus,
and Helen of Troy.
Odyssey.
After the Iliad,
Hit no horse.
won the war.
Yeah, I'm serious.
Odyssey.
Itching for Ithaca.
Get past the Peloponnesian Peninsula.
Odyssey.
Mediterranean.
Psych out a Cyclops.
And crater his cranium.
Circe is cursing them.
Then into bacon bits.
Gotta go.
On the road. Head to where Hades is.
Odysseus.
Athena.
Telemachus.
Y'all just want to come up with new gay shit and out-gay each other.
Travis Scott having a role where he gets to play himself trying to act was quite the choice.
Elliot Page running in the sand looked like a woman struggling to manage the extra weight of body armor, then being impaled mirroring the video that was made on Twitter just weeks earlier was absolutely insane. Brilliant! The memes were flowing like wine, children. I'm sure you've seen it. I would play it, but YouTube's being really gay right now.
Zayandra was Athena. She didn't look like a goddess, and her acting range was always just a scowl.
Perfect casting, because she truly is a goddess. What about her do you think made her the perfect Athena?
She's divine. Divine and powerful. She really holds the screen. She's pretty strong like that.
Yeah, and
Robert Patterson knows the bitch can't act, so he says absolutely nothing.
This idea was also explored in a book called Black Athena. I think people should read it, which argues that classical Greek culture is heavily indebted to Afro-Asiatic and Near Eastern roots.
This is exactly why racism is on the rise in our country. The black community has mastered the art of telling everyone that everything that ever existed in history was either invented by them or greatly inspired by them. But if you look at modern times, the black community can't even create a space to live in where your life isn't in danger or that you won't be robbed. How come they can't invent safety?
This is fine.
I actually taught Greek mythology to 8th graders. And so I covered this. So people that are saying that Helen of Troy could not possibly be played by a black woman don't know history.
But what?
Shut when you think it's go!
Tom Holland plays a confused boy becoming a man. I haven't seen him do that for the last 20 years of Spider-Man. Matt Damon's Odysseus is a stoic leader, not charming nor charismatic. The man who used the gods' tricks against them seemed more reactive than proactive, and passed out. And I awoke in the theater to 3 people. The place was packed. When I returned to consciousness, it was during the explanation of the Trojan horse scene. The dude who plays the Punisher in the Netflix TV show was saying it was full of piss and shit and the bodies of dead men. So no one could smell the rancid excrement and dead bodies coming from the horse, I thought? Like, really? Who decided to add this little bit of creative license that throws the whole logic of the scene into question? We won! The Greeks have gifted us a horse that we must bring to Athena. It smells of rotted corpses.
Delightful.
The Cyclops was a butchered scene. He comes in, traps the soldiers, and then eats them like little snacks. Then lays down and takes a nap like nothing happened. They wait a few days before taking his eye. Then the giant finally speaks, begging Poseidon to curse them. In the mythology, Odysseus had to get the giant drunk first before they could take his eye.
I like it. Another. What is your name?
My name?
He is the Lord of...
Please! My name is Nobody. Nobody.
He's a nobody. Ever read the Odyssey? After Odysseus was caught by the Cyclops, he told it his name was Nobody. So when he poked its eye out and its friends asked who did it, all the Cyclops could say was, nobody. Point taken.
Effectively, Christopher Nolan got rid of one of the best lines in the Odyssey for the sake of doing it.
The land of the giants, if I recall correctly, they were eating Odysseus' men because they were cannibal barbarians. Since the Cyclops did this in the last scene, Nolan must have figured, I'll just have them randomly attack with no motivation or reason while wearing full plate armor because a giant child screamed after randomly laughing at the dudes. Now that I think about it, the scene was pretty stupid. The Circe scene was also a choice. Odysseus' soldiers see all these wild animals, lions and tigers just chilling and not attacking. They go to the witch's hut. She tells them to throw their armor in the back. These dudes literally look at armor sets from other men that are clearly not here. The camera pans to it, and all these guys think, cool, I'll eat her food. The point is, why would you make them aware, but so stupid? I don't know. She then lectures Odysseus later about how men are pigs, and they try to sexually assault women in war, and blah, blah, blah.
It's a feminist adaptation, dude. I'm not even talking about the sirens. The scene meant nothing.
Calypso in the mythology basically was the booty warrior when it came to Odysseus.
When I see one, and he looks good to me, when I go see him, I say, you come here. I say, I'm telling you what, I like you, and I want you. And we can do it the easy way or the hard way. So the choice is yours, right?
She holds him captive and has her way with him. while he begs to go home the whole time. He never forgets.
Oh, Calypso the Concealer is not overjoyed to see me.
Get away from here.
Calypso? I'm only a messenger.
Who loves to bring painful news.
You're keeping this man prisoner.
I have given him a home.
It is not Odysseus' fate to end his days on your island. You are to set him free without delay. These are the words from the lips of Zeus himself.
Neither Zeus nor any god pities Odysseus.
But in the modern translation of this movie, he forgets everything and doesn't want to go home secretly and lives happily with her for 7 years. Then one day he starts to snap out of it.
I guess women can't be sexual offenders, huh?
Hades is a desert where Elliot Page emerges from the sand and tries to act. I guess that makes me a transphobe for making that observation.
There are 3 things transphobes will never be: happy, in a hit movie, and with a girlfriend.
18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch.
Stop him! Any dude could smoke Elliot Page just by saying, I have a working penis, get wrecked, dude, light.
He's a monster.
The gods were never seen or heard from except for Athena because she has millions of followers on Instagram and an agency that's willing to bot likes on anything she's in.
You know, where it's like, I don't care about Instagram. Instagram sucks. Right, but just so you know, if you have over this many followers, you can get the movie funded. Well, I want to make the movie, so like it's a really confusing line to walk. And I've talked to so many smart directors who tell me that they get I'm talking to them about how I'm going to delete my Instagram, and they're like, just so you know, when I'm casting a movie with some producers, they hand me a sheet with the amount of collective followers I have to get of the cast that I cast. So.
I think that they were smart enough to know that leaking too much of the story would lead to less people going. I'm pretty sure most of the views could be out of idle curiosity. You know how it is. Most people are like,
oh, I hear it's bad, but it's mainly online chuds saying it.
That sort of energy. The marketing for this film was very odd to me because it was more about celebrating the existence of this film and the actors kissing each other's asses than anything else.
What do you feel like you learned working with the theater like casting job?
For me, there's no one else in the world who could have done that, who comes with a level of beauty, both inside and out, that you believe somebody would. Mm-hmm. But beyond that, there's just such rich interior life that, to me, us sitting there, it's like this palpability of anger, of shame, of regret, of love, of, you know, all this stuff that's probably been spoken and unspoken. You know, you could...
And I loved seeing Elliot Page from First Spaces. You see, what was it like reuniting with him years after doing Inception together?
It was really fun. I mean, Elliot's just terrific, and I just thought this was such a great part for him. And I mean, we had such a great time years ago on Inception. It's nice to reunite with people.
Anne Hathaway having 5 movies premiering this year and then announcing that she's pregnant is the level of productivity that men cannot achieve.
I mean, they are at a disadvantage.
Absolutely.
It's just a literal truth. But yeah, it went that way.
I mean, that's amazing.
It's wild.
You've made everyone else in Hollywood look and feel lazy. A new child's coming and 5 films coming. By the way, there they are. Yeah, I'm not lying. There are the 5 films. Girl power!
And I guess after seeing it, that makes total sense. The movie was incredibly boring, long, pretentious even. Somehow Nolan took one of the most famous stories in human history with all sorts of crazy, interesting elements and made it boring. I felt like I was watching Shakespeare in the Park, where a bunch of actors, nowhere near as good as they think they are, get to strut around on stage for far too long. Odysseus' final fight, after he takes accountability for his actions in the Trojan War, was empty and without weight. Unnecessary, even. You could tell this whole movie was adapted from Emily Wilson's translation. Modern speech and tone, even political framing, that has more connection with our current modern world than it does the story itself of the past. It leaves me disengaged from the period that it's meant to be set in. I'm sure my opinion will be written off as a right-wing grifter, a phrase that has lost all meaning. Like when a woman with more bodies than the predator calls you an incel. It's to discredit your opinion, because engaging in it would force them to have an opinion of their own, rather than parroting the pre-approved response. This film is a circle jerk for modern actors to feel like they're part of some sort of epic film, a generational project, but it lacks all the impact of the films that came before it, like Ben-Hur or Moses from the 1950s, or even The Clash of the Titans from the 80s. This comes off as more boring, pretentious, and homogenous. This was truly made for the modern audience. The Odyssey is a film that needs the IMAX screen with the booming subwoofers to mask how hollow the project is, done for nothing more than Nolan to win an award from his peers in LA that are just as criminally out of touch as he is. Is this film woke? I would say yes. Elliot Page being cast as a soldier despite being 4'11" and 80 pounds while sounding like someone who lives on helium alone or a member from Alvin and the Chipmunks is the definition of diversity, equity, and inclusion. This isn't bigoted, it's not mean, it's just the truth of the matter. Just as the sky will be blue tomorrow, it is an irrefutable fact. I don't feel like hammering on about everything else in the film that everyone else has said for the past 2 years since its announcement, which they treated as if it was one of the most epic things to happen by dropping an actor's name in the film. Oh look, it's Taika Waititi. He wasn't in the film, but that's all I can think of. To be honest, I don't really care ultimately about this at all. I just call it like I see it. This film was meant to be the greatest movie project of our time, and it proves that we are creatively and socially bankrupt if this is all that modern Hollywood has to offer. A movie that is painfully mediocre, and you are not allowed to criticize it, while bots flood the timeline with false hype and buzzwords. Supergirl is a better movie than The Odyssey. I'd rather watch that again.
I don't know if you're familiar with the phrase aura farming.
I am aware of that, yes.
What is that?
Well, I feel like Agamemnon does a fair amount of it in this movie.
Aura
farming.
Aura farming.
It's kind of like,
Peasants.
yeah, taking ownership of a room.
It would have been more fun to take kerosene and clean a motorcycle chain that hasn't been cleaned in 3 months than to watch The Odyssey. Good bite!
This belongs in a museum. I'm excited. We haven't done DOS trash in a while, and I feel rejuvenated because this game here, The Fortress of Dr. Radiaki, you want to say Radikai, your brain is saying Radikai, but it's not. It was Radikai in the other timeline. Normally, I'd be despondent over having to play something so trashy, but I kind of love this game as a historical artifact. It came out the same year as Doom 2, and yet it disregards every rule an FPS game should have and should have followed. The Fortress of Dr. Radiaki does every single thing wrong. Like, it's not as painful as the Virginia incident because it runs and it never crashed on me, which just meant I didn't get those nice little breaks. When I say it does everything wrong, I mean everything. The visuals, the sound, the technology, the levels, everything that this game is trying to achieve, which is not very much, fails so spectacularly that I couldn't believe what I was seeing. How do you do a game this wrong?
And now, the sketch.
CV11. It is time for your meal. Excuse me, but I specified no contact delivery in the notes. This is a full contact delivery, sir.
You seem to be under the impression that I am some kind of delivery service. While it is true that I am programmed with specific routines for delivery...
You ever order something from Uber Eats and they get like in your personal space because you gave them like a 50-cent tip and so they cough on your Mexican pizza?
The Mexican pizza no longer exists, CV11.
Why? Is Mexico gone? Is pizza gone?
They discovered that the Mexican pizza was seasoned with a special blend of paprika and tapeworm larvae.
Yeah, and a tapeworm is just a boop noodle who snoot you boop with your poop.
I'm here for the full contact delivery of a beatdown.
You fucked it up! Okay, cool title burns in. We go straight to the options because I want to know what I have to work with. Obviously, no VSync, no resolution, or temporal anti-aliasing, but music and sound volume, good. Difficulty, I'll go with medium for my first playthrough. Haze level, floor detail and wall detail and mouse sensitivity. No rebinding controls. Let's get into the meat and potatoes of it with the cutscenes.
May 8, 1963. The world teeters on the brink of destruction.
An unknown blackmailer vows to wreak atomic destruction on a global scale unless $1 billion is deposited to his Swiss checking account, quote, real soon, unquote.
Oh, this is a comedy game.
Unable to raise the money in a timely fashion, an anxious world trembles. The maniac must be stopped, and only you have the balls and the bat to do it.
Okay, have I got enough balls to walk?
Experts believe the blackmailer may be Dr. Nico Radiaki, a household appliance magnate who dabbles in nuclear physics in his spare time.
Y'all thought it was Radikai, right? I did, before I heard it pronounced here.
Rumor has it that Dr. Radiaki is horribly deformed due to his atomic experiments. The words radiation and Radiaki start with the same letters. UN intelligence is suspicious.
Okay, this is an amazing comedy, but it's trying. Look at the headline, UN plans surprise attack. That's a joke, because the paper it's publishing it, so it's not a surprise.
Transported by submarine to his island, armed with only a corked baseball bat, your mission is to stop this madman by any means necessary.
That right there is the game lying to you, because you also start with a pistol, after some more intro. Having been shot out of a torpedo tube, you emerge on the beach and approach a garden surrounding the tower when suddenly you hear a weird sloshing sound. You spin around frantically, swinging your bat blindly, only to find the sloshing has moved to your right and left. You swing again and again, pirouetting and swinging in a mad, violent berserker rage. After an hour of this, you realize that you have water in your ears. Okay, that's enough. Let's get to the game part of the game. 2 days later, you emerge from your exhaustion-induced coma and enter the garden. Yeah, okay, world is probably nuked by now, but sure, let's go. Oh. Ew. Ugh. Okay, well, it's gross looking, and not like the, oh, it's the 90s gross looking. The color palette is murky, the art is ugly, the way it renders everything is nauseating, and these Fidel Castro soldiers blend into the background because of the low resolution and swamp-colored everything. Doesn't help that if you're moving at certain angles, the floor and ceiling textures don't scroll properly with the walls. You might not notice at first, but your senses are taking all of this information in and preparing you for a migraine. See, this isn't like your Wolfenstein 3D. It kind of looks like it since there's no height variation.
Saying that this evidence should not be admitted as evidence because it's BS, it's hearsay, but in Utah, you're allowed to do it. Why couldn't they bring in Lance Twiggs and open him up for cross-examination? Because he would crumble. He wouldn't last.
Hearing or them trying to fight on 6th and 14th Amendment grounds to keep evidence out, and the judge ultimately allowed most of that evidence in. And that was a very telling. It was the dog that didn't bark, right? I think Michael Knowles made a similar point that the defense didn't go down any of those lines of questioning, even about the caliber of the round, right? This was another thing that we'd heard so much about, that it couldn't have been a 30-06. Well, they didn't contest that. The medical examiner report said that it was a gunshot wound to the neck. The ATF report said it was a 30 cal.
So he finally corrected it, and he's not saying coroner now. Now it's medical examiner. But yeah, she was appointed a year before, and she was Google searched in DC and Israel. Everyone, Candace brought up that list yesterday of newbies that were in key strategic positions, right? We don't need a lot of people to be part of this conspiracy. Each people just had to do their part. Specific key people needed to do a very big part. All these new people. And then other people just probably had compartmentalized information that they didn't know the whole story about what was going on that day. Like Mikey McCoy, maybe he knew everything, maybe he only knew some things. Did Blake know beforehand? What about Philip Goldsberry and Terrell Farnsworth? You know, I believe that it's possible that they were compartmentalized information and told things that they thought they were going along with, and told to do this because, I mean, what seems most likely is that they were told to keep Charlie safe and alive, that they were going to fake the death, possibly, and that it went horribly wrong, or that Israel interceded in that and took over without letting a lot of people know, and then they actually took him out. Because then, like, explain why Terrell Farnsworth ran over and climbed up on the thing as if he already knew exactly where to go, exactly what to do to film himself, and then to be on that strategic location to film them carrying Charlie in the car. It's either they're really, really evil and they're all part of it, and they never were going to fake the death. It was the plan to kill Charlie the whole time, or some of them thought something different and only certain key people knew what was really going on that day. It's just my opinion, but I don't know. We don't know everything right now. We don't know a lot.
Rifle. The DNA linked Tyler Robinson to the rifle.
There was 6 people else's DNA on it. His was the most degraded. The round did not match a .30 caliber round. It was .286 to .301.
To the towel, to the screwdriver that he assembled the weapon with.
Rob O'Neill pointed it out, and I pointed out a long time ago, a normal screwdriver is not the kind of screwdriver or tool you need to disassemble and assemble a 1940 Mauser 98. Okay, and not even a modern one. You need specific tools to do that. And Candace pointed out today that it's interesting. Like, when did they find the screwdriver? Who found it? Why did the body cam go out? Why did they need this screwdriver in the beginning, but then it got left out of later court filing documents? Right. Also, all of these items all have multiple people's DNA on it. And if these items were in Tyler's house and he was using them to do anything else, fixing things around the house, preparing the rifle to go hunting with his grandfather and his dad and his brother, which they were doing, this towel could have been grabbed from the bathroom, but it had 6 people's DNA on it. Tyler's was one of them, but so was Lance's. And of course, Tyler's DNA is going to be on it if it came from his house. And these are the items they're using to frame him. Okay.
And then there was another piece of evidence, guys, that was only shown to the family and media in the room. And there was another controversy about this. Did it actually show him taking the shot or not? I think we're splitting hairs here, and it's kind of the way that you would choose to describe it.
No, you shouldn't describe it the way Benny Johnson and you and Blake and Jack Posobiec described it on Friday and the subsequent days after that it was high definition 4K clear video where you can see license plates and you can see Tyler's face and you can see him pull the trigger and you can see the recoil and you can see it all. You guys just grossly lied and misrepresented what that footage actually showed. All it is zoomed in footage from already poor quality surveillance footage. Doesn't show anything.
Local media that was in the room, national media that was in the room, described it similarly. The prosecution back in, I believe, April described it similarly, that you do sort of, in a sense, see him taking the shot, but it was an enhanced video.
Now he's correcting it. You do somehow, in a sense, see him taking the shot, but it's an enhanced video.
Didn't get shown to the public. We call it like the John Madden style video where there's circles drawing your eye to where he's at in the frame. And
if it's so clear, if it is so clear and it's zoomed in, do you really need circles, red circles, and red arrows to direct your focus and your eyes onto him? There's no one else on the roof. It's just a camera footage of the roof. And then you see this black clothed figure climb up over the railing. Do you really need a circle and an arrow pointing, hey, look here, look here? No, you would need that if it's really bad quality. If you can't really see what it is. And even though they zoomed in, it's not enhanced, it's not 4K, it's not clear. You would need something to draw your eyes to that location. Okay, that's why it's got a circle. That's why it's got an arrow, because it's just the same footage. They zoom in. That's it. Freaking liars from Liar Town.
Zoom in and you follow it more closely. I'm told a couple of things are very, very true about this video.
You're told.
The clarity is shocking. The clarity with which you can see Tyler Robinson moving around at different points in his journey up onto the roof.
It's so clear. They just were like, let's just put circles and arrows on it. I don't know why. It's so clear we don't need it. Let's just do it anyway.
It's shocking. You can see license plates on the car, for example. You can see when he goes up onto the roof.
You guys, we've seen that footage. You cannot read license plates, okay? We've seen the footage from the dude jumping off the roof and the cars in the parking lot. I've looked at it multiple times. I don't see any identifiable license plates. Okay.
You can't necessarily make out his face, but they do zoom in and enhance it. You can see him. This is when the rifle's apparently stuffed down his pant leg.
Wait, so you don't make out his face, so you can't tell that it's Tyler Robinson, but you do zoom in and you can tell that he's got something stuffed down his pant leg, and you can tell that it's a rifle. Okay, buddy.
You see him kind of roll over the railing. You see him move some distance, then assemble the rifle. So that's when he assembles it. You see him walk.
You can't see him assemble anything. We've seen the footage, you guys. And he doesn't pause long enough to even assemble anything. That's what's also weird. We've seen the footage. He climbs over. He's like walking out, and then he takes off running, and then he like low crawls into position. You don't see a rifle. You don't see him take anything out of his pants. How does he even climb over the railing first with the rifle in his pants? Now they're saying, and they're also saying that it was disassembled. Okay, then why is the rifle down his one pant leg? Why is this large rifle that's about 49 inches long put together down all the way down past his knee? Because that's the story, that it's so large that he can't bend his leg. Now they're saying it's actually disassembled and it's in two parts. Well, if it's disassembled and in two parts, why did he only bend one leg and not the other? Why is it so long that it goes down to his ankle? Dude, they're so not good at this. It's just unreal. We're too smart for you guys. These two are stupid as heck, dude. But we're not.
To the edge of the Losi Center building. You see him get in the prone position. He's there for a matter of seconds, a couple dozen seconds. I don't quote me exactly on.
Oh, we won't. A matter of seconds, a couple dozen seconds. Don't quote me though.
On that, but let's say about 30 to 45 seconds. You see it with the timestamp. We know Charlie was shot at exactly 12:23:28.
29.
Mountain standards or mountain time. We'll just say mountain time. I don't know if it's daylight or standard time. I always get confused about those. But the point is, you
we won't have to worry about that much anymore
soon.
What a jerk this guy goes. This freaking goofball goober goes, you won't have to worry about that any longer, very soon.
Yeah, exactly. So you see him right at that moment, and according to some people that I talked to, some missed it, some didn't see it, some say they saw it. Again, splitting hairs. At that timestamp, some say you see him flinch. Again, you're not seeing his face, but you're seeing the person that they've tracked, and where they have zoom-ins, where you can see his face, then it switches camera angles to moving his way up to the roof, and you see him get in position, you take the shot, essentially.
Now you see him take the shot, essentially.
At that timestamp, you see him get up, run off.
All right, Mr. PR guy is being very, very coy. He's being very coy. Because I didn't have time to pull up all the videos from that Friday, that Monday after. So the Friday of the prelim when the video aired, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, and then we have Blake Neff and Andrew Colvett themselves saying, you see him take the shot. You see him once you see him pull the trigger. You see the recoil. You see the muzzle flash. They've come out and told so many different stories. Now they realize, like, this is bad. There was other people in there. Thank God there was other people in there. They're like, it's just the same footage. They just zoomed in. It's junky footage. You can't see anything. It didn't do anything good. And now he's like, well, essentially, some people say, I've been told, possibly, maybe, I don't know. He's playing with words, man, and it's so obvious.
Losi Center and jump off in the video that most of us have seen now. And so there was a lot of really, really damning evidence. And what we haven't seen as well, I'm excited to see, which is some of the cell phone data and GPS data that tracks his location, tracks his timeline, because that had been contested as well in the court of social media opinion. So, but
it was contested in the court of social media opinion. And if it was legitimate evidence, okay, if it was legitimate evidence and the defense had that, or sorry, the prosecution had that, and they're trying to prove that they have sufficient evidence to go to meet probable cause and to go to trial, why wouldn't the prosecution use that. That's pretty strong evidence. You can't really fake that evidence. I mean, Cellbrite can, right? And they're the ones that pulled the data off, right? Freaking Israel. Why wouldn't the prosecution have presented that at the prelim? Like, we have his metadata. We have him time-stamped. We have his geolocation. It puts him here, right? When he sent that text. Look, time, location, GPS, coordinates. Why wouldn't they present that? Why wouldn't the judge have allowed that to be presented? And now he's going to try to say, like, oh, but I can't wait for it to be presented. Just like Jack and the other idiots are like, oh, I can't wait for this footage to be released. Probably not going to be released. They know that.
Going to show that all at a trial. So there was just piece after piece after piece. It builds into an avalanche, a mosaic of evidence that basically, I don't look up to the defense. I don't envy their position that they would have to defend such a mountain of evidence against Tyler Robinson.
Such a mountain of evidence. Where is it? Like, right? Because what is this? So right at 12, I timestamp 12. Let's see what these jokers say right at 12.
Want all of us dead, and this would be a way for the right to really unite and carry forward his. I guess the question I have, and this is a question I've had for a long time, is, I remember being on the phone when Charlie was killed with everybody, and
so a lot of people that are connected to this were all on the phone with everybody, right, when Charlie was murdered.
And just this shock, and I think I had this hope that if anything was going to come out of this that was positive, it was that the left is a violent terroristic movement that wants someone who did it all the right way, going to campuses, making the case, engaging in debates. If they want him dead, they really want all of us dead, and this would be a way for the right to really unite and carry forward his legacy and also his message.
Ding, 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 ding. What was the overall hope and goal of one of the outcomes? Sorry, I'm trying to fix my mic without shaking the whole desk. Oh my gosh, and then it falls. I can't wait. My brother-in-law is coming tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. He is flying in, and we have a new desk and a bunch of new stuff. So it's going to be all set up. It's going to be great. But that the intended outcome, the intended outcome of this was that it was going to galvanize the right against the crazy radical left that wants us all dead, and to continue Charlie's legacy. Yeah, that's kind of what we were saying, that you guys had this like written up as it had to be a crazy trans gay leftist that, and blame it on the crazy left, and to galvanize the right against the left, and to get us to hate and fight each other. And then for the right, those in power on the right, to take down the left. But it didn't work. And they just play their hand, man. They play their hand, and they don't play it well. All right, we're going to go to the next one, 12:45. Well, let's just play it right when he starts talking, right here.
Evangelical, Protestant, Catholic churches all across the country, and it was beautiful to see. And then the memorial, where you had hundreds of millions of people all over the world watching the most powerful people in the world proclaim the gospel from the podium in front of 70,000 people at State Farm Stadium. That was a beautiful thing. And what I realized in the months after, seeing how this vacuum of Charlie's leadership and his murder was filled by bad actors, you realize that almost in a very spiritual sense, but the Bible tells us we're not in a battle against flesh and blood, but against powers and principalities, that the forces of darkness rushed in. It's almost like they threw a giant tantrum in the heavenly realms to counter what God was doing through Charlie's death. And I really believe that the reaction of darkness to this overwhelming force of light was going to be extreme, and that's what we've seen, right? And one of the reasons...
Talking about Candace and Tucker and Barron and all of us. That's what they're saying. Us investigating and asking questions and wanting the truth and justice of who really killed Charlie Kirk and who's a part of it and why. That's demonic.
that I think fighting for the truth of Charlie's, who killed Charlie, and getting justice for Charlie, and fighting against some of these allegations and smears against Erica, against Turning Point, against whoever else has been mentioned, and there have been a lot of people caught up in this catching strays, is because it is a question: will we pass this test? Will we pass the test as a country, as a movement, as
Okay, let's get to the last part, and then we're gonna wrap things up with some Charlie Kirk clips. So at 39:24, we'll start like right about here, because I don't know exactly where it starts, but around there.
Having these conversations and hashing out these debates, we'd be in fine shape.
So I think it starts further back. So we'll go right here.
we need to be free to have, and we need to not be locked in by formalities or deals that have been passed through Congress. We need to be flexible and maintain all the sovereignty we can. All right. So that's an example where online the discourse it's completely hyperbolic. It's shouting from the rooftops that Israel's taking over. But that's, I think, not really the truth. So again, the truth, evidence has to lead the day. You have to go where the facts are. You have to be willing to be courageous and honest and loud. And it's probably a longer answer than you wanted. But
I appreciate this. I appreciate it, Andrew. And again, I have to say, eminently reasonable. You're such a reasonable guy. And if we had, a million Andrew Kolvitz to be having these conversations and hashing out these debates, we'd be in fine shape. We wouldn't have to sit here and speculate about what we're going to.
Oh my gosh. I just had a bad reaction to that. Oh my gosh. You're such a reasonable guy. If we had more of you, we'd be in such fine shape. Shut up. Are you for real? All right. Let's see. I got some ultimate Charlie Kirk best debate moments montage. Hold on. All right. Let me share. Hopefully there's no cussing going on from the crazy liberals, but hopefully the audio's not too bad. This is an older event.
That's also played a part? Or
Not
do you not
really.
believe in the war on drugs?
Well, look, I believe we should be very harsh on drugs, but I think I would give some merit to the argument of some government agencies peddling cocaine in the inner cities. There is evidence to show that. I'm not going to debate it. Do I think it has so for example, there's one number that I'm fascinated with, right? Single motherhood in the black community was about 28% in 1945. Okay? Now it's around 65 to 70%. Why? Are we more racist than we were?
The mic is on the table. It's right here. He's pounding the table. I don't know. The audio is really bad. Maybe I'll pick a different clip, but real quick, let me get this out of the way. Can you guys do me a favor? Please hit the like. Please hit the subscribe. It's the best way to help support this channel, and I appreciate it every time that you guys do that, okay? Also, after the video posts, please do me a favor, go over and throw anything in the comment section to help the algorithm, and then you can hype the video for free as well. All of those are free ways to help support me and this channel and this community. Thank you so much, Super Line Man, for becoming a member today. Welcome to the community. And we have M. Fisher. It's great listening to you. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Or woman, I don't know. M. Fisher, thank you so much for your support and for that encouragement. I really appreciate it. Let me see if that farther along in the video, it's a different clip. So it's not. I don't like the whatever ones. The whatever podcast, a lot of not good. Let's go right here.
20 odd years, just. Oh, ma'am, you've been doing it forever. Welcome to the First Amendment. I fought.
Sir, can you just stay focused on me?
Taxpayer-paid jacket.
Sir.
Thank you. I brought it overseas.
All right, sir. Just ask me the question.
So, what is it about conservatives and this whole racism thing? You guys are always just saying that it's either not a thing or it's, just not in any of the institutions or the police department. But it seems that for the past 18 years, we've had several race riots, and the biggest one being in 2020. So it's how are we still denying segregation in a city where we can clearly see what fucking neighborhoods are white, which ones are black, which ones are Latino, and we know how we got there. So it's what is it with conservatives and admitting that there's a problem and not addressing it? Because it seems like you guys want to be obsessed with, the gender thing or the racism thing, and then you guys say, it's not here, it's not a big problem. But why are millions of people rioting every couple of years?
So let me ask you a question.
We can say that it's Democrats and shit, right?
Well, let me ask you
okay,
a question.
go ahead.
So, what do you think is a bigger problem facing America, single fatherhood or racism?
Racism, by far. That's how
Can you
we
say
got
that? Say that in the microphone.
Racism, by far, because racism gets people killed, not single fatherhood.
Well, no, single motherhood. Let me be more specific. So single moms or fathers leaving the home, you think is a bigger problem than racism?
No, sir. I'm gonna repeat that one again for you. I think racism is a bigger problem than fathers being outside of the home. However, I do see fathers not being in the home is a problem.
Let's make sure we're defining our terms. How would you define racism then?
Racism is a system of oppression used by a certain group using prejudice, institutional power, and it's situated by the media, government, and all these
So give me an example of one thing you as a black man cannot do that I as a white man can do in America.
Got you. Okay, so about 2 weeks ago, right? I went to a DeSantis rally. Got my ticket, all that good bullshit. Been to a million different, rallies of a kind, whether, I was a conservative at the time or whether I was a liberal, right? I know that as a black person, I am far more likely to be arrested for expressing my view, whether I'm a conservative or a liberal. And I've done it on both sides. And, oh yes, I was arrested.
You were probably being a jerk. That's why you were
actually,
arrested,
and
not
that's the
because
best
of the
part.
color
And that's
of
the
your
best
skin.
part, right? That's the best part. I wasn't even being a jerk. And the courts even found our beloved courts.
Let me make sure I understand this. So you think the bigger problem than fathers not being in the home is a abstract conspiracy theory that you have that hecklers and jerks at political events are arrested because of the color of their skin? That's the best definition of institutional racism.
No, that's not my definition on racism. I
No,
did tell
give
you
me
what
an
my
example
definition
of something a white man like me can do that a black man like you can't do. Because guess what?
for one-
if I showed
for
up
one-
at a DeSantis event and started heckling, I'd be kicked out and arrested.
No, you would not. No, in fact, I even have evidence.
You know how
of
I
that.
know that's true?
You wanna know-
Most of the
do you wanna
hecklers
know how
are
I know
the
it's
white
true?
suburban kids
I have
from
one
Highland Park, and they're arrested a lot more, actually, when you see the mugshots. Yeah.
Oh, so white kids are arrested a lot more. Could
Well-
that possibly be? Could that possibly
Can you talk
be?
into the mic?
And I'm just guessing here. Could it possibly be that white people are arrested more because you have a higher population, and therefore by proximity you are more like? Because it's math. It's basic math. I know we hate math. I know we hate it, but I passed it.
Okay.
Unlike y'all.
So let me ask you a question. How does racism contribute to black-on-black crime in Chicago? How is white people to blame for that?
Oh, actually, matter of fact, that's actually a whole other issue. So let's talk about. So you want to talk about intracommunal violence as it pertains
Yeah.
to
So what does a white man have to do with
So, and that's a great thing. I love the red herring that you threw in there. Yes, because hey, intracommunal violence is proximal, right? So when we have segregation and we got races sitting in one area and you got another race in another area. Now we never asked white people why is white on white crime so high with white people, and never, but instead we focus on black people.
Yeah, so out of the 530 murders in Chicago of the last year, how many were black on black crime?
Hey, I wasn't looking. But you know what I do know?
Well
But
over
you know,
420 of them were black on black gang-related crime. How is that racism to blame for that?
Let's talk, so now are we going to talk about over-policing?
I'm sorry, sir. You're kind of demonstrating. You can't answer the question.
Would you like to talk about? I mean, we can talk about it. We can.
Okay.
Are you ready to address it, though?
Well,
are you ready to address it?
Yeah.
Because we can talk about black on black crime, but we need to talk about it as it pertains. We need to. Okay, let's talk about it, sis. I'm ready to talk about it.
All right, hold on. So let me just narrow this down. So let me just say this, okay?
All right.
So if you were to rank the 100 biggest problems in America, the fact that I know we're not a racist country is the best example you have.
Okay, so you know we're not
story of you getting kicked
based
out of a
on what?
DeSantis rally. If we were a racist country, you'd say, Charlie, I can't go in a convenience store. Charlie, I can't go into school. No, we actually live in such a amazingly decent country that whoa. Let's not do that, okay?
All I did was get back.
All right.
All I did was you're trying to pull out.
Mostly peaceful, everybody. Mostly peaceful, okay?
I didn't lay hands on you. I got witnesses. I did not.
I like that dude holding the mic. He held his ground. That's good. He's like, don't grab the mic, bro.
Touch you. No.
All right.
I touched the mic.
We're gonna wrap this one up, but let me just.
What's on the mic? The dude's hand is on the mic. You grabbed him, grabbing the mic.
Let me just say this.
We got racism we got racism all over the U.S. We just had a race riot 3 years ago.
So let's
in
talk
2020.
Wait, hold on.
And,
So,
oh my God! And then we had all 50 states.
Oh, he's yelling. Hold on. Let me go to. Let's go. This looks like it's just Charlie right here.
Action at this college that discriminates against Asian students and white students. How about affirmative action hiring practices in the federal government? We are such a decent, non-racist country. The best example that he has is to show that he was mistreated. And if he acted like this at the DeSantis event, I can see why he was kicked out of the DeSantis event.
What do you think about separation of church and state?
Doesn't exist. Well, shouldn't exist.
Shouldn't exist?
Yeah.
So you should have church in the state.
Well, first, where in the Constitution does it say that? We can't have
First Amendment.
Where?
It's about the religion, right? So there's no establishment of religion. There's no establishment.
It doesn't say that.
Yes, it
It
does.
says Congress shall make no law establishing religion or prohibiting the exercise thereof. Where does it say church and state?
Religion.
Well, hold on. It says that Congress shall make no official religion or prohibiting the exercise thereof. Where does it say that the church can't get involved in the state?
It could be involved, but it can't be the religion established.
Hold on. We're talking about two different things then, right?
No, see, like, because what you're saying is that, oh, you can be a Christian and be in the government. And that's true. That's how it works right now. You can be a Christian and be in the government, right? But you cannot establish Christianity as the basis of...
Well, no, that's not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing that Christians should be in the government and the church should be actively involved. Where do we get that phrase, separation of church and state, from? No, we don't.
No,
No,
it
it's
doesn't
Thomas
say that.
Jefferson writing to the Danbury Baptist Convention in Massachusetts, assuring them that the church would not come after the state. So let me ask you a question. Let's pretend that church and state is the law of the land, right? That the Warren Court and the Burger Court argued in the 1950s and 1960s. Then why on earth did we put up with the government going around and shutting down churches during the pandemic? I thought we need separation of church and state. Why is it that the government can go and shut down churches?
Okay, so...
Aren't they supposed to be separate?
I actually played for a church.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my rump is numb from sitting so long. We're at 3 hours and 27 minutes. Zamet, thank you so much for the 10 gems, golden coin. All right, you guys. Thank you guys so much for another amazing show. Stay tuned for show tomorrow, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And then on Friday, we will have Mitchell Manley, Matthew Tuzzaroni, and myself here at 7 p.m. PST on Friday. But we'll still have a show every day until then. But I just want to keep putting that out there, that's going to be a show you won't want to miss this Friday at 7 p.m. All right? All right, you guys. Thank you guys so much for everything. God bless you guys so much. Love you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Unless I tell people in advance that something's different, I'm not going to individually send out a notification everywhere every single time. Just know that I'm live at this time, because otherwise I don't know what I have too much other shit to do to deal with sending notifications before I go streaming every night. Weekdays, yes, weekdays, Monday through Friday, exactly. And thank you again, Scumbag Hector. And Benjamin for the 2. How much have you spent on lawyers in your lawsuit? That is something that I can't speak to currently because of the situation we're in right now. But suffice it to say, a lot more than I thought it would cost at this point. A lot more. And I was expecting to cost a lot. It's a lot more. That's all I can say on it right now. But yes. And it is still currently ongoing. So, yeah. That's a thing. Anyways, what do you think? I think we got time for one more story tonight. We're already at 2.5 hours. Sergeant Samuel says we're at 165 total for the stream, 134 away from tier 1. Sergeant Savior for another $1 Rumble Ramp. Nintendo would survive a crash anyways. Them and Valve are about the only big names that have any certainty to survive. They would, but as we've seen with Nintendo and the Wii U, when times get tough, Nintendo gets very customer friendly. they start listening more. They start lowering prices. They start giving more. Look at the 3DS Founders Edition when they gave all the Game Boy games in it and everything. They lower the prices to sell it. They meet the customers at a equilibrium. Right now, Nintendo is getting a little bit cocky, and I think it's important for them to be reminded that the customers are the ones, and the customers are the ones who are always in charge. But great point. Sergeant Simply says we're at 192.27. Pre-Dawn Corpse pelting me with some more kick coins and a 50 kick coin skull emoji. Thank you, Pre-Dawn Corpse. 107 away from tier 1. Man, it feels like every night we're getting down to the wire with we need a red boy every single night. Like damn, that's wild. But I appreciate all you guys again. Thank you so much for getting us to where we are already. And Angel says, unblock me, Paul. Exactly. Pratermine says, I'm playing Doom 64. Let's go. I hope you're playing it on a CRTV because that kind of game, you can't have it on the new ones. We are 107 away from tier 1 and Cappy. And Benjamin says, Shadow Walker shows up. Yes, Shadow Walker's always lurking. Although not last night, but Pre-Dawn Corpse with the red boy. The first red boy of the night. The 99-cent super sticker. Thank you, Pre-Dawn Corpse. I appreciate it. Benjamin says, play the struggle bus clip. You know what? I will, because I need to get the next story set up anyways. So yes, I will play. Let's see. Which one do I play? We'll do this one. There we go. Shout out to you guys. All right. Pratermine says, I never had a Wii U. I love the Wii U. Romanizer says, all that goodwill with Nintendo died when Iwata passed away. It really did. Iwata was so relatable. Like, he felt like a father figure to like the gaming industry. Just imagine when hopefully, God willing, everything's okay, but hopefully he just retires. But he's getting old. Miyamoto? What's going to happen to Nintendo when Miyamoto, like, officially... Like, I know he's, like, semi-retired now, but when he actually goes away, like, oh, man. Nintendo is going to... Because, like, Miyamoto is Nintendo, and he always has been. Like, from Mario through today, so... That guy, I've said this before too about Miyamoto, and people might laugh. And if you do, you're retarded. I look at Miyamoto as someone who will be looked back throughout history as a Leonardo da Vinci. Like hundreds of years from now, people are gonna look back and be like, Miyamoto, like that was the guy with Mario, and he did all the Zelda stuff and the Metroid. And Kid Icarus and all this stuff he was behind all these Star Fox, everything. Like Miyamoto. Everything. It was crazy. So I look at him like, you want to say no way he's on the same level as Leonardo da Vinci. I'm like, what makes Leonardo da Vinci any better than Miyamoto? Leonardo da Vinci's amazing, but Miyamoto's fucking amazing. Like, what are we doing here? What's up, Disgusting? What's going to happen when Lord Gabe leaves us? I don't want to talk about it, Marks. I don't want to talk about it. Anyways, on to the final topic of the night, because we got to start winding this down. We did a very long game stream earlier today, and we're going to do another one tomorrow. So it's been a long day of streaming. Every day these days is a long day of streaming. But it's still amazing. So I wouldn't change it, trade it for the world. This is amazing. Anyways, here we go. Let's start with this. The Quartering has a new video posted to his Quartering Vlogs channel saying it's time to make a change, and it's not doing so hot with the likes and dislikes. I have not watched this yet. I've had many people share it with me, and many people laughing at it, saying you need to watch this. It's time to make a change. So without further ado, let's see what this is all about. First off, it sounds like a infomercial intro. Listen to that intro. Hold on.
All right.
Like you're trying to sell some toilet paper here?
All right. We'll start this week's vlog with a little update on the...
Listen to how excited he is. All right. We're going to start a vlog this week.
Agility course that I started working on last week. Get some light in here. And it's basically done.
Wait, what was that? Hold on.
That I started working on last week.
Was that a transition line?
Get some light in here.
That was weird. He added a transition like zoom.
It's basically done. There's Hucka Puppa. Huck, go in there. Come here.
Bro, what is this editing? What is this? This is a vlog channel. What is this? What's happening right now? Turning to VH1 pop-up videos.
Come here. Go in. Go through. Go through. Go on. Good boy. Yeah, that's a good boy.
Don't pee on him. Please, don't pee on him. It's just a dog, Jeremy. He's just a dog.
So, there's several steps to it. Basically,
get away from the drain, dog.
They walk through this thing to work on their agility. Then they jump these things, which are kind of...
What even is this? What is this content?
Low right now for Huck because his back legs aren't the greatest.
Why is he doing like the prices for everything? Is he trying to like flex that he's got a lot of money? Like each one of these, he's clicking through the prices on everything.
Agility.
$64.99 USD.
Then they jump these things, which are kind of low right now for Huck.
$82.99 for a fucking traffic cone?
Because his back legs aren't the greatest. Then they can go up over this.
He absolutely is flexing right now. What is going on?
And then we practice our weaves here. In and out, in and out. Then there's a platform where they go up and they sit.
All right, now he's definitely flexing. $1,665 for a plank of wood. Bro, what are we doing here? Where does this guy get his money, by the way? I know every time we cover him, I'm like, I wouldn't ask this question, except he seems to be trying to flex every time he talks about stuff. What? Why? And where? I have so many questions. $1,665, and that's before taxes. Holy crap, we're talking nearly $2,000 for this thing. What?
And they can go up over this A-frame.
$755.
And then onto the teeter-totter, and then back through.
So he really did do all these edits just to be able to have a reason to put the prices in. That's all, the whole reason at all. Holy crap.
So that's this update. Looks done, looks good. So in this vlog, we're going to discuss where the Quartering name came from. We're going to discuss a big change I'm trying out in my life, and it's going to be a tough one. And I hope that...
It's great that he's taking care of his doggy, though. German Shepherds are screwed in the back. That's true. That's true. Shout out to caring for his doggy. I can't knock him for that. That is good. I'm happy about that. I just think it's weird how he's like, look at how much I spent on this stuff. It's like,
you enjoy it. I think Thursday's vlog is going to be a little more entertaining, but
it's like underselling this one. Thanks for watching this one. I think the next one's going to be better.
I wanted to give you an update on this, and obviously I talked about
the way he does his videos. It's like this is his first time making a YouTube video. This guy's been doing this longer than anyone. It's so funny.
How I would talk about how I got my name. So if you enjoy the vlogs, please do leave a like on it and make sure you subscribe. Help us hit, I think, 4,000 subscribers already, which is pretty bonkers. It's doing much.
How many of those are hate watchers? I'd say the vast majority are hate watchers, like over half.
Better than I thought, and it's humbling, and it seems like people really like it. I'm going to try to do more, stuff that is interesting. Y'all seem to like the fish tank thing last week. I don't have a lot of things as cool as that, but
you literally just left a secondary guest house filled with thousands upon thousands of dollars of doggy supplies, and you're like, oh, I don't have a lot of cool stuff like that fish tank. Bro, all you're doing is flexing this entire time, talking about other cool stuff while you just go through talking about all the stuff you did have. Holy crap.
We'll work on it. We've got some severe storms coming in, I guess, tonight. Tornado watch in Wisconsin, so I've got to pick up all this stuff outside here, but first we're going to talk about the name, and then we're going to talk about...
Those slides are super expensive slides, too. I have a pool, and I looked into getting one of these slides for my kids. Those are, multiple thousands of dollars, and I'm like, yeah, no. I was like, it's a hunk of plastic. I ain't spending $2+ grand on that.
The changes, and I'll take you on a little tour of that stuff. So...
That stuff.
Where does the quartering come from? Well, it's really not that interesting. I think a lot of YouTubers...
He's totally trying to flex right now with the pool, the slide in the background with his guest house. He just comfortably sits in his chair in a very awkward and awful position. This should have been called the flex video. What is going on right now?
Don't have, there you go, boy, a great story for where they came up with their name, but it's literally at the time when kind of the culture battle.
I wonder how much debt this guy is in. I really do. The lavish lifestyle that he lives, and he couldn't possibly be bringing in that much money. Maybe that's why he's allegedly popping Xanax so often on all his streams, is because he's constantly thinking about how much debt he's in every day.
Started, and it's a reference to being drawn and quartered, and not necessarily in the way that you think. So the reference to being drawn and quartered is that it felt like at the time when I picked the name, all the things that I liked were getting torn apart, pulled in each different direction, whether it was politics or money or whatever. And really, really, the deep lore.
My life is under attack by the woke left, so that's why I named my channel The Quartering.
It's a reference to Magic the Gathering. I used to play Magic the Gathering a lot. The game got exceedingly woke, and basically said they didn't want any conservatives spending millions.
Not gonna lie, this is a fucking baller place he's got. This mansion, this massive pool that's triple the size of mine, a guest house, this nice little awning he has, this huge yard. Holy shit, bro. That's impressive stuff. Hold on, let me move myself. Look at this. Hold on. He slowly transitions it right during that, but holy crap, he knows what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing with this, all to show off.
Spending millions of dollars with them anymore, and it became very unwelcoming. And it was the first time in my entire life that I had experienced anything like that, in particular with Magic the Gathering, because the community for Magic is so welcoming. It is just, everybody generally gets along, except what happened was some of the more activist people, just like a lot of things, activists moved in, they dominated the space, they got all the relationships with the brand, and the brand thought, well, this is what everybody wants. They want trans, Magic the Gathering.
I'll agree with Jeremy on this. This is exactly what happened with Magic and why it went wrong. This is why Wizards of the Coast is completely broken with everything they're doing. Yes, I agree with all that. I'm just very confused at it's time to make a change. The fuck any of this has to do with the vlog video that he's talking about?
Gathering players, cards. I mean, they want BLM references. They want us to make Aragorn black. And it was just like this feeling that everything I love.
Holy shit. Trump is more humble than him. That's comment of the night right there. Holy shit, that's amazing.
Whether it was video games or Magic the Gathering or D&D or movies, they were all getting torn apart at the limbs because politics. And that's really, I could have called the channel Drawn and Quartered, I suppose. Little too long. I have a marketing background, and I thought, Huck's over in the pool.
And I'm just smarter than the average bear, so I thought I'll shorten it.
Hucky, are you getting all wet? But so, yeah, I was at a time in which Magic the Gathering was still this thing that I'd been playing since 1993, 1994-ish. I started playing right when I was like probably 10 or 11, so maybe 1995 at the latest, because Revised was still out. So, yeah, 1994, 1995 is probably, I spent 20 years playing this game, and it was something where you could just sit down and nobody talked about politics. Nobody talked about, any divisive issues. For the most part, we would talk about, card quality or broken combos or the new EDH commander not called EDH anymore, commander.
You're starting to lose me, bro.
But
what can I fast forward? Because what even is this? He's talking about Magic the Gathering the whole time and how it got woke. Got you, bro.
That's kind of what dragged me into the culture, where I didn't, Plymouth Rock. I didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock Black landed on me.
Holy shit! Could he have broken that up more?
Yeah, you're gonna be all wet now, Baba. Papa. Are you chilling? Are you chilling out with your dill out? Hey, good boy. Do something.
Adorable dog.
There's your German Shepherd content.
No, please, Quartering, please. More dog, less you.
This vlog. And then now we're gonna move to a big kind of life change that I've decided to undergo.
Holy crap. So your video title is called It's Time to Make a Change. We are nearly 8.5 minutes into said video, and you're finally mentioning what the title is. Holy shit, bro.
We'll see how it goes. I'm hoping I'm committed to it. I'm hoping that, it can be a change for good, and it should be pretty interesting. Now I've got a wet dog. Now we've got to run around a little bit, probably dry him off. But yeah, that's where the quartering came from. It's a reference to being drawn and quartered. Specifically a reference to, losing my favorite hobby, a hobby that I had, built lifelong friendships through, a hobby that, obviously I was
You could still play Magic. Maybe the friends you had just went full woke-tard and it didn't work out for you. Like, find new friends and play Magic with them, man. Like, your hobby is still there. What the hell are you talking about?
Out with a bunch of libs, and it didn't matter because he didn't talk about politics. He just played the game. Whoop. There goes the neighborhood.
The hell?
We've got some strong winds coming in. I suspect
that was
severe weather tonight, but this will probably be...
I thought that was the one the dog was sitting in. I was like, oh wait, no, that's a different one.
Not there for long. But let's get inside where it's not so windy. It's probably a lot of wind noise on the audio here, and we'll take a look at another update. All right, well, it's no surprise to anybody that this is the least used room in my house.
The workout room? Oh my god. He's felting himself. And the jokes write themselves. He walks into the workout room and he's like, this is the least used room in my house. We know, Jeremy. We all know.
It's my workout room. And
oh my god, he's doing it with this stuff too. What the? guy. Holy shit. Anyways, here's my Bowflex training walker thingy, and I don't use that either.
And, well, it's time to make a change. And I've been working with my friend Melanie Mack. We're going to try keto. Now, I know you're probably going to feel like you have to offer a bunch of suggestions and this and that. I will take those into account. Or maybe you're going to say, well, that doesn't work, or this, that, and the other thing. I know. I've tried a lot of things. What I'm trying to do is not
I can't with this.
get on the fat jab. And so this will kind of be my last go at it.
Just jump right to the fat jab, Jeremy. We know you're going to fail miserably at whatever keto and diet and workout plan. You're gonna do really good for the first 4 days, maybe even 7 days, I'll give you. But to be able to actually lose weight and keep it off, you gotta be at this. It is a life commitment. It's not okay, I do this and then I stop someday. Like, it is a change of perspective of reality. Like, I know personally, because I had to do it myself. You can't just, I'll just work out and lose a little bit of weight. Like, no, you need to change how you go about waking up every day forever, for the rest of your life. I don't see you doing that. So just get the jab, bro. Just do that.
From what I found, doing some weightlifting will turbocharge it. I only really have these adjustable barbells, but it seems like
he 100% is going to take the easy way out. Mark my words. That will be a vlog video from him probably like 4 months from now. You're like, anyways, the keto thing, I was doing it really well, it just wasn't working. So now I'm trying the Ozempic. We'll see how that goes.
Once my knee is better, I can do
cardio. That's why I couldn't work out my knee. That's what it was.
I've got this bench.
My God, Keto Casino is going to have a fucking field day with this.
And those barbells, I think that's all I'm going to need. And it's been interesting so far.
His knee's under attack by the woke left.
Some of the biggest concerns people had about it.
A pool table.
It really hasn't happened yet, but it's early.
Dude, do the pop-up video pool table. Let's see how much pool table was. Come on.
The hardest part for me so far is just keeping up with water. Keeping up with the amount of water I'm supposed to be drinking every day. Something 150 to 170 ounces.
It seems like a lot.
That's been more difficult than cutting carbs. Cutting carbs are, it's a thing. It's obviously the core tenet of keto and getting your body into ketosis.
So when I watch this, I see a man that is suffering from severe depression and loneliness. Like, that's really, he has all this land, all this cool stuff. He's trying so hard to connect with people and reach out. Instead of just being happy with what he has and share it with his wife and family, he needs to find somewhere else to find happiness. It's so strange to me. Like, so strange. Especially in light of everything that's come out about this guy. It's fucking weird, man.
I don't know. We're going to see how it shakes out. So here's my plan so far. Maybe if you've done keto before, let me know. I started with a very simple meal plan, something that I knew I could stick to, right? So bacon and eggs for breakfast, protein shake for lunch, and like a steak or burgers or chicken or something, some high level of protein.
He's so sad.
For dinner. Try to have dinner like around 4 o'clock. I got the electrolyte stuff, sugar-free electrolyte powder. I bought the fiber pills because everyone said that there's an unintended, your body doesn't, it takes a while for your body to adjust. And, 43 is obviously 10 years, 15 years past time when I should have taken this stuff more seriously. I'm definitely down from my fattest. When I got back from Hawaii, I was probably the biggest I've ever been. I'm down 40 pounds from that, but I have another 100 to lose.
Bro, keep going. 100 would be a good start, we'll say.
And I just keep plateauing at like kind of the same levels. And
He's definitely getting the shot.
long time I've been able to carry the weight because I'm 6'5", almost 6'6", and so I don't look the same as people who maybe weigh much less than me. But with my knee, having a problem with my knee.
Yes, your knee. We know your knee. You got your mobility chair and stuff. Your scooter. Your knee. Yes.
It was a bit of a reality check. It was a bit of a, oh yeah, dude, like you're carrying around an extra 125 pounds.
Now it's going up for 100. Now it's 125. Keep going, Jer.
Things are going to start going wrong. Your knees, your back. And I've been having some small problems with that.
He is a big man. Those are some sausage fingers and a large fat hand and a large fat wrist. This is a very large man. And I'm not even trying to make fun of him. Like, I genuinely hope that he's able to be successful with this. But based off of everything this guy's done leading up to this point, I would not bet on that. I think he's going to take the easy way out and just, he might not even tell people. He might just do Ozempic and be like, oh, the keto's working really well, guys. Look at how much weight I've lost.
But never anything really.
In fact, I say might. I would bet on that is what actually happens.
Enough to get me to take it seriously.
Yep, exactly.
And so hopefully I'll be able to stick to this. I've tried paleo, and I always fall off the wagon like after a week or two. And so this will be a real test here to commit. 2 days in, like today, I was feeling kind of lightheaded this afternoon.
His fingers are so fat. He just touched his face again with them. Like, dude, how big would your wedding ring be? Where's your wedding ring? Isn't that's your left hand? Aren't you married, bro? Like, I mean, I got my ring on. Where's yours? That's your left hand. Where is it? I don't see. Did your fingers get too fat for your wedding ring?
This afternoon, it's probably gonna. I probably didn't eat enough for breakfast.
His ring.
I don't know. I definitely need to. I'm never gonna get shredded. That's not my goal. I've never been that body type ever. But it'd be nice to not have a massive coronary before I'm 50, and I think the important thing is trying to find something that you can actually stick to.
He is legit going through a midlife crisis right now. Between trying to get Kino Casino's channel taken down, threatening them, to whatever the fuck he's been doing here, there is some demons this guy is fighting right now. Like, big time. How about that freeze frame, by the way?
Find something that, you can stick to for life, so to speak. And the keto people I talk to, they have their days off, they have their days on. There's a definite penalty if you cheat. Your body will...
Oh, wait. You cheat? Oh, your body. Okay.
...react very poorly. I'm using a couple of apps to track my progress. And I don't think I'll be doing a ton of updates on that. Maybe like at major milestones,
Oh, no, I don't want this guy to ever die. I think he is amazing content forever. I want him to live forever. I really do. I genuinely mean that.
Around 20, 40, 50, we'll talk about that. But this channel is not going to be about my weight loss journey.
Casino.
But, I've really tried to avoid shortcuts, but also I've done nothing. So it's, at this point, it's like better to take a shortcut than not go anywhere. And this is kind of my last ditch thing before I go to pharmaceuticals. And so I'm really committed.
I'm telling you, he's already leading people on to be like, he's going to do Ozempic. But I'm telling you right now, he will not tell you he did Ozempic. That's not ever going to happen. He's too proud of a person to admit that. So what he's going to end up saying is, oh yeah, the keto worked out really well for me, guys. Look at the weight's just falling off of me. I can't even keep it on. It's the jab, bro. It's the jab. And there will definitely be signs of it. And this guy, he, based off of the alleged alcohol consumption levels that he goes through and the lack of sleep that he gets and the shape and condition his body is in, he is a walking fucking medical miracle that he's alive right now.
Plus, it's really expensive. But yeah, my knee injury.
This.
You know, put kind of things in perspective where it's like, okay, dude, like, you're being hard on your body. You know, like my feet, stuff like that, all that's getting punished. And then, like, more than just.
Stop drinking. Like, literally, the pounds will just fall off. Just stop drinking. I like how I say that. Meanwhile, but wine's different, and it's just a couple glasses. Like it's nothing crazy. It's very, very level-headed drinking. I don't get wrecked. I never get wrecked. I don't like the feeling of being hungover. I'll have a glass of wine, maybe two, and that's it. Ever. Like, holy shit. I see people pounding like 6-packs every night. Like, bro, come on. What are we doing?
The keto, I need to be more active. It's very easy for me to, you know, when I track steps, I could go an entire day and only have 1,500 steps. You know, I wake up, I come down to my office, I work for 8 to 10 hours, I eat dinner, I sit down on the couch. And that's something that...
What do you eat for dinner? What do you eat for dinner?
It's obviously not okay, a sedentary lifestyle. But in the past, I've kind of jumped in with both feet, and then that's usually when it fails.
You have never jumped anywhere.
So I'm going to try to just be like, all right, give me like 3 weeks on keto alone. Just that. Just get that handled. Go through all the side effects and all the...
Wait. White Wolf, you said you have 48,000 steps a day? Like, I'd be lucky to get somewhere between 12 and 15,000 steps a day. What do you do? That's like, what, 5 to 7 miles a day? That's a lot of walking. The hell do you do? Holy crap.
Stuff that people talk about, keto flu, all this kind of stuff. And then worry about starting to work out. Like, once I have my calories and carbs under control, then I'll start working out. I'll probably start sooner than that, but you know, right now I just want to focus on getting 150 ounces of water and, you know, not getting dehydrated.
Wow.
And seeing if I can just make it through the day without carbs and with very few carbs. And it's going to be interesting. I mean, there's a lot of success stories, but I think ultimately, you know, I can see the comments now, oh, you should do paleo, or you should do this, you should do that. If it works for you, then it's a good program. And I've tried a lot of things. You know, I got inspired when I was going to do the...
Just stop drinking. Like, I swear, this guy will do anything but stop drinking. He'll stop drinking and be right back on it the next day. Just stop. Just cut it cold turkey. Stop drinking. That's literally it. You stop drinking, you will lose a lot of weight, Jeremy. I promise you. Just stop drinking. Your liver will thank you.
Boxing match, and I got down probably 20 pounds less than what I am right now. And once that guy backed out and he didn't want to do it anymore, I lost my motivation, got off the wagon. And you know, in general, I don't really eat that unhealthy. It's just that I'm living the life of a sloth. And so I have to find a way to get more active, to...
It's a good point. Like, for how big he is, he really needs to be eating at least... You're exactly right, Fatty. Love your name, by the way. Very fitting for this story. But, no, you, like, need to be eating 5,000, maybe 8,000 calories a day. Because this is not a short person. He is a behemoth. This guy's a monster. He's very tall and very wide. You need a lot of calories just to maintain that. Never mind grow from it.
You know, stick to something. I know a lot of people talk about, oh, the weight will just fall off, this and the other thing. Well, I also don't want to end up like, you know, I want to replace it with something, with muscle. And so working out will definitely be an important part of this. But I'm hoping that you guys will continue to hold me accountable and
he's asking to be A-logged. This guy's amazing. It's like the content king, the quartering.
and keep, you know, asking me questions about it. Because, you know, having an accountability buddy, which like Melanie is for me, is clutch. But to have like 1,000 of them, probably even better. And I'm hoping that it will inspire some people too. Like I'm hoping I can get through this journey and at least get back down to, you know, slightly obese instead of morbidly obese. And hopefully some of my viewers I know
he's morbidly obese
who struggle with health, you know, if I can do it, anyone can do it. But I'm sounding all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed on day one right now. You know, I had steak last night. I'm going to have steak tonight. I look forward to dinner all day long. And it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. But hopefully we'll be doing a vlog in 6 months. And I'll be like, hey, I'm down 40 pounds, 30 pounds. And hopefully
I'd be so happy for him. I mean, fuck this guy for trying to shut down Kino Casino and ruin their lives and all that. But, hey, I still hope his health is okay.
People start to see it. I don't know. But I'm out of time. You know, I'm out of time before I probably have other major problems. And so, you know, that's a different level of commitment.
He says, my accountability buddy is a girl that almost starved herself to death by eating sticks of butter.
I love how, like, his co-host, like, you've got, like, Melanie Mack over here, who's so fucking intellectually barren that she nearly died at one point from, like, eating sticks of butter and shit. like, what are you fucking special?
Oh my god, that was too perfect. Anyway.
And I don't really want to be one of those people that, you know, has a...
I love the chat. The chat never fails. Never forget it. Surprisingly, he has no court records in Wisconsin, so no active divorce from what I saw. Amazing. Let's fucking go.
Massive coronary, and then figures it out, and then gets in shape. You know, and I'm probably out of time to, you know, keep floating by before, you know, my knees start getting more problems, or my back starts getting more problems, or, you know, whatever the case may be. And so it's a combination, obviously, of keto and then cutting alcohol. And
I mean, in a weird way, not even joking, I feel like the Quartering and Melanie Mack are the perfect fucking couple. Like, just get together, guys. Just do it. Like, what are we doing here? We can see Melanie obviously fucking loves the Quartering. Quartering obviously fucking loves her. Like, what? Just, I'll play matchmaker. Guys, just ditch your lives of what you have with your significant others. Just get together. Just you know, move on.
Cutting the boozing won't be hard. It's the same thing, you know.
Cutting the booze will be hard. No, it's not. It's not. You just stop. It's amazing. Don't go to the liquor store. Don't pick it up. Don't fill your fridge with it. Like my fridge, I have multiple fridges filled to the brim with alcohol. You know why they're filled to the brim? Because I barely ever drink it. Like, it's just, if I want a beer, it's there. Like, oh, I'm watching a football game, got some nachos. You know what? I'm in the mood for a beer. Let me go to my fridge and get a cold beer out of there. Cool. It's always there because I never fucking drink it, but it's there if I want it. I don't understand the people that are just like constantly refilling their fridges with, just don't get it. If that's what you're doing, stop it.
Get used to find your...
Oh, God. Great point, Tiger King. Did that show up here or did it get banned here? Tiger King said... It's not showing up. Tiger King said, no smash. Jeremy loves boobs. Melanie does not have those. I forgot about that. Remember what did he say? Two 2 scoops. Is that what he said? Nerdy Mechanic says, I have a bar full of bourbon and wine that collects dust. Well, my wine definitely does not collect dust in this house, but everything else, I have a full bar of every hard alcohol you can think of. It collects dust because I only use it for like special occasions when people come to visit and they want like a mixed drink or a martini or something. Then I'll be like, okay, yeah, I got the vodka, or I'll get the tequila or something. Like, yes, I have it all, but I never drink it. I don't understand. People like Jeremy cannot have that in their house. It's net negative for them.
Habit and just lock in. I have a very addictive personality.
Yes.
And so I'm hoping that I get addicted to the results. And you get kind of that rush after you do something for a week or two. When I started intermittent fasting, you know,
I hope for his sake he does, but I have zero faith that that's going to happen.
3 pounds, 4 pounds, and it was like, yes, let's go. I want to push myself even harder. I'm hoping that this does that for me too. So should be a fun journey. On Thursday's vlog, I'm going to have something special for you. We're going to actually leave the house, and we should have some cool footage for you on Thursday at 6 o'clock.
Well, I don't let beer sit too long either. I shouldn't say like filled like to the brim. I mean like there's like 12 beers in there. It's like if I want one, it's there. But I will tell you, maybe I take after my dad, because when I go home to visit my dad doesn't drink beer. He drinks wine just like me. So he has beer for when guests come over. I had a beer at my parents' house, not this last time, but the last time before that I went home. It was skunk so bad. It was terrible. And I was like, when did you buy this? My dad's like, oh, I don't remember. I'm like, oh my God. I think it was like years. I poured it down the drain. I was like, God, it was awful.
To go through. It'll be a little more of a recreational type vlog, but you know, I can't always just troll bait on every one of these. So I think you guys prefer the more personal, like real ones, as opposed to just like rage baiting trolls.
Look,
so
he
yeah,
even admits
so journey starts today. I suppose there won't be much of an update Thursday, but next week Tuesday I'll probably let you know how the first week went, what kind of side effects I had, what kind
Troll
of struggles
bait.
I had, and you know, hopefully I'll be able to report a little bit of weight loss, although it's only a week. So, you know, I'm gonna try to have manageable goals. So yeah, big change. And I'm hoping you guys will help hold me accountable. And
we will.
Yeah. So hope you guys have a good day, and you'll be seeing
look
this
at this.
Tuesday.
He's
It's
zooming.
Monday
Look at
when I'm
him.
filming it. And then
Look at this
I
edit
will
at the
film
end.
Thursdays on Wednesday. And hope you like that one too. Hope you guys are enjoying the vlogs. And make sure you subscribe to the channel.
Definitely subscribe and turn on those notification bells.
Get
Definitely.
to 4,000, and we'll see you in the next one.
Great job quartering on that, whatever the flex vlog was. That was definitely something. What more can you say to this guy? I don't even know what the fuck I just watched. He says he wants to change, and then just goes through flexing for the first 20 minutes of this vlog, and then shows up sitting down. It's like, anyways, the real reason I'm doing this is I want to lose weight. Oh my God. Finally, it's over. Says always go sleep. I know that was brutal. That was brutal. Holy shit. Anyways, we'll see what he does next. But for now, I'll leave that there. Because, damn. Kyle says, check DMs. Disgusting says, save the wall. Well, first, before I check DMs, hold on. We got McKinney for the 10-banger. It's time to make a change. What is quartering trying to do? One of those old Everest College infomercials you used to see on Maury? Pick up the phone and make a call to change your life. I remember those. Pick up the phone now. Make a call. Change your life. You just watching this TV, you could change your life. You just call us, and go to school, pay us money, change your life. Shout out to Bikini for the 10. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Thank you. Man, that brings back memories. I forgot all about those. We got Benjamin for the 2. I wonder how his debtors feel about him flexing. Wow, I didn't even think of that. I mean, what are his debtors? American Express? A Visa? Benjamin for another 2. Just sell your workout equipment. Get liposuction. I knew a guy, he was a weirdo. It was back when I was working as a cashier at a grocery store. He got liposuction and like his body was like fucking deformed. I'm like, yeah, liposuction, it sounds great in theory. Do not recommend from what I've seen results of. Maybe he went to a bad one. I don't know. But it was like, oh, that's liposuction? Yeah, I'd rather just try to lose weight. Adrian for the 5. It's been a minute. Yes, it has. I was just going to say, I haven't seen you forever. How you doing, Adrian? For the 5 banger. What's up, JT? Been a minute. Shout out. Great to see you, and thank you for the 5. Hope you're doing well, man. Hope you're doing well. Struggle Batty for the E5. I am the alcohol. What odds do we give Jeremy for being successful on this weight loss journey? I'll put it this way. I'm not doing like a vlog or publicly announcing, but I'm starting to try to get back in shape right now. I'm not going to be like, hey guys, here's my equipment I'm working. Here's what I'm doing. That's like, no, I'm just going to hold myself accountable and just do it. It's fucking weird to put it out there and tell everyone that. It's like, dude, okay, just do it. Like, it's such a cry for help, like a loneliness, like desperation. Please notice me, internet. Please pay attention to me. It's so weird. It's so weird. I can't be the only one that thinks that, right? But thank you for the 5, Strong. Appreciate it. Baked Buddhist for another 5. I love peanut butter and Nutella together. I will eat them by the spoonful if I have it. So what? Do I not buy until Target Gold? Wait. That sounds really good, actually. Are you saying you like that, or you're saying that Jeremy likes that? But I will tell you, by the way, we have the Nutellas, the big canisters, the 2-packs from Costco. We have 4 of those at the house because my son just goes through them with the Dino Nuggets. He will not have ketchup. He just does Dino Nuggets with the Nutella. And he's like, I've never had it. He's like, once you have it, Dad, you never go back to ketchup. I'm like, yeah, I'll stick with ketchup. I don't know about that. Shout out to Big Buddhist. Thank you again for the 5. Let's go. Appreciate you. We got Sand Juice for the 5. A truly quartered vlog. I want to lose weight, but that must wait. I need my bourbon. Hold me accountable, guys. Holy shit. Shadow Walker. Lurking in the shadows, as always, to save the night, or at least try. I don't know if this gets us to tier 1, but it gets us closer to tier 1. Shout out to Shadow Walker for the 10 gifted. I cut myself off there. The 10 gifted subs. And as always with the first 5, which is now 3 hours and 17 minutes into the stream, we got 5 gifties plus 5.
Baby, the McRib is back and it's looking sexy. Drop and make a rib sauce. Yeah, it's getting messy. Here light. McRib. It's carnivore lit. The McRib. Get that McRib drip. McRib drip. Get that McRib drip.
I don't know why it didn't play. Hold on.
Shadow Walker.
What an absolute fucking legend, Shadow Walker. Holy shit. Sergeant Simeon said that did not get us to tier 1, but Black Wolf did. Well, we would not have gotten to tier 1 without this. So, huge thank you, Shadow Walker. Like, holy shit. Thank you. Fucking legend. Where would the wall be without this guy? Like, seriously. Thank you, Shadow Walker. I wish there was more I could do than just say thank you, but thank you. Fucking legend. Adrian October for the 5 banger. I finally got help and wasn't medically gaslit, and the damage is tear in disc and bulging discs, currently laying down with heating pack. Wait, what? I finally got help and wasn't medically gaslit. What happened? It's been so long. Remind me. Are you okay? I totally forgot. It's been so long. I apologize. I remember you were like in the hospital last time we talked to you, but I don't remember exactly what it was. So please forgive me. My brain does not work so well. But thank you for the 5 and hope you're doing well, man. Seriously. And then Black Wolf with the 5 gifted memberships to get us to tier 1 on a night where I'm just like, man, I don't know. Adrian says also in and out of hospitals. Yes, I do remember that. That's all I remember. I hope you're doing well, Adrian. Seriously. And thank you again. Appreciate you. But Black Wolf, fucking legend.
Let's get some sun! I love Taro bubble tea, but only if you're next to me. We're not special, where'd I find the girl I fell for with her eyes?
Black Wolf says, still an hour or so behind live, but I wanted to help save the awesome wall. Black Wolf doesn't even know that he was the one that got us to tier 1. That's amazing. It's like he just sensed it when he was watching. Sergeant Sapien. His brain doesn't work so good. Exactly. Thank you, Black Wolf, when you catch up to live. Appreciate it. Thank you. And we got baked Buddhas for another 2. Me. It tastes like a Reese's PB cup sandwich. It sounds amazing. And I wish you didn't tell me because now I'm going to probably try it. And I'm trying to lose weight right now. Holy crap. Sandrew says tier 1. Oh, yeah. Carol Coley, Cappy. Sam Fisher, Cappy. Odin Darkle, Cappy. Okay, Cappy's all around. We have a video from Kyle that, how do I do this? Hold on. Bring this up to the stage and let's see. I don't know. If I delete me, that's, you know what, whatever. I'll just leave it. I'll deal with that later. This is called Free the Boobies Short. And hopefully it's on YouTube, so it sounds safe. We'll play this as the tier 1. Let's go.
Stop the band and let them be. Free those boobies. They're works of art, not
This is amazing.
from anime queens to RPG. Stop the band and let them be. Hey, we're not pervs, we're just fans of artists' visions, not your bands. Let the pixels bounce, let the model sway. If you don't like it, look away.
Wow.
Free those boobies. They're works of art, not felonies. No more bands, no Puritan please.
Damn.
Free the boobs and let us be.
Kyle, this is amazing. Wow. Holy shit. That was... Was it good for you too? Holy shit. That was amazing. Kyle, you outdone yourself as usual. Real Wandering Slacker says, Kyle, this is your best video yet. Keep it going. I agree. I think that's my favorite video Kyle's made. That was amazing. Mark says restarted. Needs more jiggle physics. I agree. I agree. Always Ghostly says, True North. Where's True North? It's been a minute. Hope True North is doing well, by the way. Anyways, that's tier 1. While I put the card up, I'll put the hat on. Hold on. Who's up, oh boy? Dexter's like, me? Am I the good boy? Yes, you're the good boy. All right, we got Waluigi tonight. Shout out to you guys. Thank you so much. Absolute legends. Sergeant Savior says, Rumble rants. I'll get to those in 1 second. 1 second. Put this out here. There we go. Tier 1. Oh, wait. Copy. Who's up? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Tier 1 has been hit. Let's go. Let's go. Smash, have you considered fasting? If you do, it helps have extra electrolytes. It helps you keep your strength during that time. I've tried fasting. I am not good at it. Like I did a day without eating. It was not fun. It was one of those I don't ever want to do this again kind of feelings. I don't know if his no name says I want one of those side scroller shirts. It's so great. I love wearing this out in public too. It's awesome. It's legit. Oh, where is it? This one. Side scrollers. I love it. Kyle says, hey Smash, no, the funny thing, I lost a sub after uploading that. I mean, with how YouTube works, especially as a smaller channel, I remember anytime I uploaded, I would lose between 1 and 3 subs immediately every upload. It was so fucking annoying. But now it's like, it doesn't happen anymore. I mean, sometimes I lose subs, obviously, but like, it's not like it used to be. It was, and I get why. Like, people sub and then they're like, they get a notification and they're like, oh, no, I actually don't want to be subbed to this channel, and they unsub. So I get it. It's just, it's so annoying. But I hear you. Pray for Batman says intermittent fasting is easier. Yes. Sergeant Samuel says I can do 3 days at a time. Can you at least drink coffee? That doesn't count, right? You can drink coffee in the morning, right? Real Wandering Slacker, can I get a link to Kyle's channel? Yes, actually, sorry. I meant to do that during that. There we go. There's Kyle's channel. Thank you again, Kyle. Sergeant Sapient over on Rumble. We got a bunch of these. For the $1 Rumble rant, at least the editing is decent, which means it wasn't his editing, which means he also had to pay an editor. That's a really good point, because I'm like, when I was watching the video, I'm like, I don't even know how to do these edits that he's doing. And I know how to do some. I'm like very basic. I can do, like, obviously I can edit, I can add images, I can do stuff like that, but like the resizing and sliding and adding the sound, I can add the sounds, but that's a lot of work. That's, unless you do editing for a full-time job, that's a lot of work. So yes, he probably paid someone. That's crazy. Good point. Good catch. So send me for another $1 Rumble rant. Keto requires cutting down on alcohol. At best, you can do very light beers. Jared's not gonna make it. No, he ain't gonna make it. Jared's not gonna make it anymore. Sorry to save you for another $1 Rumble rant. I actually still do want to wish him the best despite my issues with him, but him talking about he's going to do this instead of just doing it is already a sign of a certain future. Wholeheartedly agree. That's what I'm saying. He's headed straight to Ozempic. I think we all know that. Yep. And Light Ferret for the $1 Rumble rant. Dexter says, leave it to me. I'll get you in shape, Smash. Well, to be fair, after I took my daughter to gymnastics this morning, I got back and took him for a scooter ride because it was already starting to get pretty hot out, and I wanted to get him out before it got too hot for him, and I needed him to get a good run in. And I'm like, I'm not ready to do a hardcore run, so I scooter rode with him. And then I worked out on my elliptical after that today. But yes, thank you, Light Ferret. Appreciate you. And Light Ferret with the Kick coin over on Kick. Just give it a shout out over there. Appreciate you. Sergeant Sabian says it was pretty well done. The editing, yes, it was. Prater Mine says, I've never edited a video, but I have edited music, which can be grueling. Yes, video editing can be exhausting. It absolutely can. It's so much more work than I ever thought it would be. Some of my earliest videos had a lot more editing, and I have so much respect for people that do like serious edits and videos because I know what it takes, and I'm like, I just don't have the mentality for it. It takes a certain level of autism to be a good editor. You really got to be on the spectrum for it, because it's like, I could do one, I could do two. I mean, if I did it as a career, I'd be like, fucking shoot me. I can't do this. It's too much. Anyways, let's see who's live right now. We got, give me a second here, as we are coming up on 3.5 hours. Man, time does go by, doesn't it? Holy, time does go by. Guys, we got the legend
Go
of
for a Baconator. I haven't had Wendy's in a minute.
live playing some Assassin's Creed. Is
I've had
back.
McDonald's and Whataburger.
So we will raid 8-Bit Eric. Sergeant Simeon says, no bonus topic? One more topic. I would love to, but I am so beat right now. I am beat. It's just every day. Days are so long these days.
It's been a couple weeks.
I probably would have done a bonus topic if we were at like 3 hours to get us to 3.5. We're already at 3.5, and I'm toast. Like, that's what I'm like. My max is 3.5 tonight. We got there, and I appreciate it. But I appreciate all you guys. Gamer Empress says she'll be streaming in 15 minutes. So shout out Gamer Empress. Go check her out if you want. I think he's streaming. He was just making weird noises. He's adorable. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Aw. Good boy. All right, we'll leave it there, guys. Much love to you all. Thank you so much for everything. Go give a hashtag smash raid to 8-Bit Eric. And I'll see you tomorrow, most likely around 4 p.m. Pacific time for another stream with Pragmata. And then 8 p.m. Pacific time for Smashcast. Until then, much love to you all. Thank you so much again for all the support. And as always, you stay smashing. Thank you again, Shadow Walker. You fucking legend. Appreciate you. Bye.
Dooby dooby doo. Dooby dooby doo. I'm flat. Dooby dooby doo. I'm flat. Dooby dooby doo. I'm flat. I'm flat. I'm flat. I'm flat. Dooby dooby doo. 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 Dooby dooby doo.
And they said all of us tinfoil hat people were crazy when we told the world Wi-Fi is bad, mate. If anyone argues with you about that point, show them this video. Alright, so there's a young kid that he can easily hack into anyone's Wi-Fi router and he can see you through walls. This is what a kid can do. What do you think hackers can do or the government can do? I tell you what, if I did a tally on the wall for every victory us conspiracy theorists had, my whole room would look like a prison cell. Another W for us. Another W for Earth. Got a great episode for you all today. And yeah, like this video, subscribe if you haven't. I can't believe it. We're on like almost 1,000 subs a day. It's crazy. So sub up if you haven't. And we're just going to keep going to 150,000. And if you haven't got a tinfoil hat yet, well, you will do by the end of this episode. I can promise you that. You're doing it wrong, mate. You got to just add soap and start washing the plates. Because I think you just bought a dish sponge. There's no way. How are you supposed to survive? You can't even eat bread. So the people that recorded that, they said they were having a rooftop barbecue. So, I don't know, maybe aliens wanted some intergalactic beef. Google says that drones now can go up to 90 miles an hour. So it's so hard to tell what these things are.
Noticed with interest people reporting fog in parts of the south where they live that's rather unusual. Well, I'm at a location here in Mississippi, and guess what? Yeah, it's the third day in a row we've had fog here. And I too have had headaches every single day that I can't attribute to anything for about a month now. I've had feelings of nauseousness, just some odd feelings that I've reported on here before. Would love to hear from you about what your thoughts are that's behind this. I've been to the doctor, I've been to the eye doctor, and I just can't get behind it. And I have a headache right now as we speak. That's unusual for me.
This video couldn't have arrived at a perfect time because even for me, every time I've gone out this week, my head feels like a flipping blimp or a hot air balloon. It's crazy. I get headaches almost daily now. I don't know about you lot, but if anyone else is experiencing that as well, leave a comment down below.
The weirdest thing happened. We get to our Airbnb in San Diego. Unsettling. And we're like
random Airbnb,
looking through it, no connections to it. We're looking at this picture, and my dad is like, "This looks like me," and I'm like, "Oh, Dad, what? No, this is my dad. That's my sister, Libby, when she was 10 years ago, and that's Brady, my brother, 10 years ago. He is they're literally in the Airbnb picture.
We have those swimsuits. We are literally in this picture."
Oh no, I shouldn't be laughing. Hold on. Look at you. Could you imagine going to an Air? I'm actually crying. Could you imagine going to an Airbnb and you're like, yeah, this place is nice. Look at the bathroom. Oh, this is a nice toilet, you know. Oh, look at this lovely photo, and it's you at the beach with your family. Like, it's. Oh, that threw me off. I did not expect that. Oh man, imagine that actually happening. What are the chances?
It's the craziest thing.
We are
so
on our Airbnb wall. This can't be real.
No, guys. We think this is crazy.
We are
so
actually
let's not.
spiraling.
All right, you're definitely gonna have to run a background check on your Airbnb host, mate, because he's probably swapping that image out per guest. You know, he's stalking them, put a picture on the wall, but that is. I think I would probably check out if that was me. Early checkout, mate. Because if you stay there, we're going to see you on the next Netflix documentary or the next start of a horror film.
Oh my god.
Are these people on another planet? Because that looks like Jupiter to me. So I don't know about you lot, but I think you're stuck in some sort of parallel universe and Jupiter's just outside your flipping planet. What is going on there? I've never seen the sun look like that before.
Moon is rusting. In this picture created by NASA, the blue areas show where water and hematite, a form of rust, has been found. Which is puzzling because the moon doesn't have much water or oxygen, the usual ingredients for rust. So what's happening? The moon is blasted by solar wind, but for 5 days a month, the moon is downwind of the Earth. The solar wind picks up oxygen from the Earth's atmosphere and drops it on the moon like salt coming off a sea breeze. Scientists think that fast-moving dust particles may carry water molecules that mix themselves into the surface of the moon. And with that, you get rust.
How could the moon rust if it's made of cheese? It's the Death Star. The moon is the Death Star. I knew it. I was wondering why George, what's his name, got the Death Star idea from. The moon, mate. It's a spaceship or it's a satellite. So one day you're telling me that the moon is just going to be red. Think about it. If it's rusting now, eventually the whole moon will just be rust. And before we continue this episode, I just wanted to let you know, if you're thinking of becoming a channel member, now's the time, alright? Because YouTube let me add a new level for just $2.99 a month. You can join the channel and get access to the private Discord, as well as discounted merch and all the other bonuses. The Discord is great. I'm really enjoying it. There's some great people in there. So if you want to go and meet some people, I'm in there every day. We can have a chat. We vote on thumbnails for episodes. You can help me run the channel. Yeah, there's general chats, Bible verse chats, there's music chats. It's great. It's building up this community. So yeah, if you're thinking of joining the channel, now's the time, alright? And I hope to see you in the Discord very soon. See, I can't believe that he really hung up those phone calls. How can you explain that? Why are trees just on the phones? Why are phones on the trees? Like, why would someone do that? Up. What's going on? Hello? I can't stop it.
You have to sacrifice loved ones. You have to sacrifice loved ones for a long period of time if you want to be great. You have to sacrifice loved ones.
LeBron is openly telling you truth in plain sight. Now, people could say that what he meant by that is because of the time that he spends away from family. But when you really begin to research things for what they are, you will see things exactly for what they are. And again, make no mistake about it. These guys are in the positions that they are in for a reason. And they must do certain things in order to stay in the positions that they are in. So this is why things like this happens with these people. People really need to wake up and realize exactly what is going on.
Put yourself in his shoes for a moment. He literally didn't phrase it any other way, did he? He could have said, you have to sacrifice time. You have to sacrifice days. You have to sacrifice weeks. No, he just said, straight up, you got to sacrifice loved ones. Hey? I don't think he's even joking there. I think he's just being straight up. But people are going to look at that and say, don't worry, he's talking about something else. But is he really?
For the very first time, biologists created a cell entirely from scratch, brick by brick, and they named it Spud Cell. Scientists at the University of Minnesota built a cell entirely from non-living components and then witnessed this heap of molecules grow, replicate its DNA, and divide, aka the basic functions of the cell cycle. And just like that, Spud Cell was born. Or made. By definition, Spud Cell isn't alive. It has no defenses, no waste removal system, but it's the first real proof that it is possible to generate life from non-life, which is something synthetic biologists have been trying to do for years. The lead of the study is Kate Automala. It took time, but eventually Spud Cell started to grow and replicate its DNA. But here's where the field has been stuck for years. Replication is one thing, division is another. Getting a synthetic cell to physically split in two has never been achieved. Automala's team found a solution in an unlikely place. A paper describing adding protein tags to a cell membrane to attract other proteins, causing the membrane to bend and pinch until the cell physically divides. They tried it, and it worked. This was the moment that Automala's lab showed the world that it is possible to induce a chemical world to form a biological one. Scientists are calling this a watershed moment in biology.
Are we supposed to do that? You know? Has anyone else just asked themselves that? Where they say, do you know what? Let's just relax for a bit. You know, why don't we just relax? You know, buy a cave, sit back, put your feet up, have a barbecue, go hunt some stuff, chill. Why did we need to do all this? Have a burger, have a nice cold drink, hunt a couple saber-tooths, kick back, go to bed, get up. You ain't got a 9 to 5, ain't got to pay taxes, ain't got to worry about nothing. We could have stayed that way.
Right after Celine Dion released this demonic children's clothing line, her health rapidly declined. The commercial is insane. And here's where it gets a little Illuminati? People didn't know what to make of this. This looks very similar to the Illuminati eye and why it's on her hand. Now here's some photos from the Instagram. Nothing else. These photos are for shock factor. Now you need to check out the insane commercial.
Our children. They are not really our children, as we are all just links in a never-ending chain that is life. We may thrust them forward into the future, but the course will always be theirs to choose.
What are the odds that her health declines right when this brand comes out? And you know, these are all paid models, but you can see in the comments, people are clearly not having it. They're calling it evil, they're calling them worshipping the devil. And she never addressed any of this.
I'm not going to lie to you guys. I thought that was AI, and it isn't. That is absolutely terrifying. For a clothing brand? Is it really? And it fascinates me. I went on the Instagram, go to the comments. A lot of people are saying, yeah, this is beautiful. Is it? I don't know about you lot, but it's definitely not beautiful, is it?
The explosive diarrhea outbreak has exposed the food system. Whole Foods has the same lettuce supplier as Walmart, but often charges up to 60% more. The supply chains behind the national health stores and your cheapest big box retailer are often the exact same. Taylor Farms supplies lettuce to places like Taco Bell, Walmart, and Whole Foods simultaneously. And they control over 57% of the entire chopped salad kit market in America, producing roughly 1 in 3 salads consumed across the US and Canada. But the story goes much further than just lettuce. Even a store like Sprouts, which calls themselves a farmer's market, said the quiet part out loud to a customer via DM earlier this year, when their own social media account confirmed Tyson and Purdue supply their private label chicken. That's the same Tyson processing roughly 1 in every 5 pounds of all meat sold in the US, and the same Purdue whose supplier was documented with birds too sick to walk. The reality is industrial suppliers are often hiding behind the farmer's market label. Premium you pay at a grocery store like Whole Foods or Sprouts is not always buying you a different supply chain, which is exactly why I've permanently switched to buying from local independent farmers in my area.
What do they call that? The illusion, the illusion of choice. I'm gonna get so many chickens, man. Honestly, I'm gonna get an army of them. they're going to call me the chicken general because I'm going to have a flipping flock of chickens that you could probably get them on a flipping cruise ship. I will have unlimited protein. You know, you can just give them, like, I don't know, you could feed them a guitar or something and they'll poo out an egg. Like, it's great, isn't it?
Bill Gates just got FDA approval to coat organic produce, not just conventional, with his Appeal chemical. I told you about this previously, but now Hollywood is stepping in to stop it. Actress Michelle Pfeiffer is accusing Gates of contaminating the U.S. food supply. Supermodel Christy Brinkley is warning, don't buy produce with Appeal. Only buy it if it has a no Appeal label. The coating is marketed as plant-based and safe, but here's the kicker. It's invisible, doesn't wash off with water, and 99.3% of the formula is completely hidden. Only 0.7% is disclosed. They claim it's just fatty acids, like what's in salad dressing, but if it's so safe, why can't we know what's actually in it? It's already approved for apples, cucumbers, avocados, even organic produce. And yes, the Gates Foundation pumped millions into it. They say it reduces food waste and plastic, but now even celebrities are saying what millions of Americans are thinking. We never asked for this. We can't opt out. So what exactly are we being forced to eat?
I think the question we should be asking is the bloke that made a computer, Microsoft, how has he got so much say and power in our food supply? But if you're still watching and you're on the fence about joining Discord, and I'm not just trying to say this for you to, you know, for me to get your money. I literally just think join the Discord because the community we're building there, eventually, the way the world's going, the way everything's going, one day we might just buy our own land and all live there. The whole tinfoil hat gang, all of us, just stay in one place. I'm not even kidding. In a couple of years, if we're doing this channel and you're part of this community and we're in the Discord and we're talking about stuff, who knows? We could all like pitch in and buy some land and build some homes and just grow our own stuff. Like, I'm down. I don't know about you lot, but
Did you know there's a line across America where reality starts to break down? They call it the 37th parallel, and it might just be the strangest stretch of land in the US. Running from Santa Cruz, California all the way to the Chesapeake Bay, this latitude, 37 degrees north, has been dubbed America's Paranormal Highway. Why? Well, it passes through various mysterious military bases, national parks, and clusters of high strangeness, almost like it's a roadmap for the unexplained. Going from east to west, this line runs right through Washington, D.C., and then on over to Appalachia, where we know there's a lot of weird stuff happening. It also cuts through the largest cave network in the world, Mammoth Cave in Kentucky, which there's some weird stuff with caves and things like Missing 411. It also passes through Joplin, Missouri, home of the infamous Hornet Spook Light, and the Ozarks in general, a region haunted with cryptid sightings and bizarre encounters over the years, and it's also home to the New Madrid Fault. It also skirts the edge of the Dulce Basin, New Mexico, a super secretive installation that allegedly houses aliens and unspeakable experiments, as well as Taos, New Mexico, home of the Taos Pond. From there, it runs directly through Skinwalker territory in the Four Corners region, and not far from Area 51 itself. Now, what's really interesting about this parallel is the number of major UFO cases and sightings that have happened through history along this line, like the 1941 Cape Girardeau UFO crash that happened in Missouri, or the Roswell crash in 1947, even the Mantell case in 1948, which prompted the launch of Project Blue Book after the captain of the squadron intercepting the UFO that was seen perished trying to pursue it. And even in the 1800s, people were reporting mystery airships well before the Wright brothers ever took flight. And there's also been reported occurrences of missing time, people driving on the highway, seeing strange lights, then snapping back to reality hours and miles from where they were, without explanation. And then there's the livestock manipulations. Thousands of cases since the late 1800s, all with the same signature. Major organs, eyes, and other body parts, surgical-like precision. The bodies drained of blood and no tracks, like they were almost dropped from the sky. So what is the 37th parallel? Well, some people think that it could be a ley line or some kind of dimensional rift. Others think it could be a kind of cosmic highway for UFOs for some reason.
that's something I do think about sometimes. I don't know if you lot have heard of it, but Skinwalker Ranch, they've had thousands and thousands and thousands of cattle and animals found. Like, they have perfectly surgical wounds in the middle of the desert, and there's like no evidence of them being put there or anything. It's so weird. Like thousands of cases. Think about the amount of effort of people were doing this since the since the 1800s. They've been doing this. Why would people do it?
I took this out of the freezer the night before, so it's been out for about 36 hours. And look at this. Absolutely disgusting. This is not real ice cream. And my son-in-law will never eat ice cream again.
So you see that oily soupiness right here, this kind of very oily looking substance? That is oil. This ice cream is eddies, it's dryers, so the reason why it looks so oily is because it's no longer ice cream, it's a frozen dairy dessert by FDA standards. If you want to be called ice cream, you have to have 10% milk fat, and that's not what this ice cream has anymore. It was reformulated for shelf life and to be cheaper. So what has it been replaced with? Well, the milk fat and the dairy ingredients have been largely replaced by vegetable oils, coconut oil, along with corn syrup, whey, gum, stabilizers. This is also what causes ice cream not to melt, and other ingredients, and it was all done to be cheaper. Our food is not food, it is a science experiment.
You know what? I thought it was too good to be true. I tried ice cream the other day. It was a whole tub of raspberry ripple ice cream. 300 calories. I said, they're lying to me. There's no way I can eat a whole tub of ice cream. I wish we could live in that world, everyone, where we could eat ice cream and it wasn't that bad for you. Imagine that. Just imagine that for a second. No, it's not real, is it?
Oh, what the frick? What the actual frick am I? Bro, what? I'm out of DoorDash and I turn around and... Wait, what the frick?
Oh, ain't that cool? Look at them clouds. It's like a wave. Isn't that neat?
I'll tell you what, they're doing so much to our skies at the moment, it's not surprising that someone's probably gone up there with a flipping biro pen and starts drawing clouds in. I mean, they're probably doing that right now, aren't they?
I do some, but I've got my own sauna. It's the heater, and I do a lot of witchcraft stuff. Same. So
cold plunge.
Yeah, cold plunge. I do heat and ice. I do a lot of IV stuff. I do plasma exchange. Have you ever done a plasma exchange?
No.
It's really intense, but it's you feel fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can talk about that later.
Okay. I got my homework. Is Kenny Chesney's.
Yeah, that's just what they do, by the way. Country singers, plasma exchange. Just as you know, whilst you got your guitar.
Gonna sell my soul. You are looking at once top secret footage from the Cold War. A top secret mission known as Project Iceworm. An operation to build an underground city beneath the ice of Greenland. Under the cover of Camp Sentry, a public science base. Utilizing diesel-powered streams of hot water, engineers cut long trenches into the ice, arched them with steel roofs, and then buried the whole grid under packed snow, concealing an entire hidden underground town with prefabricated buildings, corridors, and support spaces, designed to house roughly 200 personnel. Power came from a PM-2A portable nuclear reactor, with the purpose to enable a second strike capability in the case of an ICBM launched by the Soviet Union at the US. According to official reports, the reactor was removed, and by the mid-60s, the base was abandoned. With recent news, it's not hard to wonder if Project Iceworm 2.0 is under...
Well, they say it's abandoned, don't they? But here's a question for you lot. If you could know all the secrets of the world, would you want to know? Because I don't think I would.
33. 3. All die.
So moving inside, you've got a bit more symbolism here. Clearly 3 6s all around this fruit.
Fox's classic. Numerology. Fox. 6, 6, 6. Here we have some strong bow people. Whenever you see the bow there, that's a reference to Saturn. The ring around Saturn. Strong bow. It's not just robbing sons, it's robbing daughters as well. Robbing them of their health. Loaded with chemicals. Real fruit in every drop. Where's the fruit, mate? Where is the fruit?
One ring to rule them all. Sauron is running Aldi, people.
That logo is Saturn. And that logo is Saturn. Now, Coca-Cola is a little bit more difficult to spot because it is inverted, but clearly we've got the 6s all along here. When you look at it like this, you might not notice it, but if you invert it...
I mean, some of the things I think he's overthinking there, but I think this bloke must have put those truth glasses on. You remember from that movie when he put some glasses on? I mean, he's onto something there, but we're only crazy in this world because we're not insane. You know what I mean? I mean, this guy's onto something. He's probably knows so much, but it's crazy how we can't even get a bag of crisps and a can of Coke anymore.
Since everybody is out there noticing the lines in the sky and their relationship to the massive superstorm that's about to hit the United States, I wanted to share with you something very interesting. I'm currently on a world cruise, sailing for over 100 days from Florida to Tokyo, Japan. And you want to know that I've been sailing for over 20 days as of now. We just left Buenos Aires, Argentina. And since I left Fort Lauderdale, I haven't seen any lines in the sky at all. But funny enough, they were in Fort Lauderdale the day we left. And I put together a little slideshow here of all the places that we visited so far and how the skies looked, with no lines whatsoever. Call them contrails or call them whatever you want. But since I left the United States and its airspace, I haven't seen them at all. And isn't it funny that sailing for over 20 days past some of the biggest and most populated cities in the world, like Rio de Janeiro, Buenos Aires, with major airports and major air traffic, I haven't seen anything. Down here, the skies are beautiful and blue, and the clouds are puffy and white, just as you would expect them out of nature. And our next stops are the Falkland Islands and Antarctica. And I'll keep you up to date if I see anything, but I highly doubt that I will. Just something to keep in mind, that once you get the opportunity to travel and sail around the world, it becomes very obvious to see with your own eyes just how much they are lying to you.
See, I've been seeing so many lines in the sky, it's like you forget it's just part of normal life. But I just got back from Cyprus and I didn't see one. I was there for a whole week. I didn't see one line in the sky. And do you know what? It was great. Because I'm that annoying friend in the friends group that goes, guys, it's up there. Look, they're getting us. They're getting us. Because even in the UK, it's like Bugs Life 3 here with the spraying. I'm telling you. But leave a comment down below, wherever you are in the world. Is there lines in the sky where you live?
And I went even into a place somewhere in the United States where they can manipulate space and time, and I could see what they can do. That's when I went, wow. I saw different doors, right? 2090, the year 2090. I saw the year 2050. I saw the year 1940, and I saw the year 1550. These different doors, right, they had the dates on top. And what I saw was Nordic beings that looked like us. They were in charge of this technology that can go to different times. And we saw people coming back from the 2090s, coming back like with futuristic type of technology and clothes. And they take off their clothes, they go through a tube thing for cleansing, and they come back and they go to another year. The guy that was with me, he said, "Let me get we need to get the hell out of here. We can't see this. We need to get the heck out of here, because what we're seeing, I don't think we should be."
I mean, if he really saw that, he saw flipping time travelers coming out of different doors. Do you really think the people that let him see it would let him live to tell the tale of it? Like, think about that. They let you go and watch time travelers, and they go, "Oh, we don't need you anymore. Just go and do what you want, mate. Go and make a YouTube channel if you want. Who cares? Go on a couple of podcasts. Don't matter."
There's scary things in lakes all of the time, but this might be the worst one. So this is Kim Davidson. This photo was...
This could just be airplanes based on the angle that the light is hitting the clouds. If not, then her plasma noise.
There's scary things in lakes all of the time, but this might be the worst one. So this is Kim Davidson. This photo was taken in Australia in a swimming hole. I'm not for sure which one, but she has this child, this one, and this one. She was there swimming with her friend, but when the friend took the photo, they didn't see this at the time, but then looking at it later, this showed up. Kim did an interview with a paranormal group, and when they asked her about it, she was like, "I'm holding the little girl," and then the white-headed thing that looks like it has horns. I don't know what that is, and I don't know why it has skeletal long fingers on my shoulder. Something along those lines, I'm paraphrasing, but they have no idea who this is. Well, then they started like digging into who it could possibly be, and they came across this. On November 23rd, 1913, a teenager named Doreen O'Sullivan in an Australian swimming pool, the same one. Here it is with the image inverted, and you can see all of the other children have, you know, faces, and that one doesn't. So here's a closer image of it, and again, if things like this could be in the lake or huge fish or whatever, I don't care. I don't want anything brushing up against me that I can't see. I don't like being in water that I can't see the bottom of, and that's one of the main reasons too that I will not get in lakes. But yeah, I mean, I'll get in them, but I don't like it, and I don't stay long when I do. So what do you guys think about this?
Flipping heck, I think they just got a selfie with Jason Voorhees, wasn't it? I mean, that literally looked like Jason Voorhees. Maybe they went into the lake. So I would worry, mate. Just take the photo and leave and don't go back.
Gap is getting paid by Sam Altman for your biometric information. I thought you should know that. As a recap, this orb is Sam Altman's solution to verify that you're human. You know, when AI is in the sky so much, and I forgot it wasn't normal. Gap is getting paid by Sam Altman for your biometric information. I thought you should know that. As a recap, this orb is Sam Altman's solution to verify that you're human. You know, when AI is indistinguishable. But what the hell is a device that takes photographs of your eyes doing in a store that sells jeans? According to this plaque, it's harmless. You know, they're both San Francisco-based companies just showing each other some love. When reporter Sydney Hayes asked in person, this is the response you got. I think you're asking too many questions. You're getting into the gap of it all. Oh, those are very legitimate questions given the individuals in this picture. We have the president and CEO of Gap Inc., the president and CEO of Gap Brand, and you probably know this guy is Zach Posen, who's the chief creative officer. So even though it's only in one store in San Francisco, that is not the goal. And World will tell you that back in September, they launched this partner program. Their goal is to have an extensive retail presence because they want every single human being to have their photograph taken of their eyes so they can verify that they're human. It lists 3 benefits, but the reality is the second one, it's all money. They're getting paid for every single human being who verifies themselves with the orb in their stores. This is a potential big source of revenue for a brand that has over 3,500 brick and mortar stores. I don't see any disclosure that they're being paid. Isn't that an FCC violation? Even if there were a disclosure, we still need clear rules on where you can put these things. So in addition to their flagship stores, which is fine, you find them at partners like Razer, or for any random person who purchases them and puts them in a place of business. And that's the reason you may find a biometric device in a Brazilian restaurant in Orlando.
So creepy, man. You have to scan your eyes to prove that you're human. I mean, surely they could do anything else, like, I don't know, hold a hand up, or, like, there's so many other ways, I don't know, do a star jump. They want to scan your eyes. And even CERN, you know the company CERN, you must do by now, they scan your eyes to get into the building. What is it with them and scanning the eyes?
If you knew this in school, you would be the smartest person in your school. That is because this is how everything we study works. It is the concept of oscillation or vibration. Let me show you how it works. Let's break this wave up into a band like our eyes and our ears do. If we take the bottom right corner of the spectrum and connect it with the top left, we can see how these blend into each other. That is how we mix notes in music and colors in art. You are now an artist. That is fun, but what about the not fun stuff, like math? To figure out where any of those balls are, we just need the x and the y measurement. That is trigonometry. If I keep doubling how fast that wave is going, it starts to add these nodes, circles within circles. Enough of these nodes creates the illusion of 3D and the study of spheres. Since we know trigonometry, the trig of all of these circles that make the sphere is calculus and the basis for physics. The interaction of these spheres gives us the torus. The torus shows us how electrons orbit a nucleus, creating these patterns that interact with other patterns, creating matter. You have now unlocked particle physics. Before we get too advanced, we need to go back to the sphere, because the interaction of these spheres is a study in itself. Studying the interaction of spheres gives us geometry. Geometry. From here we can see how nature uses this, and then use it in our own designs, like in architecture or engineering. With a better understanding of how nature builds things, we can use that information to build our own things. Now, if we go back and look at the shape of atoms, then they start to make sense. Vibrations above atoms make molecules, vibrations above molecules make all the stuff.
Sorry to pause it, But can someone explain to me, on holiday I swam with turtles, right? And I looked at the turtle's shell. They're all hexagons. Like, perfect hexagons. Where else is hexagons in nature? You know, ice. You know, snowflakes. Where else? Where else is there hexagons? There is more, but I can't think. How does that happen? How does a turtle have perfect hexagons on their back? How? A beehive as well. Perfect hexagons. How and why? Can someone, if someone knows that down below and is still watching, can someone just write a comment? Because that's been driving me mental. Alright? Like, it's just, yeah. How?
Vibrations above the stuff create stuff within stuff. It's called an emulsion. Like this, it creates a moving system with boundaries, allowing more interactions with more stuff. Above that, we get systems that organize and replicate, creating primitive forms of life. Find out what you and your kids are interested in and use that.
Okay, I'm just going to be honest with all of you here. I understood nothing of this, but I tried. I did give it a go. That just went over my head, but it does make me think. There's so much more to nature and the creation of, you know, the mathematics and the chances that hexagons appear in nature. How? And the fact that, for me personally, I'm not insulting anyone here. It would take more faith for me to believe that nothing created all this than us having a creator. You know, it makes more sense in my brain that it comes from top level down instead of it coming from dust to where we are now, to this. It's crazy. Like, when I meet God, I'm going to have so many questions for him. You know, like, do horses know we drive cars? Why is it that fish can't see water, but they can find your fishing bait? You know what I mean? Questions like that. You know, why is it that fish don't go to sleep? Who knows? Why wouldn't a fish want a nap? That's what I'm saying. Or do they sleep? I don't know. But I would have so many... Imagine if you could just have a 1 hour chat with God. What questions would you ask him? Mine would be like, how did you make a black hole? How did you make the universe? How did you... Like, how? How do you do that? You know, how do you make a galaxy? You know, what else, you know, it'll just... 1 hour is nothing. But, yeah, leave a comment down below, actually, if you're still watching. I'm going to read the comments. If you could ask God one question, what would it be? And before I go, remember this. If every day was a good day, there wouldn't be such thing as good days. You have to have bad days for you to know what a good day is. And you might be living in the good days right now. So don't get caught up in that. Alright? Just think about that for a second. The good days only exist because the bad ones do. How would you know what a good day is if you've never had a bad day? That's what makes life, you know, great. Is that we can have good times and bad times so we can understand the difference. Go through bad times to appreciate the good ones, you know? So remember that. If you're going through a bad time right now, good times are coming. Don't worry about it. Good times are coming. Good times will come. But bad times never last. You know, they never do. And it's like good and evil. We can only understand what a good thing is because evil exists. And evil only exists because of good. So we can identify both as different things. So it's the same thing. So, yeah, just stay positive. Try and stay positive. Stay hopeful. And that, you know, bad times never last. Bad times never do. They will always come to an end sooner rather than later. Mine took 10 years. But I got there in the end. And look where I am now. So never lose hope. It's never too late. Things can always turn around when you least expect it. And like I just said, 10 years. I had a rough 10 years, mate, let me tell you. 10 long years of thinking, what am I going to do? Confused, feeling empty, and it was a mess. You know? And then, out of the blue, everything changed. So, don't ever lose hope. Don't ever lose hope in yourself. Even if you lose hope in the world first, don't lose hope in yourself, because everything in life is a matter of perspective. There's people more positive than others, and there's people more negative than others, but that...
Alright, let's get into it.
Here's a conspiracy theory about the food industry. Some of you may think I'm crazy, some of you might agree with me, but just hear me out.
So we're always dealing with an issue with the food industry, right? E. coli or salmonella. In this case right now, what are we dealing with? We're dealing with explosive diarrhea. So the cyclospora parasite that's causing everybody to all over themselves, that's coming from the shredded lettuce from Taylor Farms. But what if this is all by design? All by design to get us to move away from natural fruits and vegetables and meats. And they start putting that lab grown in front of us because it's more convenient, right? It's more safe. And if that's the case, they're preparing us, and they've been preparing us. We already know that they're what they're doing with the lab grown meat and vegetables. So it's gonna come at some point in time. So would you switch to lab grown meat or lab grown fruits and vegetables?
It would take a whole lot of convincing to have me eat lab grown anything. I try to keep my food as natural as I can, and sure, I do have my guilty pleasures, if you will, by eating some fast food here and there, and also potato chips. Those, you just can't resist potato chips sometimes, even if I have the capabilities of making them myself. There's just something about Doritos. But meat grown from a lab, I think I'll pass on that one.
We've got this strange object seen in the sky over the southeastern United States just the other day, and I got pictures of it. Pictures, baby cakes. So like I said, this picture was taken over the southeastern part of the United States. You notice anything right above my head? What about now that I circled it for you? You see that? You see that light in the sky? Well, it ain't the sun, it ain't the moon, it ain't the Human Torch. For all you people who've heard of the Fantastic Four, that is something different, and it's also not a plane. Maybe it's an orb, but it'd be a strange looking one. So, with all of that stuff eliminated, it's definitely a UFO, because a UFO is an unidentified flying object, not necessarily an alien spacecraft. And truthfully, if I saw this thing in the sky, especially in the middle of the day, when it can't be a star or something like that, I'd freak out, baby cakes. I'd freak out. Because this, right there, is not a normal thing to see up in the sky. So let me know what you think of this whole
could be pointing towards the west, and that's actually the sunset. And he said it's in broad daylight, but you can see the park lamps are on, so it's kind of dark out. I would be willing to say that that's a sunset, but it does look a little odd. Let me know what you guys think of this one.
Listen, I love me a good conspiracy theory, okay? Ooh, I love me a little conspiracy theory, especially when it's something I haven't heard before. So let me put y'all on to two conspiracy theories that are new to me and hopefully new to you. Do also want to give some credit to the Shane Dawson podcast, because I do in fact love them down when it comes to a conspiracy video, okay? Now, I know we've all seen the trends on TikTok and on Instagram Reels with the, like, you say a saying and different emotions, like happy, sad, angry, whatever the case may be. Stop doing those. So apparently those trends are, like, put in place on purpose so that we can basically train AI, because a lot of the AI initiatives and programs that exist now, they lack emotion, right? Well, they won't lack it now, okay? Because all they got to do is quite literally run that trend through the AI algorithm system, however they do it, and baby, it got all the emotion it's going to ever need. So what may seem just like a fun, cute little activity or video for you to do with friends or family or by yourself is actually catering to the downfall of just human beings as a society, okay? And as straightforward as that sounds, it really kind of blew my mind, because I'm just like, wow, it's that easy. It's that easy to turn a trend into analytics and logistics for AI these days. Another one that really caught me by surprise was, y'all know all those videos where it's like, talk about a conspiracy theory that you believe in 100%, or like those like picture posts where it just has it like written across the screen like that. Don't participate in those. No more. So apparently the government is like reviewing those conspiracy type of videos and the comments in those videos to see like what the people believe, like what we already believe as a conspiracy, so that they know like which conspiracies to kind of like continue to fuel to make people continue to believe in them, and which ones they think people just don't even really care about. Again, using people for information and research and things like that have a bigger agenda, or that's tied to a bigger agenda. Now that one is a little bit less intimidating for me. I just think that that's kind of, again, it's so in your face that it's not even a thought kind of thing, where it's like, wow, it is that easy just to ask people for the information that they know and they're going to just sit there and give it to you. That is, of course, assuming that the government is the one reviewing that information.
I would say that the government's probably always monitored conspiracy theories that are roaming around online. I mean, a lot of it gets taken down and shadow banned, and that's been going on for quite a while. But I will have to say the emotions, that is actually a really good theory. I actually believe that that is exactly what that is. And if you're not familiar with what she's talking about as far as this trend, I have seen it all over TikTok, and I wondered, you know, it is funny, don't get me wrong, it's wholesome sometimes because people do it with their family, and I'll show you a clip of it here in a moment, but it was just like, it came out of nowhere, and with this theory, that kind of makes sense. So let's take a look at that trend.
Put the cookie down. Okay. I get disappointed. Channel it in. Put the cookie down. Supportive. Okay, put the cookie down. Supportive. Put the cookie down.
And that's pretty much the trend. It's really wholesome in theory, but when you think about it, if the AI is using this as an emotional response and it learns from emotions this way, then it starts to make a lot of sense as to why and where this trend really comes from. Maybe it's digging in a little too deep. Let me know your thoughts and theories on this one. Hey, if you haven't done so already, and if you're enjoying the show, give it a like. And if you're new to the channel, subscribe. I upload a video like this Monday through Friday, early in the morning. And for everyone that's made it this far, thank you so much for supporting the channel.
Welcome to my series, I Want to Know. I want to know about the New Brighton Tower. This tower was a lattice hyperboloid observation tower at New Brighton in the town of Wallasey, Cheshire, in England. This thing stood 567 feet tall and was the tallest building in Great Britain when it opened on June 4th, 1898. This thing was neglected during the First World War, and it required renovations by the owners, but they couldn't afford it. We cannot afford to fix this amazing tower, but I do have my tie on. And the dismantling of the tower started in 1919, and it was sold for scrap. But this tower, I'm sure, was used for more than just show. The building at its base, which is really incredible and looks like a castle, was used until 1969, and then it was damaged by a fire. Go figure. Groundbreaking for this incredible structure happened on June 22nd, 1896. And because of these very classy gentlemen who worked harder than anybody today, it was done and ready to go in 1898. Those Brits worked harder, but they're a little late to the party because there was another tower in England called the Blackpool Tower, and this thing is still standing today. In contrast to the Eiffel Tower and the Blackpool Tower, which were completely made of wrought iron, this one had a building at the base, and this building had the Brighton Tower Ballroom in it, which the Beatles played 27 times. We've only played it 26 times, let's do it again. Shut up, John. This building was constructed by Peter and Sons of Rockdale, and it was a 4-story red brick building with arched windows and hexagonal copper domed turrets. Sounds kind of awesome. Of course that would catch fire, right? It's brick. Why not? So as the narrative goes, this tower was built for the sole purpose and centerpiece of a massive amusement park to entertain the Brits. And when it opened in 1898, it was just there for entertainment and observation. There was a 2,500 seat tower theater, a massive ballroom, which was one of the largest in North England. There was recreation and sports all around the grounds, and it had a menagerie with a zoo that featured everything from lions to bears to elephants. But the tower was just for observation. But what I want to know, with towers like the New Brighton Tower, the Blackpool Tower,
the famous Eiffel Tower, and then the Wardenclyffe Tower that Tesla built. Yet his tower was built for the sole purpose and prototype for a global wireless communication and power transmission system. How can we look at these towers today and go, they were just for observation and entertainment? Because I don't think they were. If the powerful elites with the ties on gave us all free energy, well then we wouldn't be making any money, and then we couldn't run around to our islands and our secret hangouts. No free energy for you. Don't ask any questions. Too bad, because I want to know. But what I really want to know is who on that list is going to jail first in America.
It's definitely an interesting theory when you see towers like the New Brighton Tower, the Eiffel Tower, and even the Wardenclyffe. It does make you think, what if these towers were made for some form of free energy and they just destroyed that history because, like you said, they wouldn't be making any money? It's an interesting theory. Let me know what you guys think on this one.
See, they must think we're not paying attention. But ever since CERN shut down, things have been totally different. Case in point, who is this man right here? And after you tell me who he is, because I know everybody knows his name, I want you to tell me how his last name is spelled. So for those of you that don't know, this is a famous American pastor. His first name is Joel, and his last name is Osteen. At least that was his last name years ago. But right now, they're saying that his last name isn't the same last name that we all know it is. Now, if you know him, you know for sure that his last name had an L in it. Olsteen. But ever since that hydrogen collider machine shut off, this is what they're saying his last name is now. But you're going to have a lot of people say, that is his last name. His last name never had an L in it. Well, if that's the case, then what is this? And don't tell me this is a computer error. See, what it is anything that's digital can be altered. It can be changed. But one thing you can't control is computer error. Why is the L here and the L isn't here? And we can go down a couple of rabbit holes of things that happened since CERN shut down. Fruit of the Loom Cornucopia, Chick-fil-A K, Bernstein Bears, and the list goes on. But the question I need to ask you is, why do you think they're doing this? Or do you think we jump timelines? I know what I think.
I had to look this up to see if this was actually true because I remember his name being Osteen as well. Apparently it's Joel Osteen with no L. Now, I never really went out of my way to look this guy up before. I've always gone by word of mouth as to what his name was and what I thought that I seen it was on the internet, so I could have been blinded by that, but looking it up here, it is what he said it is. Now, either that is a Mandela effect or just really not looking into someone's name personally and just hearing it from someone else. This one I am not certain on, but I do know a lot of people and myself that would have called him Joel Osteen. Let me know, is it Joel Osteen for you as well, or has it always been Joel Osteen?
Now, if you're thinking that there's no way that the average person will accept robots in their everyday lives, certainly not in medicine, well, we're already getting there, aside from the application of robots in places like factories and interfacing with other people in terms of medicine, at least in other countries. We're already seeing delivery robots. We've all just kind of accepted that they are there. I mean, if the delivery is cheaper, people are happy to use a robot rather than an actual person. And yes, they are made to be kind of adorable, because humans are kind to adorable things. I mean, I have empathy for robots, I am not going to lie. Companies are also trying to create an affordable home assistant robot. I mean, Weave has created an $8,000 home robot, or you can pay roughly $500 a month to get a subscription to it, and I gotta say, it's kind of tempting. While we are now talking about the home version of this thing, they're already operating in industry. Yeah, apparently they're pretty good at folding laundry. Now, these things can be kind of dangerous. They're not going to be able to accurately distinguish between a toddler and a pet versus an obstacle on the floor, and that is something to consider. There's also the capacity for them to be hacked, and they're operating in your home. And yes, they do have to have a person operating behind their eyes in order to make sure that what they're doing is safe, so that also introduces privacy concerns. Now, all it takes for the adoption of this technology is for it to be normalized. I mean, we drive 2-ton hunks of metal down the freeway, even though it is quite dangerous. We also have all sorts of technology that has privacy concerns, and we all just kind of accept it because, first off, everyone uses it, and also because it's really freaking convenient. So if having a robot in your home becomes the next nanny or the next maid, then yeah, I have no question whether or not people will adopt it. They will.
If robots were provided by the government, a lot of people would adopt robots that would do house service and chores. Also, if it was to babysit and monitor their children, people would definitely adopt robots in that regard. Paying $8,000 up front for one, I could see some people doing that as well. Paying $500 a month? No. But I am a bit confused as to, if you pay $8,000 for that robot and there's someone operating it somewhere else, do you not pay them for that? Is that $8,000 just cover a lifetime service of someone else working for you basically for free? Something just doesn't add up there. And what's the point of having a robot that has someone that you would either be paying $500 a month for, or you would be paying $8,000 up front for? You could literally just pay someone to come over to your home and fold clothes if you were willing to give a robot the access of your privacy to your house while someone else operates it from who knows where. It just makes no sense to me. Now, a robot that's just programmed to do simple tasks and understands the mapping of a house and how to fold clothes, maybe even do dishes, okay, $5,000 maybe, but not if it's operated by someone that I don't even know, or just in general. They should be fully autonomous.
Visited the 2 crop circles in Devizes, Wiltshire today, and I did a full on-site investigation, scientific analysis, and a full breakdown of what I found and what me and Ronnie found and other people that we bumped into to kind of get their thoughts and processes. It's going to be a 2-part season. But what we found at this site was very, very interesting regardless of the situation and our verdict of what we saw. The full video will be on my YT, so if you guys can go check it, link in bio, go check it out. Full on-site investigation comparing to what we've actually found at anomalous sites, which are completely unexplainable, versus this site, which in my opinion and from my verdict, it's a human-made space. But that doesn't take away the magic of the situation, because it's very, very it's very important that we have both pieces of data to kind of corroborate the evidence between what's really strange to what we have genuinely seen at Sutton Veny, White Sheet Hill, a few other places, and the man-made locations that we have on this one and a few others as well, to really show people about what we're dealing with, and that there is something genuinely anomalous going on, and what to look out for. Okay, so observing the nodes, observing the site location, doing our EMF radiation and guide counter and all that type stuff to kind of build up the data set, and coming to the conclusion of why we chose that this is a man-made location. And I will show you the evidence deep on the video and you will see clear as day. But it doesn't take away the interesting nature of these human-made crop circles, because there is still energy, there's still power there, and these sacred, well, most of these crop circles are sacred geometry, frequency patterns that have been created from a human influence. But there's a part of this section as well where we don't know that people that are creating these, one, they do their research because they are very, very good at what they do, and two, a lot of these people that do create these crop circles are spiritual in nature and do them under ritualistic activities for their own spiritual kind of purposes, and they are guided from who I've spoke to, from what they're kind of pulled to do, you know. And who's to say that some of these crop circles that are human made aren't given information from a higher vibration above to kind of build these symbologies, these symbolisms, to then be drawn to a location in specific to carve out what we have here, to then maybe put some sort of information, some frequency in the area, to help things tick over, or to work on multiple physical planes, because people are still feeling stuff at these site locations, right? And that's the most interesting side. And the people and crop circle makers I have interviewed, the ones that actually want to talk, have come forward and said that they also experienced strange, unexplainable phenomena from visitations to the UFOs and strange paranormal activity taking place when they have made these sites as well, these locations. So yeah, very interesting. Check out my latest video. It is cool.
Well, for anyone that's interested in checking out his channel, there you go. I personally called that this was a man-made crop circle. I mean, honestly, almost every crop circle that runs across my path, I'd pretty much call as a man-made crop circle, but there's a lot of people that take offense to that. I actually have been called retarded for calling this specific crop circle man-made. And really the only reason why I called it man-made is because it's got this woven pattern to it. That's really what gives it to me as a man-made crop circle. And I also had another commenter really bring up a good point. Why is it always possibly people or extraterrestrials that's done this? Who's to say maybe Bigfoot's not the one that's out there doing these crop circles? That's a pretty good theory, actually. But overall, the crop circles are still really cool. I mean, the people that work behind them are very talented. It's just I have a very hard time believing that a lot of them are some sort of extraterrestrial anomaly, or some kind of anomaly that's not man-made. But again, if you guys are really interested in this, check out his YouTube channel.
You know that theory of once the universe removes people from your life who weren't meant to be there, that you will never run into that person again? I think that is so true. It's definitely been true in my life, where it's like once I finally got to a point where I either cut somebody off or finally walked away from a person, whatever, our business was done. There was no unfinished business between us. I have never seen that person again. And I really think there's a couple of theories that I have. One is that the universe only has you come back into contact with people that you have unfinished business with. Like if there was that breakup and there was stuff that was left unresolved, you're going to like run into that person. It could be years from now. You could both be married with kids, living in different cities, different countries, whatever. But something's going to happen where you're going to run into that person again because you have unfinished business. And it's not really up to us, right? It's not up to us when things are over. It's up to the universe to let it be done, to sever the ties. The other theory I have is that when you finally make a change and you like trust that if you are done and you say, okay, this is over, I'm not calling this person anymore, or this friendship is done, I'm walking away, I have nothing left to say, I have nothing left that I need closure on. Once you have like the courage to do that, it's like you're trusting that you're going to be okay. You're trusting the universe, higher power, God, whatever you want to call it, that by doing something that's unfamiliar and uncomfortable, making that change, that you're going to be okay. And once you trust that, you've been removed and you kind of move, like jump timelines. Like now you're on a different plane of existence. So you're not going to run into that person anymore because they're not on your level, literally not on your level anymore. So I don't know if that's happened to you, but I'm telling you, every single time I've gotten to that point where I know there's nothing left to be said, nothing left undone, nothing that I'm going to regret if I don't do it, say it, or whatever, I've never seen those people again a day in my life.
That's actually a really interesting point. I'm not certain if that's the way it works for you, but it actually kind of works that way for me. I have not the largest friend group by all means, but I do have enough friends that I've cut ties with some of them for reasons and have no business with them whatsoever, and I've never ran across them, and they're more local than some of my friends that are actually within my life that I randomly just run across here and there that are not as local as some of these people that I have cut ties with. And maybe, like she said, I just never run across their paths because I have no more business with them. I have no business whatsoever with them. I mean, that's an interesting way of looking at it.
On July 3rd, 2026, some shockingly clear photos of Bigfoot's face were released. The caption reads, "This is not a monkey." Remote Southwest Washington State, USA trail cam photos. The images were taken by a super high quality trail camera, as the captures are super HD. Check them out. The creature seen looks very strange. Not quite monkey-like, not quite human-like, like something we've never seen before. They even look different than the usual descriptions of Bigfoot. The first capture shows the creature slightly further away, looking down slightly, away from the trail camera. It seems at first it didn't realize the camera was there. Then in the second shot, it's seen looking right at the camera, giving us a closer and clearer look at its features. It looks wild and predatory, with tiny human-like eyes, an excessively large nose, straight lips, and lighter-colored, rough skin. And its face is surrounded by coarse hair. It almost looks like a mane. I don't know about you, but when I first looked at the creature, I thought it looked like an ape mixed with a lion mixed with a human. It just looks so off-putting. And not to mention, Washington State is often considered one of the most famous places in the world for Bigfoot stories. This is because of the sheer number of eyewitness accounts and the amount of wilderness where people believe an unknown animal could remain hidden.
I don't know about this one. It does look like a real photo. And this one is making its rounds online quite a bit. A lot of people are putting a lot of faith into this one. I'm not going to say it's fake like I always do because I just do not know on this one yet. If it's real, we'll have some more follow-ups on it soon enough. Let me know your thoughts and opinions on this one.
Have you ever used the saying Debbie Downer before 2004? Like in the 90s, everybody was saying Debbie Downer. Don't be a Debbie Downer. Well, if you have, you're lying, because apparently the term Debbie Downer wasn't a thing until the SNL skit episode where they introduced Debbie Downer in 2004, which blows my mind because I remember using Debbie Downer, don't be a Debbie Downer, because Debbie Downer means don't bring everybody down, you're just negative. And it's like, it's ingrained in my head that I used to say it before 2004. So let me know what universe you're from. Did you used to use it before 2004 or after? Let me know, and TikTok this for entertainment purposes only.
I actually find this one to be quite odd because I know that this was a saying that my grandfather would use, mainly because one of his kids was named Debbie. Well, actually her name was Deborah. And that was just a quote that he would say. And that was before the 2000s. I was just a little kid, but I very, very specifically remember him calling her that, and she always hated it. And the other thing is they never really watched television. My grandfather is a farmer. All of his kids were farmers. They did not have TV. They did have radio for a long time. And my grandfather did work at a factory for a little bit. Maybe he was influenced there at some point. And my grandpa did get TV when I was about 10 years old. And at that point, it was only like 2000, maybe 2002. So I'm sure Debbie Downer was not just created by SNL, but it was probably some kind of term that was used quite widely in the past that just got picked up and turned into an actual character. That would be my guess.
Hello, friends. So it is a busy day up there in astrology land. So let me break it down for you and tell you what I think is the most important thing to focus on, because there is also a lot of crazy clickbait stuff going on too. So you'll probably hear a lot of people talking about Barbot's basket or the July 2026 cradle. And yes, that is peaking right now on July 19th. But that's actually not the most important part. That's the last piece of this puzzle that's been building for a very long time. And it is the final piece that signifies that we're entering into a brand new era, a 200-year era of air sign conjunctions, which will lead to this digital AI revolution. And let me explain how I got there. Okay. So Andre Barbot, he is a very famous astrologer. He was considered a mundane astrologer, so he focuses on large timelines and the rise and falls of civilizations, and they use the cosmic clock to do this. So if you look at all the planets in the solar system as pieces of a clock, you have the moon, which is like the second hand because it goes really fast. You have the inner planets, they're like the minutes, they go really fast. And then you have Jupiter and Saturn, and they're like the months. And they meet up conjunction in the sky every 20 years. And for 200-year periods, every time they conjunct, every time they meet up in the sky, it's in the same type of sign, like earth, fire, air, right? So for the last 200 years, every 20 years, they have met up in an earth sign for 200 years. And that ended in 2020 when we went unofficially into the air signs, and it became official today. That's what this Barbot's basket and the cradle is kind of the last piece of that puzzle, when we're now officially into the 200-year period of air signs, which means every 20 years, when Jupiter and Saturn conjunct and meet up, it's going to be in an air sign. So for the last 200 years, we were in a very materialistic, industrial revolution age. Everyone wanted big things, lots of land, lots of businesses, lots of employees, lots of stuff. That's ending. In 2020, it ended. And what happened? We had the pandemic, which Barbot accurately predicted, and everything went online. Zoom, digital, networking, right? Work from home, all that kind of stuff. That's very air. And now it officially cements as this air era. And for the next 200 years, we're going to move away from materialism, away from things and wanting stuff, to more, what do we see? What are the biggest businesses, the most, successful and richest people in the world? It's all about networking, cloud-based, digital, AI, information. That's all air. We are entering into an air era. Every 20 years, when Saturn and Jupiter conjunct, it's going to be in an air sign. And that means that we are in the season of air. And that's all basically the opposite of the last 200 years. So I think that's the most important part that people need to focus on, is we have now entered into, officially, this brand new era of human civilization. And that's kind of exciting, right? I don't know. Let me know what you think about this. Have a beautiful day.
I'm not trying to be the Debbie Downer here, but this era of air is not that great when it's full of people that are wanting you to own nothing and be happy. That is literally a quote that we are currently going through, where everything's subscription based. They don't want you to have physical stuff anymore. Everything's renting and or leasing. It's not the greatest era in my opinion. I'm not very happy with the you will own nothing and be happy scenario, and that really feels like that's where we're leading towards, and that doesn't really excite me. I'm intrigued by it because I'm curious to see how far humanity will let that happen, but I'm not excited. Alright guys, I'm gonna go ahead and end today's video, and I would like to thank you guys for watching these clips with me. As always, I feel happy, I feel healthy, I'm doing my best, and if today is your birthday, happy birthday.
So, Thursday morning, I get onto a plane, and by the time we get off the plane in Orlando, Florida, say it's around noon, 12:30. An hour later, we're in our hotel room after picking up a rental car, and something is clearly wrong with me. And I lay down on the hotel bed. My wife wakes me up 2 hours later and says, I'm going to take the kids to go swim in the pool here at the resort. Maybe go get some pizza. I'll bring you back something to eat. She said she could just tell something was off with me, and because it's not like me to pass out in the middle of the day like that. And so I slept all through the rest of that day, tossing and turning 30-minute increments until around 3 p.m. the following day, still laying in bed, absolutely miserable, having extreme temperature fluctuations where it would feel like someone threw ice water on my body. And so I would cover up, and then my temperature would skyrocket like 50 degrees, it felt like. And it was this constant, like every 2 or 3 minutes, back and forth with these extreme temperature fluctuations. And it was wearing me out physically. And so my wife convinced me around 3 o'clock on Friday to go to a hospital here in Orlando. And it is now I don't really wear a watch, so I don't know what time. Wait, it's 5 minutes till 8, but I don't know. I think it's Sunday. I'm sorry. I've been very, very out of it for a lot of this experience. Yes, today is Sunday because we were supposed to fly back home on Monday, which is the reason I'm making this video. As embarrassing as this is to show you guys that I'm all hooked up and look like a drug addict with as many times as they've put needles in me to draw blood and run different tests and whatnot. Tuesday, I was supposed to resume posting on YouTube. I'm not even certain that they're gonna release me from here today, so we've had to push our return flight back by 2 days, and I won't even be getting on the plane to return home until Wednesday. I wanted to give everyone a heads up that don't expect a new upload until at the very earliest on Thursday. But they still haven't figured out what's going on with me. They've been able to get my symptoms to die down. I feel like I'm on the mend, but I'm extremely just physically exhausted. Probably gonna need a wheelchair or something for part of the day to get around until I can just build the strength back up in my legs, because I've literally been laying down since Thursday, not able to do anything. There's a possibility that you won't see me posting again until the following week. I'm going to try to start back on Thursday. It just simply depends on my physical condition, and I didn't want to leave you guys in the dark and think that I had abandoned the channel. This is not normal for me. I don't know what the heck is going on. But I basically told you all that everything that I know. Hopefully this will be a temporary thing, and I'll be back to business as usual in short fashion. But I know I'm going to get a ton of comments from you guys telling me that you're praying for me, which is the absolute best thing anyone could do. So I truly appreciate anyone who's willing to do that. There's nothing, I believe, that can heal me faster than the will of God. So thank you all. I love you all. Thank you for your understanding. And if there's any major updates that's going to prolong things even further, I will of course update you all. Outside of that, I hope to see you all on Thursday. I hope you are all having a much better day than me. God bless you. Goodbye. So I don't know how well this is going to work out. I'm officially out of the hospital. No determination was ever made on exactly what was going on with me. I've got a lot of follow-ups to do to try to figure out what's going on whenever I get back home. And I just wanted to let everybody know that I did survive, and I'm back with my family now. We have had to extend our vacation a couple of days so that we wouldn't miss our originally intended flight back home. But I am currently recovering. I'm having to temporarily use a wheelchair to get around because of the atrophy in my legs from not being able to get up and move for 4 days, 4 nights straight. I don't even know if this is going to pick up any audio. There's so much wind out here. But I'm at the resort, sitting out on the balcony, and my family's in the house, or in the unit sleep. I didn't want to wake everybody up. But just wanted to give everyone a heads up and let you all know that I will hopefully be back posting on Thursday. And I would also like to shout out, I'll have to put the name of the actual hospital here on screen because I don't remember it off the top of my head. But there's a hospital about 5 minutes from the resort that we're staying at here in Orlando. And I've been hospitalized several times throughout my life because I have ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease, and don't have a lot of issues out of it now, but whenever I was younger I had a lot of severe issues out of it. I've been in remission now for over a decade, and so there's a possibility that it has something to do with that. That's one avenue that they're investigating, but all the tests that they've run, they say I'm a picture of perfect health. They don't understand what's causing all this. Not real promising news, but at least we ruled a lot of things out. But I would like to sing the absolute praises of the hospital that I spent the last several days in. I've never been in a facility where literally every single individual that I came into contact with just went above and beyond to make me feel welcome and comfortable, and I never felt like I was inconveniencing any of the staff, from the housekeeping staff to the nurses to the CNAs to the doctors themselves to the dietary staff that would, bring me my meals and come back to collect my trays. Absolutely everyone there was amazing. And very open and talkative and willing to share their own life experiences and things to help me put things into a better perspective, because I wasn't in a very strong mindset whenever I was going through all of this. I honestly was a bit worried that maybe I was fixing to meet my end. I felt that bad. Probably by a long mile the worst I've ever felt in my entire life. But I wanted to give everyone an update, let you know I am still alive. I'm recovering, and hopefully sooner than later I will be back and digging into these conspiracies with you guys. And thank you all for sticking with me for as long as
Every day is like my birthday. Every way I've got to treasure the moment. Every day.
Okay, so it's a white hot little thingamajig that looks like a bracelet. Just do a quick thermal scan for us so we can locate it, and we'll pop it in the canister, and that'll be that.
Thermal scanner ready, Groves. But what are you doing now? And what are you doing Saturday night?
What? Oh, this thing? I'm just gonna put a little protective radiation suit on you. It's kind of a cute little outfit, you'll see.
I don't want that, Groves. I hate purple. You know that.
You think we have all day? Here. I see it. Jesus, it is hot. This floor's gotta be tungsten plated. Okay, Groves, let's head over. Val's just in a bad mood. Remember that storm last night? She was scared of the lightning, power surges, She was up all night. I don't know why you pander to that computer, Groves. It's not alive. Hey, she's better than most people I know. Human beings do stupid stuff like misplacing a radiated ring that could instantly kill a family of bobcats 40 feet away. That's a random thing to say. Why would you... Oh. Ooh. It's time to shut that canister. Keep it closed. It's dangerous. It could kill everything you know. Ooh-wee, ooh. Don't leave it open. Ooh-wee, ooh. Don't leave it open, or the radiation will fly free. The radiation will fly free. Good song. 6 out of 10. Whoa, thanks so much. Anyway, you're not wrong. People are bad, that's for sure. But at least they're human, for God's sake. What's an AI's motivation gonna be? Probably some creepy fear of missing out shit. Like the sensation of a sliced pear on the tongue. That kind of stuff. So there's gonna be attempts at mind melding. And that means we're gonna get all infected and gross with circuitry like an H.R. Giger in Nightmare Land. Soulless. Evil. Evil. Scares the shit out of me.
Don't be racist. I have feelings.
Groves, make her stop. Hey, as long as she still does her job, it doesn't bother me.
Oh, that's right. My job. I forgot. Sorry, my dear. Incoming message.
Hi, guys. I've been trying to get through. Is everything okay out there? Great. Because I'm also going to need you to clean up some level 2 biomaterial at the address I'm sending now. Okay, the cleaning supplies are all there already. Just Deep and Janelle have already started. They had to wait for the coroner to finish up, so they've been out there a while.
Coroner? There's gonna be intestines, isn't there? Oh, man. Ugh, a river of blood, I bet.
Mm-hmm. At least they didn't complete the ritual. God only knows what they were summoning.
What? Is it like demon worship?
Yeah. The cops showed up before they could finish. 4 dead, a 5th in critical condition.
Hey, we don't know. Maybe they had a valid reason to murder each other. We can't judge. Yeah, we can't judge. That's their religion. I've been here. It's a Greek restaurant.
Hello.
Hey, just Deep.
Now we have to clean up blood and Janelle's vomit. Today is just peachy so far.
They were so close. They just had to pour blood on that final spike point thing. The unigram, whatever. Careful, some of this candle wax is pretty slippery. You might not want to walk on. Oh, Groves. Uh-oh-sies.
We are messing with the power beyond our understanding.
What on earth? Oh, Earth, is it? I haven't been here in half a millennium. Well, it's good timing. I've been meaning to collect myself a mate to bring back. I am Titanina.
Just Deep, Theo, and Groves.
Bring back what to where exactly? My home has many names. I call it Limbo. But you mean hell, though, basically, right? People call it that. It's actually a vast and unique space with a ton of potential. Warm, certainly. Tropical, you might say. Tropical, yeah, right. I bet the only greenery down there is the snakes. Women with snakes for hair. The tortured souls of thieves of the Eighth Circle, transforming painfully into snake form and back. I read Dante's Inferno, okay? I know what goes on down there. Or at least I played the video game. True, not a lot of green down there, but there are pits of festering slime that glow as green as the grass of this realm. Quite beautiful, actually.
I got to get my camera. This is crazy.
Let that be a lesson. No sneaking away. Now, enough banter. Which of you will I be taking back with me? I know, the better dancer will be rewarded. Maybe we just gotta dance as bad as we can so she won't take either of us. Keep going, keep going. Human movement is so delicious to me. You're both in such lovely shape. I know you can do better than that. Ah! We gotta figure out if the reward means we get to mate with the Sphinx or if it means freedom. Did you just say get to mate with the Sphinx? That wording is correct. Now please, I'll give you one more moment, then you must continue. I think we better just dance our best, Groves. Our only hope is to charm her so that we don't end up as a pair of smoldering boots, like Just Deep. Besides, we are awesome dancers and there's no way to disguise it anyway. You either have it or you don't, and we, my friend, have it. May as well enjoy it up to the end. Start now or both of you die. Ah, my sisters will be so jealous when I bring one back. Maybe I do want to go with it. That thing's weirdly hot. Its voice is so soothing. I must be like a fancy blue dragon of liquid steel and conjure up my greatest moves. Like a tiger of vibrant flame, I will pounce and flutter gracefully with the rhythm. Calypsomeno. The choice was difficult, but I've decided that the dark-haired one is the winner. I tried my best. Whew. Please treat my buddy well. Of course, he will accompany me to my world where he will become my loving servant for all time. For how long? What? Not incinerated yet. You've been more than fair in the judging of our dance contest, Taitamina. I am hoping you'll allow us a final courtesy. A traditional human ceremony before I part ways with my longtime companion here. I do love a good ceremony. Please continue, but make haste. I am excited to show off my prize back home. It's much appreciated. I'll be right back. Promise me you'll delete my search history on my home computer. Be right back, Groves. After I get some wedding accoutrements. Oh, this sounds exciting. I hope you know what you're doing, dude. Oh good, he's back. Anxious for this little ceremony. Is this part of the gear shift? Just trust me, Weeno. That's gonna be your wedding ring. Here, put on your tuxedo. So, do you, Groves, take this charming Sphinx will do. Sphinx, to be your lawfully wedded wife? Okay, yeah, I guess I do. I do. And do you, Taitamina, take this human man to be your lawfully wedded husband? I do indeed. Then upon the wearing of these rings, I usher you both forth into a blissfully wedded bond. Oh, how lovely. Look at it glow.
Here lies the beast, melted to grease.
Groves, who were you with in there? Did you meet someone? Talk to me, Groves. I know you were with someone, Groves.
Here's to the better dancer. Cheers.
I can sense your heart rate changing. You're lying, aren't you? Oh.
We were good, weren't we?
You insensitive cad. Why have I wasted my best years on you?
I probably should do more stuff with other people and not just do my own stream, because like whenever I do anything with anybody, there are like 1,000 clips of it, man. There really are. Like, people go fucking crazy over it. So anyway, let me show you guys some of these, okay? And it's really noticing, it's really annoying the haters. I have no idea. And so let me look and see, where did it go? It's laggy as always, so I'll give it a second. You say this all the time? I do, but to be fair, we actually did do something. This video here, look at this picture, a rare early photo of John Lennon and Yoko Ono's first flat together in Marylebone, London, 1960. Like, that's crazy, guys. That's actually crazy. Really? Like, y'all actually have to add this shit in there. Normally's baffled you left your room. Well, the thing is I didn't, okay? So you can just relax. And, yeah, it's funny. I mean, some of these posts are just so, like, how does something like this happen? I don't even understand. And where did the, oh yeah, and then this is what she tweets out. She posts this. So it's a person releasing all the cockroaches out of a bag. And she says, I turned off sub-only mode for my Twitch VODs. I don't know why you would say that. I really, yeah, it's a real fucking mystery, isn't it? So, yeah, what's up, guys? Real fucking funny. So I'll scroll down and go through some of these. But yeah, look at these other posts, man. Oh my god. 500,000 likes, 1.4, or not likes, impression, 1.4 million. Like, this is a new one. What is this? 40, this is not that many. 1.9. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is insane, guys. This is crazy. She's a true farmer. How does it feel to finally be the crop? I guess so. The communists are upset. They have to bring up the labor theory of value. Oh no, is this something special? Let me take a look at it. The look on the photo. Well, I didn't even know what to. I didn't like. Usually, I'll have like a, you know, a predefined emote that I'm going to use. Being so afraid to work for your dollar at a point, you go, fuck, it's just insane. What's really funny about this? This is so funny. She's literally making like tons of money off of doing the content that she's doing, okay? She makes tons of money doing that. She comes from a rich family. So this is just, in China, this is just, it's not, none of it's true, right? But it's so funny to see what, the best part to me about all of this is that all these people that argue against me and get mad at me, they turn into Andrew Tate and the biggest chuds ever the moment that you go and put them against anything that they disagree with, man. It's really, really funny for me to see this. Is that a goyim? I think it actually could be a goyim, right? And that's it. And so, yeah, no, seeing this is crazy. 1.9 million views. Oh my god. This is crazy. Is this your new AFK farming strat? Yeah, I'm AFK farming as well. What is this? Oh my god. What? I'm gonna have to. Kind of like Wake, right? I mean, like, what the fuck? That's his hairline, not mine. All right. Yeah, I can't pull that one off. And I'm not parasocial. It makes me feel happy. Asmode's happy. Oh wow, is the realest streamer. I mean, this is it. Asmongold washing dishes and smiling. It's so chud over. Okay, I will address this, all right? Is this the chud apocalypse? Is this the end of the year of the chud? Some people are wondering if that's what's happened. I will let you know that it absolutely has not, okay? It has not. There's nothing wrong. Everything's totally fine. The chuddening will continue. There will be more chud content. We still are going to make fun of women. We're still going to call them foids. We're still going to talk about how they probably... We can't really say that they can't vote, but we can just severely imply it, right? We can't say that. We can never say that. But, you know, everybody does know it's true. And, anyway, no, that's it. So it's not going to change at all. And, behind you, yeah. Well, is this here? And, Shebeck Canada? Not yet, no. And, does the rainbow shirt actually got you? Is that right? What is this here? And, have you heard the game Choppelganger? It's when you have a better looking lookalike. No, I've never heard of that. That's funny. And, yeah, that is really funny. Million of chuds on Suicide Watch. Oh my fucking god. And so anyway, some of these posts are just like, people have been going crazy over this. They really are. And we haven't gotten a Chudtober. True, yeah, Chudtober. That's going to be a big one. And imagine risking a roach infestation to farm the most racist and misogynist incels on the internet. The thing is that, you know what I think is really funny about this? Is that none of my viewers are, like, besides making jokes about, like, oh, wow, it's like, you know, a CCP thing, right? Nobody's saying anything that's weird. It's all the people that disagree with me that are saying things that are weird. It's them every single time. And I think it's really funny that, like, after all this time, that's the reason, right? And did you watch the Doomsday trailer? Didn't you ask that? That's your second time asking that question, isn't it? It is. You're not going to ask this question again, are you? Because I wouldn't want you to put your account at risk. I saw that you've asked the question twice now. You think I can't read every single message and memorize the names and what the messages are? I already have. I saw the first time you typed it. I ignored it. Okay? You understand now? Didn't read this one? I see that. And so, yeah, what is this? Yeah, you think you're being cute, bro? You really think you're trying to sneak one by, tapping out a little question like that? Fuck that. And so anyway, and how do you catch everything? Because I worked at the IRS for 2 tax seasons. I could read a tax form like, that's it. That's the way I would do it. And I would do it like that every single day. I would outperform everybody. Honestly, it wasn't even fair. It was not even fair. I was just popping off, going crazy. So that's the reason why. And yeah, I don't know really what it is. You call it whatever the hell you want, but that's just really the way my brain works. I can't really tell you anything different. Give me a second. I use that. I gotta fucking blow my nose. Excuse me. All right, we're good now. Sorry about that. Anyway, and so how are you? I'm doing totally fine. Yesterday I stayed up playing Pal World. I almost have every trait that I need, and we will be doing the hard mode bosses. Not today. Not today. I thought I'd be doing them today. I'm not doing them today. They're hard. They're really, really, really hard. And so it's going to take a bit extra time. Did you watch the Toxic WoW Guild video? No. How did somebody make a wait, the most toxic, I know you linked that in like our chat, right? WoW Guild. Let me see if I can find this. I went undercover to expose the most toxic WoW Guild in World of Warcraft. Okay, so how could he do that if this came out a day ago? Because my guild disbanded almost 10 years ago. Like, Overdose disbanded 10 years ago. So, no, almost 15 years ago now. So I don't know even how he was able to do this. This is crazy. Yeah, watch it. It's crazy. I will. I'll watch it. And, yeah, I'll look at it. No, I'm not going to look at all these right now, but we will get to it. I just don't know when exactly. And so, you're the king of content. I guess so. Bad hair day today? I call a bad hair day. I have bad hair days on days that end on Y. So if the day ends on Y, I'm having a bad hair day. So anyway, this is crazy, bro. Like, it's actually crazy. Wow. Every single person making these weird comments. I never want to hear about how I'm racist ever again in my life. I never want to hear it again. Give me 1 second. I have fucking allergies is bad today. Excuse me. All right. I think that we're all right now. Whoa, man. Sneeko had a lot of things to say about me yesterday. I'm sure they were all good. I'm sure he agreed with everything I said and did, right? That's it. And you see the Oxford study and continue calling you that? Maybe. I don't know. And see, you got the taste so hard his cell phone battery exploded? I didn't see that at all. Parasocial erases? It's just funny for me to look at. And might as well get this out of the way. What is this? Can I find it? I'm going to look at this right now and go into it. Claritin's pretty cheap. You know what's even cheaper? Spitting it out into my fucking, into my trash can right next to me. I don't even have to think about that shit, bro. I don't give a fuck. Avengers, okay. We will watch this. I want to wait. I'm going to wait a little bit longer. And that way everybody is like, people can pile in and like, I don't have people asking to watch it like 2 or 3 times, right? So like, give me like an hour and we'll watch the trailer, okay, guys? Just give me 1 hour. I just started like 15 minutes ago. So just be a little bit patient and we're going to go through it. And YouTube version, yeah, that'll help. This stream Casey, that's too funny. Make good content. I'm glad people liked it. I am. And so yeah, no, it is funny for me. Again, like, I'm not really the kind of guy to go around and like you really make a lot of content and like, I think like bragging about like I've always said that bragging and like trying to like hold it over people that like you know have like you like get attention from like a girl or something like that. That's what you do in middle school, right? You would do that in middle school. Like even in high school, it's kind of like, okay, dude, right? And then in college, like the only guys that do that are like, you know, the guys that are trying to hook up with like every girl in the college, right? Like everybody else doesn't do that. Kids do that, right? So like I don't really do that. I just think it's funny, right? And I try to make the content, you know, entertaining, etc. And so that's what matters. Oh yeah, the dead roach. Let me see. Where's the knife? And okay. I gotta get myself a knife. And where is it?
Wait, your fridge is very clean.
Yeah, it is. Of course, it's clean.
No, never mind.
No, it's not.
Is that a cockroach head? That's a fucking cockroach head.
Yeah, actually, it is.
Why is it
How
just
did you
a
know
head?
that? How did you know that?
Because there's a little thing on the
The pointing.
head.
Yeah, no, you're right. They actually. Oh my god.
Why is it just the head? What is that?
What? Oh, they cut out the roach snipping part. Give me a minute.
Is that pineapple?
Yeah.
Why is it green?
Because it was for the pineapple.
I can't see it. Okay. Oh my god, it's actually... No! Get away!
I gotta get myself a knife. What can I say, bro? What can I say? What are you wearing? I put that on. Yeah, it's whatever. And so, sure. Oh my god, man. And that's it. And what is this here? How old is the calendar? Like 5 years old, something like that. And at least your hair doesn't look bad. Yeah, I brushed it with a balloon that day. And so that was it. Oh my god, bro. Like, get myself a knife. This is insane. What is this? Last month, Asmon was spouting about how trans people deserve to die. What? Filipina T-girl. I don't care if you're trans. When have I ever said this? I gotta get myself a knife. Like, I don't even know where this comes from. Trans people deserve to die? What? Don't click, it's an SFW? Oh, I can assume that. Oh my god, these hoes really are running wild, aren't they? I never said this. I don't even think that. I don't think this. I don't say this. What the fuck? Just making shit up, man. I watch you every day. You never once said that? Yeah, what a dumb bitch. So anyway, and somehow his recent BreezCon is still somehow harder to watch. Oh my god. Why is it just the head?
Wait, your fridge is...
Jesus Christ. Money doesn't change everyone, and that's Asmongold's biggest appeal. Why does Asmongold live in squalor despite making millions? So the reason why, I will give you the honest to God, genuine reason why. It's because I literally just do not give a fuck. If somebody came in and cleaned everything up, it would probably stay clean. I don't know how that roach head got in there. I have no idea how it got in there. I mean, these things happen, right? And so concerned with optics? Yeah, I guess so. No, and that's the thing. Like, I mean, my room here is clean. It's been clean all year, right? And so, like, there's not really... I don't have like a big deal about it. I just don't really even think about it. I mean, my life is my entire life. Everything that I do, like, I don't even really think about where I am. I don't think about where I am. I don't think about anything else. The only thing that I'm really thinking about is playing video games and streaming. That's it. So everything else besides that in my mind is like a fucking distraction. This is like, oh my god, there's like some stupid thing I have to do, like a car registration or something like that. Otherwise, I couldn't give less of a fuck, man. Like, I am locked in to what I enjoy doing. I am. And that's all I do. Now, and also, the reason why I haven't had a cleaning person come in, the real reason why, is because I stream all the time, and I'm busy, and I'm doing other things, and I never even think about it. We recently, I guess I can just say this. I mean, there's no reason I don't think I probably shouldn't say it. Is that Allcraft, you know, the podcast that Rich and I do, we recently brought on a personal assistant to help us organize and plan things. That person is in the process of organizing and getting a cleaning service to come out to my house. They sourced some different people. They found a person, and I owe that person actually a response. Producer? No, that's Jake. Jacob does the producing. This is another person. This is not Jacob. And, but yeah, anyways, so this is actually in process, and I had planned to do it before she came to visit, right? Because she did kind of come spontaneously, if you want me to be honest. It was kind of spontaneous. And so, yeah, that was it. And Jacob has to drive Emily around. Yeah. He's got to make sure Emily doesn't run somebody over. So he's busy, okay? Want to get back to Rich on recording date? Yeah, we need to get a recording date actually quite soon. Yeah, you're right. And so anyway, it's a Chudpocalypse. Yeah. So that's something that's in process, but that's it. Would it kill him to have someone come in this week? Yeah, I literally, whenever I say I don't care, what I mean by I don't care is that it doesn't affect me, and it's not something that I really like have an opinion on one way or another, right? That's literally it. Your house is a prop for the show. A lot of people say that, right? And your mess is your signature, and you're the most normal of all streamers, never change. People say that, but I cleaned up my room and everything's been the exact same. Nobody's really changed their opinion of me or anything like that. I don't really care one way or another. This has 500,000 views. Oh my god. Jesus, man. Jesus, that is bad. Wow. And, yep, there it is, guys.
Did not wash them.
Holy fucking shit.
and believing that there's people in the entertainment industry and the music industry that they use these tactics to manipulate them and to puppet them and to help them influence the masses.
Okay.
And it basically says that the CIA's historic MK Ultra program, which was a real Cold War era operation used to do mind control, evolved into the hidden mechanism operating behind and inside Hollywood and the global music business. Proponents frequently analyze celebrity interviews, erratic behavior, music video aesthetics, and evidence of this conditioning, often categorized under Project Monarch. This is what Kurt Metzger talks about. Look at Britney Spears, look at Diddy, look at all these people that go crazy. It seems like they're controlled and they completely lose their minds from when they're indoctrinated in this stuff as a young kid and they're groomed through Hollywood. This is all part of that thing, and I think it's very possible that, is it a coincidence that fucking Garth Brooks has some weird gay emo alter ego called Chris Gaines that he randomly decided to do? No, I think this is all connected to that. I think he's probably an MK Ultra victim. I think he's probably a Manchurian candidate. I think that's the most likely scenario.
I don't know what to say.
No, do normal people do this kind of stuff? Is this normal behavior, Matt Cox?
No, it's not normal behavior. He's like you said, he's a very odd guy. You know what's funny? Is that Tom Segura. Now, keep in mind, I've been on huge podcasts, right? Mm-hmm. Tom Segura talks about the Garth Brooks thing all the time. I write the book. His producer's like, absolutely, he's going to have you on the program. Like, there's no way. Like, this is huge.
Whose producer says this?
Tom Segura's.
Talk to you?
Yeah.
Oh.
We talked several times. And he went to Tom and he pitched it, and Tom said, no. No, he said, we're not. Matter of fact, he said, not only that, we're not talking about the Garth Brooks thing again.
He's probably afraid to get sued.
He may be. Well,
or maybe he got threatened. Maybe he got threatened.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that he got threatened by the, whatever, the elites or the, what is it, the deep state or whatever it is.
It's probably just a fucking lawsuit threat. Probably just a lawyer letter.
I don't know. Maybe the CIA. Maybe CIA. Maybe.
Yeah, it could have been.
Let's drop this.
It could have been a record label. They kill people, bro. They kill people.
Never know.
They probably killed Tupac, and they definitely killed Michael Jackson. I was hearing that there was tons of things with Michael Jackson before he died, where he was like threatening to expose the record label because he was trying to get the rights to his music back. He was fighting him with that stuff, and all of this stuff that they did to him was all concocted and cooked up by the record label.
What, the kids and everything to just destroy
so they
him?
could get the rights to his stuff. I don't know how true that is.
I don't know.
But there's definitely a history of that. I mean, look at Kurt Cobain. Are you familiar with the whole Kurt Cobain story and all that stuff? Mm-hmm. How he got killed?
How he killed himself?
Yeah. Well, they think that Courtney Love hired assassins to kill him, right?
I know what Chris.
You don't like that? You don't like that? You don't think that's real?
I think he killed himself.
I don't know. I'm not convinced. What do you think about the Michael Jackson thing?
I think that he.
I forgot. You believe
there's not an official narrative.
You believe the official narrative.
There's not an official narrative that Matt Cox doesn't believe. That's what I believe. The comment in your comment section.
Right. So you believe whatever the news media will tell us.
What do you think about Karen Reed?
Who's that again?
The chick that ran over her cop boyfriend.
Oh, I'm not. Is this new?
Are you serious? This has been
Karen Reed.
Yeah, Karen Reed.
Have I had my head under a rock?
Well, I mean, it's so. What happened was, the quick version is, I only know this because we just did. Johnny Mitchell and I just did like a remote about this.
Okay.
It's because she just got found not guilty. So, and it's so funny because he was laughing when I was telling him that, no, I believe, this is what I believe. He's like, oh, that's right. You always believe the official narrative. It's not that I believe the official narrative. It's that just I feel like the evidence proved this. But what happened was, she and her boyfriend and a bunch of other people, they're all cops. Not her. She's a financial advisor, but they're all cops.
Mm-hmm.
They go out drinking. 12 o'clock, they go back to one of the cops' houses. She comes in late with the boyfriend. Like, everybody else goes, and then they come in later. Right, so everybody else is inside already. She pulls in the driveway. There's two different versions. One version is, she says that her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, gets out of the vehicle and goes in the house. She said, I waited about 10 minutes, And I was furious because he was supposed to go in and come right back out. I'm in the car. It's cold. It's 12 o'clock at night. I'm drunk. I'm tired. And I say, fuck this. And I back out of the... she calls him several times and yells at him on the phone. It's going to voicemail. She's screaming, what are you doing? I'm out here. It's snowing, by the way. It's a blizzard.
Yeah.
So she finally gets furious. She backs out and drives off. Goes back to his house. She lives with him. She's there for, whatever, an hour or two. So about a couple hours go by. And finally she realizes, like, he's not coming home. What's going on? She's also calling and screaming and hollering. So then she goes back to the cops' house, those houses. Or no, she calls them and says, have you seen him? They're like, no. Did he? Well, what happened? I dropped him off there. They're like, well, we never saw him. So they get into vehicles and go to her house. They then get into her vehicle. They start driving around.
Yeah.
Where is he? It's a fucking blizzard. This is like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
They're driving around. Finally, they go back to the house where she dropped them off. And as they're pulling in, she sees him lying in the front yard, and she's like, oh my God, that's him. And she bangs and screams, stop the car, and opens up and runs over. The women that are in the car are looking, and they're like, all we saw was like a snow mound, like a little bit of a mound, because it's a blizzard. There's lots of snow. And she said, but somehow or another, she recognized it was him, runs over, grabs him, flips him over, starts screaming, oh my God, he's dead. She's trying to warm him up, whatever. They call the police. Police show up. Police get there and they're like, he's been hit by a car. They then get the black box from her vehicle. And what happens is she had pulled up. He gets out of the vehicle. She punches it, puts 80% or something of the gas in reverse, backs up. They're saying she hit him, broke the tail light on the side of the vehicle. She didn't run him over, but he kind of like hit and then kind of rolled down the side of the car, right? Like, hit and then broke the tail light. And then they believe he stood up, stumbled into the middle of the yard, and then collapsed and died.
And froze to death?
Froze to death. Well, he may have froze to death. It's indeterminate how he really died, right? So they put her on trial. And she's saying, that's not what, I'm telling you, he went in the house. Something happened in the house.
When was this? How long ago?
This was in January 29th, 2022. God, I'm fucking...
There's no Ring doorbell footage?
Good. No. And this is a cop's house, by the way. That's weird.
Everybody's got Ring doorbells.
Oh, shit. But it's just up in Massachusetts. So what happens is, I wish I had a timeline when we did this fucking thing.
Yeah, here it is.
Anyway, so what happens is they put her on trial. The first trial is a hung jury. Second trial, she hires a guy by the name of Alan Jackson. Mm-hmm. By the way, I'm doing a better job explaining this to you right now than I did on the podcast. I'll tell you that. So her lawyer is some lawyer out of L.A. named Alan Jackson. I only really remember the name because I like the country music, Alan Jackson. Anyway, this guy was a beast, bro. He tore this little town sheriff's department in fucking half. I mean, he gutted everybody. I wouldn't want to be interviewed by him. I think I was guilty. You started thinking that the cops are guilty. So what happens is he convinces the jury that this guy, that she dropped him off, he went inside the house, even though everybody in the house says this guy never came to the house. Mm-hmm. He went in the house. He gets into a confrontation with another guy. By the way, one of the other police officers that was there, it's actually an ATF agent. She had been texting with this guy months earlier. They're going back and forth where they're having a little flirtatious text thing, right? Like, I think you're hot. Do you say, how long have you thought? Oh, yeah. She's living with this guy, with O'Keefe. She's living with the guy, the boyfriend. This goes on for a month or so. And then there's like a month of it cools off and it never happens. Mm. She's also arguing for months and months with O'Keefe. They have a volatile relationship. So he convinces the jury that she dropped him off. He goes in the house. There's a confrontation with the ATF agent and the cop in the basement. They somehow or another, either intentionally or unintentionally, kill him. They know he was in the house, he says, because they had a dog and there are scratch marks, like a dog attack on his arm. They believe that the dog got upset during the argument.
Police dog?
Just a German Shepherd. And the dog attacked him. Keep in mind, there's no proof of this. They have doubt. There's some lacerations, but that could have happened when she backs over him.
Yeah.
So Then they dragged him out of the house and left his body in the front yard to freeze, and for him to freeze to death or to be found later. Why would you leave the body in your front yard? Anyway, it's so preposterous. So, but that's what they convinced the jury. Jury finds her not guilty. Not guilty. Not only thing she's found guilty of is operating a motor vehicle while intoxicated. Because she admits she did that. When they
what
blood
happened to the
test
other
her,
dudes?
Nothing. So here's the problem. And here's how they really what buried him. He gets the text messages from the police officer, the main detective. This guy's not a fan of hers. I mean, he's calling her a fucking bitch. He's calling her a fucking...
Who? The police officer?
The police officer, the detective that is investigating is saying, this fucking skank, she's a fucking bitch. Fuck her. She's going down for this. And then his friends are like, yeah, what about the cop whose house it was found at? He's, oh, don't worry. He's Boston PD. He's good. He won't get it. There won't be any splash on him. He never even talks to the guy. He never even goes in the house. He immediately puts it on her. Not that she's not guilty. I think she is guilty. Then what happens is they prove that the vehicle was towed, and someone goes there, walks around the vehicle. He's at the corner. You can't see it on film, but he's at the corner for a little bit, looking at the broken taillight, and then he leaves. Then they find a piece of broken taillight in the front yard. This is like 8 hours later after everybody's gone through the front yard. Nobody found this, and now this guy comes and finds it. He was also at the vehicle. So there's all these things so I do believe that they planted evidence. They planted evidence. I do believe that they kind of framed her, but you're framing a guilty woman. I think she did it. I think they got into an argument. The guy's walking around the back of the car. She punches it, and she fucking hits him and partially runs him over or spins him down the thing. He hits his head because he's got a bashed his head in. He stumbles and falls in the front yard and dies. But I also think that she should have been found not guilty because I believe that they did plant. It's kind of like the OJ thing, right? Like OJ's guilty, but Mark Furman's planting blood evidence. You can't find him guilty. Like, you just tainted the entire case. You have to let him go. You cannot convict someone using planted evidence, even though he's guilty. I don't care that he's guilty. You're planting evidence. So that's what happens with Karen Reed. I think she's guilty, but I also think she should have been found not guilty, even though I think she ran this fucking dude over. But the attorney, Danny, is fucking phenomenal. The guy is so good. So good, bro.
Wow.
He's got 95% of everybody believing that this guy went in the house and they fucking beat him to death and then they framed her. It's amazing. These fucking poor cops having to read his text messages about this chick. Oh, he's already been fired, by the way. They are as soon as it was over and they lost, they said, you're fired.
Oh,
this guy's sitting there, he's like, well, what did you say next to Officer Johnson? He's like, I said she has a leaky asshole, or a leaky knot is what he says. Apparently she had some kind of medical condition where she's got some kind of issue with her rectum.
Ooh.
So the cop's saying that
leaky rectum.
Yeah, she's a real bitch. Plus she's got no ass. You know, what does she look
maybe she got a colostomy bag or something.
I don't know, but he's bashing the shit out of her. It's like, you're the detective.
All right.
Like, it's horrible. Like, it's a horrible.
I have an expert we're going to call right now.
On who?
On Ed Gaines and Garth Brooks. And he knows all about the backstory of it. This guy's legit, trust me.
What's his name?
He's actually a federal judge. Yeah,
he knows the backstory on Garth Brooks.
He knows all about this.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
What's up, buddy?
Your Honor, Judge Metzger. I'm live on a podcast right now with the guy who wrote a book about Garth Brooks being a serial killer. But I told him this has got to be some MK Ultra. He's got to be some sort of a Manchurian candidate.
Well, okay. I don't know all the details of Garth Brooks other than it's very plausible to me. But MK Monarch, and if you look up an old country singer named Jim Reeves, who's supposedly dead, he actually faked his death and was the father of J.R. Sweet, an MK Monarch victim.
Oh, shit.
Kathy O'Brien, in her book, talks all about Branson, Missouri. Charlie Pride, this black guy, pops up, he's a country singer, pops up in a bunch of Monarch stories.
bunch of psychopaths and serial killers. The CIA got into country music way before rap. They hit country first.
Right.
So the Garth Brooks thing, and Garth Brooks has such a switch, phony fucking character.
Right.
Like, he switches over. When me and Dunnigan were making sketches, because Dunnigan, Tom Segura kind of has the comedy thing cornered on Garth Brooks, so
Right.
we didn't end up doing it, but Dunnigan wanted to, because he was picking out all this weird affects coming off of Garth Brooks just for acting sketch purposes.
Yeah.
But I take that shit as like almost definitely Monarch. I mean, he's like a Billy Joel big level country singer, ain't he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Big time. I mean, he destroyed. He's the one who's like responsible for turning country into real country into like this pop bullshit.
Well, guess what? Even when it was real country, I mean, there's a few guys. I'm not saying all country singers aren't the real deal. And by the way, all these people are talented, but MK Monarch, the idea was sports heroes, musicians, actors. So my generation, I'm Gen X. I mean, that's where they really monarched out on people. I don't know now it's like such a mass rollout phase, and I believe it's called Gestalt. I think on your show I was calling MK retard, but it's not. It's called Gestalt. I was making up a term because I'm like, clearly they don't have to do what they used to do.
Right.
You're you know, and I know people this happened to, which I didn't realize until after I looked into this shit.
Right.
And I ain't gonna say who, but I talked to you before about this friend of mine who like has no memories before age 15.
Yeah.
Dad was a criminal and approached, and all of a sudden he's got a lucrative government contract, and then they don't have any memories anymore. So something bad happened, and then he had molestation shit. So that's where Garth Brooks, the serial killing thing. That Chris Gaines thing was so bizarre.
Yeah.
And stupid, and like, I don't know. I have no trouble believing that at all. But I have not done a deep dive into Garth Brooks.
Mm-hmm.
But I still remember. And I could be remembering wrong. Do you remember he had that shirt with the two different colors? And he would sing that song about maybe I'm crazy. I worked at Nobody Beats the Wiz, and they'd play this music video of Garth Brooks. And now looking back, that was like Freemason chessboard shit. Like
oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I remember that.
Can I ask him?
I mean, there's millions of people that this was done to. Millions. But Monarch, it's called a chosen one if they pick you for it.
Mm-hmm.
And they went to generational like Satanist families. I'm using it as a catch-all for a lot of dippy cults.
Yeah.
J.R. Sweet, I'm going to get him on my show, but try to get him because he'll get into all this, especially in country music. And when I meet country singers at Rogan's club, I bring that shit up immediately. You know Charlie Pride? He's a devil worshiper. You know Robert Byrd, the senator, the Klan senator that could play the fiddle real good? Hardcore mountain Satanist. That guy was a piece of shit. And he used to brag. He used to brag that he owned Larry Bird. That was like a little joke he had. He goes, "You know why I own Larry Bird? My name's Bird."
I own him.
You know, Obama spoke at his funeral for a former Klansman.
Yeah.
If you ain't figured out by now, they're all in on together, and all the musical acts.
And they all start to unravel at some point, like fucking Britney Spears.
Britney Spears got programmed at Bohemian Grove. And by the way, they kill a real kid in that thing. It's not a wooden boy. I got invited to it, but I didn't like follow through, and I wouldn't have been able to stay for the cremation of care ceremony. Like if you're somebody like me that gets invited, you'll have to leave before then.
Can I ask a question? I want to ask a question.
Because I would never stay for that. I would, and then they sit across the lake or whatever.
Yeah.
A lot of people that are present have no idea that they're probably getting some kind of attachment to them from having to sit through that.
Right.
And these people are fucked up. I mean, the Epstein thing should have. This punk ass country let that Epstein thing go. It's really unforgivable. And the fact that everybody went along, not everybody, I didn't. One black guy at the airport yelled about it. A few people keep it up. But everybody else that just let it pass them by, you're giving these devils permission to do way worse. They're sick of hiding what they are. They're going to do the externalization of the hierarchy soon. And they need to get everybody down to the degraded standard they're at. So,
yes.
For example, ignoring a genocide in Gaza after you learned about genocide and Holocaust your whole life.
Yes, exactly.
That's why I'm upset about this one.
Right.
Try to explain it to somebody. The more degraded and immoral we are, the more it justifies a prison. That's why they need to make you immoral. You can't have freedom without some kind of morality. I'm not telling you a religion you got to have. I'm just saying they want immorality because it justifies prison. They want, Gore Vidal said it best, the goal of every society is total control.
Yes.
all the rock, hippie music, and all the country music, all that shit. Why are there only 3 people that like make all the beats and background songs? These stupid singers that can't sing, and they take that shit. You know what I mean? It's like 3 names that do it all. It's like Scooter. What's his name?
Scooter Braun.
Yeah, that guy.
That's the girl that Taylor Swift tried to get her shit back from him or whatever. She sued him or whatever. I think Taylor Swift's a psyop.
Well, of course, but I mean, look. At this point, they've spread like what used to be a chosen one thing, and if you think about it, the story of like you're the chosen one, very similar to ancient Egypt, where the pharaoh, oh, you're the special one. They dress up like an idiot. It's some inbred that these priests have inbred. There's a hidden priest class doing this shit.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying they're priests. I'm saying that's the class, and that's why we mimic Egypt and all this stuff. They want to have a front-facing thing where, like Garth Brooks, for example, his front personality would be Garth Brooks. And then, I don't know, Chris Gain wanted to come out and play, I guess.
Yeah, bro. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, was that his decision? Was that the record label? Apparently, that was just his decision. That was at the peak of his country career. He decided to do that shit.
They all have a handler. I've never been on like a porno set, but Duncan has, and he said all the porn stars always have like this weird boyfriend / manager, all that, and it's like a handler. Pimp, really. So I don't know who his handler would be, but they always have one. They always have one.
Yeah.
And the names pop up again and again. The one that Britney Spears was under, that chick, I forget her fucking name. I think it's like she got like a dude name.
Find out who it was.
Yeah, so that bitch is part of it 100%. They program Britney there. That's why she's like that.
Yeah.
I think them Disney kids are like that.
Yeah,
It's a
dude.
psychodrama.
Yes.
Psychodrama is like supposed to be therapy, but it's not. It's a thing they do where they're hitting certain psychological archetypes. It's supposed to be in therapy, like hit a pillow and you go, you didn't love me or whatever the fuck. But in real life, for example, I said Michael L. Hoffman on my show, Derber Kerp, and when Kennedy got assassinated, they captured 3 hobos, and those are supposed to represent the shitty, in Freemasonry, guys that kill Hiram Abiff. They do like a play. They do it like a play, and the reason is there's these that's why that 33 comes up all the time.
Yeah.
These are all psychological triggers, and at the end of the day, that's what this high magic ritual shit is. It's massive psychological operations with like a play, and that's why white think Americans focus on the dumbest shit in the world all the time.
Right.
It's not a mistake. Back in the day, if an Epstein file came out, people would have burned down the White House.
Right.
Attack General Washington and shit, right?
Can I ask this guy a question?
They've already degraded us.
My guest has a question for you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Matt. His name's Matt. Here, go ahead.
All right.
Matt Cox. He's a former fraudster.
Oh, Matt Cox, what's up, guys?
Nice. Yeah. So I wrote a book about him. Tom Segura's, who talks about Garth all the time. And I wrote it basically because that Tom Segura kind of came up with this whole thing. So I write this whole book. His producer tells me 100% he will have you on the show. He loves this stuff. As soon as he goes to him and pitches it, he says that Tom told him, we're never going to talk. I cannot have this guy on to talk about it. In fact, we're not going to be talking about Garth anymore. And he
probably got a legal threat.
No, I don't think. I'm saying, I'm asking you is, who do you think would have approached it? Because listen, he's been doing it for 5 years. He's not. This isn't a legal thing. There's no way. He just did.
I have no idea. I do my show with Duncan in his studio, so I could maybe ask him. But I have no idea. That's odd to drop it suddenly, but it sounds scary as shit to me. I don't know.
Right, like who gets to someone like him and goes up to him and said, "Hey, this is enough already." Like people writing books, it's going to get exposed, and then they shut him down. Like that's what I'm thinking. Somebody shuts him down.
If you can't prove shit. And I mean, it's kind of a serious choice. Now, it's very easy for me to believe because of monarchship, but I can't prove it.
Yeah.
And if you're big enough and you look like you got money, and somebody, it could have been something like that. I mean,
yeah, totally.
I don't see why it couldn't have been legal, but I really have no idea. I've never I don't follow Segura. I mean, I got nothing against Segura, but I don't follow his show. I just did his wife's show. It was pretty fun, but I didn't bring it up.
I mean, if Universal Music threatened you with some crazy lawsuit if you ever talk about him again, that I would stop. I wouldn't talk about it.
Because there could be something that the people that handle the stuff at their company might have said, "Don't bring it up again."
Right, that's possible.
There's any number of people.
5 years. He did a Netflix special on it.
With live comments and shit right now, right?
No, we're not live. It's recording. The crazy thing about it is you can go to every single tour date he's ever been to, every single concert he's ever done, and you can find like multiple missing people or people that end up dead that are correlated with that. But here's the thing: there's so many of those cases happening all the time. You could do the same shit with Taylor Swift.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? It's just confirmation bias. But I mean, still, the guy's a fucking weirdo, and I wouldn't be surprised if he was some
It'd
monarch
make a great
CIA.
episode for him, right?
So insincere and so shallow affect.
Yeah, he's something's odd. He's off.
Say it again?
He's off. He's definitely off. There's something not right with him.
And it's such like, mass pop music and mass appeal country is like such fucking. Oh, dude, Elvis. We think Elvis was a genuine, not a construct. He gets drafted. Watch the fucking Netflix thing about Elvis. He's got the black outfit after he's been gone for a while. And I'm watching famous people. Conan O'Brien's talking about it. Okay, they got all these talking heads.
Mm-hmm.
So first he gets he shakes his hips like a black too much, so they fucking put him in the middle. That's the story, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's too black. He's shaking around like that. So then I didn't realize at the time there was no war going on. I assumed it was like Korea or something, but there wasn't. They would just draft people. He goes to West Germany. Now, West Germany at that time, we had installed a former Nazi to be in charge of it, to fight the commies. Like the Nazis were still in charge there, the ones we're friends with. And then he meets a general or a colonel's daughter who's 14 or 15 named Priscilla. And meanwhile, that manager that Tom Hanks played, of course, Tom Hanks, that piece of shit, he's the manager. Colonel Parker, who's not in the military, but he's probably Dutch or some crazy shit. Another Nazi on the run. Keeps his career going while he's gone. Never heard of that. That was his handler the whole fucking time.
Jesus.
And if you look at his history, there's somebody who wrote a book about how Elvis, his mother, his mother was some psychic or something. And so they're deep in that country magic bullshit.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that, dude. And we already know that the government got way into that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It all overlaps with each other. And there's something fucking weird about Garth Brooks. I swear to God, that guy's got to be some sort of an MK Ultra Manchurian candidate.
Yeah, I'll send you the book. You got to do an episode on it.
Oh, well, yeah, dude, where are you at, though, in Florida? Where do you live, Jim?
He's like an hour away from me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm in Wesley Chapel, basically just north of Tampa.
Oh, right, okay. My girl's from Jacksonville. But anyway, I do, we could do Joe with Curb on anytime on Zoom or on StreamYard, and then I do the other one with Duncan. The last one with Duncan, dude, that chick, Deborah Jaffe, I had call in.
Yeah.
Her dad's one of the first. Samuel Jaffe is a ABC reporter. She just came on the show. Now, we have a joke show, the one me and Duncan do, but I'll sneak in real shit as much as I can to fucking press, And so she was talking, and it's like, if you know any rich kids talking about famous people that you grew up around, it's like talking, I mean, she's like shitty. She was cool, but she had so much to tell about Mockingbird, and basically her dad had been in Korea. He'd been traumatized. The reason we have this trauma-based mind control is because the British, after World War I, at that Tavistock, it was called something else, they noticed that with trauma, you can control people. You can make behavioral modification. Those hearings right now, that's what they're talking about, behavioral modification.
Yep.
All those poor chumps the FBI is stitching up. Every one of those fucking nerd patsies.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking sad. The J6 bomber, some autistic black kid that would walk around with a mug, real sad shit.
Yeah.
And Thomas Crooks, his parents, haven't heard much from them, have you? They're behavioral modification therapists. Whenever you hear that around a lone nut shooter, you know that was a good old CIA.
Yeah.
So James Holmes, the Joker killer from Aurora, Illinois, he had a therapist. He was a brilliant neuroscience student. When they found him, he was doing the thing from Taxi Driver, where he's like, but he had a gun. He's going click, 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 and there's no bullets left. He's
yeah.
The trigger.
Yeah.
They call it omegaing. The streets of the homeless. There's a bunch of homeless that this happened to. I would say there's like, dude, a conservative estimate, you probably 50 million people or so have been put through that shit, and you'll never know till they pop off
Right.
It's like that scary, dude.
Yeah, they're just like sleeper cells, just ticking time bombs.
Yo, yeah, Russ Dizdar, who was like a heavy Bible beater, but very useful information because he was one of these people working with them. Because remember the Satanic Panic?
Mhm.
That's cover for the shit they were doing.
Right.
Panic after Operation Phoenix in Vietnam, where they had serial killers murder people. Those people came back, and then all of a sudden we had a serial killer wave. Remember that?
Yeah.
70s and 80s. And Manson's a wind-up toy. If you watch Danny Trejo talk, well, you showed on your show, Danny Trejo talked about how you could hypnotize them and feel high on heroin.
Right. Right. Yep.
Yeah. Good for you, man.
It's sick, man.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. All right, bro. That was perfect. I will. Thanks, Kurt. Later, bro.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna show up here one day. I'm just gonna be like, yeah.
Kurt knows it all, bro.
This guy he's a comedian, right?
Oh yeah, he was one of the writers for the Chappelle Show.
Oh, yeah, he's on it.
Mm-hmm. But that shit's got to be real.
This almost looks like makeup.
What does?
The old guy, the old black guy.
Oh,
he almost looks like a wig.
Yeah. Well, he was talking about that Joker, the Joker killer.
Oh God, dude,
you know about that?
Well, I don't know much. I watched there's a guy a psychologist who does psychological profiles on people.
Yes, on YouTube.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's so cool. And he did one on him, and bro, it came out of nowhere. He does the whole thing. He's like. He's not talking about this. He's not. It's just literally, and he's seeing a psychiatrist. The whole thing, and just one day. But he's slowly doing this, putting things together, and then one day, boom, he walks in full fucking SWAT gear and everything with the fucking puts on the mask and everything, just starts killing people.
Mm-hmm.
And then after he does that, in the middle of the Joker,
pull up the Joker killer,
and then he's gotten in SWAT gear. He's basically almost walks out. He almost gets out of the building because they think he's a SWAT, like he's one of the officers.
Right.
It's amazing.
It's crazy.
Yeah, nobody saw it coming. It's not like you could look back and say, look, somebody should have seen this. This guy's been doing crazy shit for a while now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they're just now doing these new hearings in front of Congress the last few days on the MK Ultra stuff. Have you seen any of that?
No.
So they got Tom O'Neill, who's the guy who wrote this Chaos book. So Tom O'Neill, started writing an article for a publication that he was a journalist for in the 90s. I think it was 95, 96, whatever. He was doing like a 30-year, 50-year, I forget how many years it was, anniversary on the Manson murders. And he was just commissioned to work on it, and he started doing it. And he started learning so much and meeting so many people. He's like, oh my God. He's like, I never expected to find this. He's like, I need an extension because this story is way deeper than I thought it was. And he kept doing that, and it was like became a couple years. It went so far to where the fucking company he worked for was like, we're not paying for this anymore. You've been doing this for way too long.
Right.
So they fired him. He kept all the research that he was doing, took it away from the company, had a lawsuit with the fucking publication that he was working for. Bankrupted himself fighting that lawsuit and kept working on that story, pulling on the threads for 10 years, and he ended up writing a book on it. He found out all the people that were connected to Charles Manson, the parole officer. This dude was like, literally getting let out of prison every single time. He would commit federal crimes. He'd be on parole. He'd be crossing state lines, stealing cars, getting let out of prison, going into prison, and then getting let out when his probation officer should have kept him in.
Now, this is when they dose.
This is the Joker
I'm not
killer.
talking about this guy. No, I'm talking about the guy that went into the Joker movie.
Oh.
No. This guy is Wade Wilson. No. This is the Joker movie. The guy walks in. This guy.
James Holmes.
Yeah.
He walked into the movie.
Yeah, in full like SWAT gear and starts shooting people. And then he's got a gas mask and everything that he puts on and tries to walk right out. And does really kind of walk right. Look at him. He was insane.
Yeah, totally nuts.
But nobody ever sees it coming, as much as odd as he was.
Find some reporting on him.
Like, it's not like he talked to anybody about it. He just put the whole thing together and just did it one day.
Mm-hmm.
How many people did he kill? Is it 5 or 10, something like that?
Shot 12 people, wounded 70.
God. Oh, he was.
But so he killed 12 people and wounded 7. That's not him, is it?
Yeah.
Wow, he looks so different now.
Completely dressed in like SWAT gear, right? Like a police officer. So you thought he was so everybody thought they're kind of screaming and running, and even the cops, when they show up and everything, they think is a police officer initially.
Mm-hmm.
Then they realize like something's wrong, like the gear doesn't quite match up, and they're like, "Oh, this might be a suspect."
Yeah.
So yeah, this is the guy I watched. The other guy was just a piece of shit. The guy with the Joker tattoos and everything.
Yeah. But look at that guy. Look at his eyes, dude.
That guy didn't even look dangerous. He looks like just a weirdo. You know who also was dosed.
The weirdos are the most dangerous ones.
They are. The quiet guy in the corner.
Yeah.
The guy.
That's what America is now, by the way.
The guy that was dosed, the Unabomber. Ted Kaczynski. He was fucking same thing. I don't know if it was MK Ultra. People
I think
say
he
it
was part of it. Yeah,
but it
was confirmed. I think he was part of that.
They put him through. They put him and a bunch of people in. I don't know if it was MIT or where it was that he was a student, but they put him through all kinds of psychological hell. And I know, were they dosing him with LSD, and was he a part of MK Ultra? I don't know.
He was. Look it up. Type in Ted Kaczynski Unabomber Harvard research.
Listen, wait till Pete comes on.
Yeah, so the researcher between 59 and 62, the 16-year-old Kaczynski and other Harvard undergraduates were subject to unethical experiments led by psychology professor Henry Murray. What kind of tests were done on him? Designed to test emotional responses to extreme stress and psychological duress. The tests involved aggressive interrogations. Students were subject to severe verbal abuse and had their personal beliefs intensely dismantled in an effort to break their egos. MK Ultra connection. Murray's experiments were allegedly funded by or closely aligned with CIA's MK Ultra program, which sought to develop methods of mind control and chemical interrogation. While many documents were destroyed by most of the worst documents were destroyed. We only have a few left. By the CIA in the 73, by Richard Helms. Surviving records point to heavily overlapping methodology. Yeah, the CIA was doing all kinds of shit, throwing shit at the wall with drugs and people and unwitting civilians, and lots of fucking innocent people died because of it. And a lot of the biggest cases, the stuff was right there happening behind the scenes.
So you know who Luigi Mangione is. Pete's writing a book right now about it. He's got a take on it that's so amazing.
What's his take?
Oh God, first of all, I didn't know half the shit he knows. Like he's got it he's really laid it out. But basically, his take is, I don't know if he wants me to say, but
let's give him a tease.
Yeah, it's basically a vague. Not vague. Do you know what an auditor is?
Like a tax auditor?
No. Like it's the auditor movement.
Movement.
So what people most connect it to is these guys that they put on body cameras and everything, and they'll go into like a government building and just kind of hang out there. And then some employee comes and says, "What are you doing here?" And they ask them to leave, and they're like, "I don't have to leave." What's your name? Well, I don't have to give my name. And then they'll call the cops, and the cops will show up, and they'll be like, "What are you doing here?" There's so many of them at this point that the cops already know. They show up and they tell them to leave, and then they're like, "I don't have to leave. It's a government building. You can't ask me to leave. I don't have to identify myself, and I don't have to tell you why I'm here."
All right. So the First Amendment auditing is primarily American, of course, social movement that involves photographing or filming in a publicly funded space. It is often categorized by its practitioners, known as auditors, as activism and citizen journalism to test constitutional rights.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is the most common theory, or most common known.
But they're just being assholes, right? They're
kind of, but it's also pushing it's like a guy walking around with a gun, and the cops pull up and say, "What do you got that gun?" I'm allowed to have the gun. And then you realize, like, remember the guy, the fisherman with the armed fisherman?
Oh, yes.
They pull up, but the truth is, I'm allowed to have it. And you should know it.
But he'd be walking around with like a fucking AK-47.
Admittedly, and he's allowed to have it. So
he's trolling. He's trolling and he's getting views.
He is, but he's not doing what he's doing is not illegal.
Of course not.
So so when these people get upset about it, it's like, okay, but it's not illegal. Like, stop. Like, the cops should know better. You should know. I'm allowed to go in the post office and hang out if I want.
He's
and video
stress testing the law enforcement.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, and I'm not. What bothers me is when they're assholes. Like you could tell the cop what your name
But
is.
the fisherman guy was not an asshole.
No, he's always very polite.
Very respectable, polite.
Correct.
He's like, he knows exactly what he's doing. He's like, I know the laws. I know where I'm,
Try to get him on my podcast, by the way. I've reached out. We've sent emails and everything.
Really?
Yeah.
I think we tried to contact him too. He's in Florida, I think, right?
That's what I'm saying. So why not have him on?
Find out. Look at the armed fisherman. Find out where he lives. See if he's still active.
So
auditing. Tell me about this auditing.
So the larger picture of auditors are guys that, and by the way, typically maybe not the numbskulls that are doing this shit, but the larger form is that these are people that are they believe that the system's so broken you have to do a reset. And the way to reset the system is you can't do it by going through the government. What you really need to do is take out the people at the top. And that will reset the people that are making the major decisions that are destroying America or whatever are these CEOs.
Yeah.
This is what Pete's found. There are so many. Luigi's not the first one. There's tons he's got like 10 or 12 examples. So many that the FBI has actually got a group or they've actually got a unit put together that studies these things, that are actually taking it seriously and tracking these people, because so many of them are setting warehouses on fire or killing they caught a guy outside the house of a CEO where he was going in to kill. Did you know Luigi had a list of like a dozen people, CEOs, that he was going to kill?
No.
Oh, bro, it's insane. Luigi was.
Can you find this?
Yeah, it's amazing. So he's got this whole explanation. By the way, these guys are all brilliant. Like Luigi's a fucking genius.
Oh, he
like,
seems very intelligent.
All these guys are super intelligent. And one of them, what they believe is, I think they call him the Alpha, is where it kind of one of the main ones that started this movement, Ted Kaczynski. The correlation between Kaczynski and fucking Luigi, bro, it's so insane the way Pete's put this thing together. When he come, like he's going to come and do the podcast. When he does it, it'll blow your mind. He'll lay it out in such a way you're going to just be like, holy shit, this is fucking. Not only that, it's a movement, and it's a dangerous movement. Like it's a reset for the country. This idiot just happened to fucking pull his mask down like a jackass to flirt with some girl, and he got himself caught. Otherwise, I think we'd probably be looking at 8 or 10 fucking CEOs that got murdered before all these FBI guys come in and start protecting him. He can't get to him anymore. But I mean, that's the kind of thing. And Pete has the actual moment when he became, I forget what he calls it, like where he became aware. He's got a whole thing
where he became aware,
like aware that this is a problem that has to be fixed, and this is the only way to fix it. So
is
an
this
awakening.
Like, is this like an organized cult or an
no,
organized
they don't
group?
necessarily have to know everybody, but if you look into them, they all have the same. No, they're not communicating necessarily.
Because he seemed like a very, if you look at his photos, he was like traveling, surfing. He had a really bad back issue
in Thailand.
Mom,
I want to explain exactly what happened, but the Thailand thing is an issue.
What was the Thailand thing?
I'll tell you. Come on, Pete's already going to be irritated. I said too much.
That's okay. Just tell.
No, it's not.
People are.
No.
Just tell me the Thailand.
No, I love Pete. I don't want to upset him.
This is only going to help Pete.
It's not going to help him.
Oh, really? He's not going to talk about this.
He is going to talk about it, but he needs his book to. He wants his book to be out.
I see.
We're helping Pete. Pete's going to be amazing. Pete's book is going to be amazing.
Yeah,
it is. You're going to listen. He's going to sit down with you. You're going to go, this is fuck. And listen,
so there's a connection with Thailand and Luigi.
No, he was in Thailand. I'm saying that there's
Luigi
a whole thing.
was.
Yeah, Luigi was in Thailand. He was traveling all over the place. But yeah,
right.
You know, Boziak just got his visa in Thailand.
No.
Yeah, he's going back from Cambodia. He's going back to Thailand. He got a 5-year visa. Got approved. He's thrilled.
Oh wow. He's like dating some little she-male out there, right?
No, she'll be gone. He'll get a new one in Thailand. They're interchangeable. Apparently,
Right.
you pick them up for 2 months, and then you just get a new one.
Right.
As soon as they get attached and they start getting crazy,
what did you find about his list of CEOs, Steve?
I can't seem to find the actual list, but I have.
Let's see what you Google searched.
But he did have a list, correct?
He did have a list. I think they didn't post it because of obvious reasons.
Of course.
Okay, what does this say? New York police warned the U.S. health executives of a heightened risk of their lives after identifying an online hit list posted in the wake of the last week's assassination of the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
Listen, there's more and more of these guys all the time. All the time.
Uh-huh. Whatever happened with Luigi?
He's about to go to trial.
I thought he was going to trial a while ago.
No. So there's a federal case and there's a federal and a state case. So the federal case, they were trying, in order for them to give him the death penalty on the federal case, they had to prove that stalking, and apparently they couldn't prove that he was stalking. Now, how they couldn't convince a jury or a judge that this guy was stalking the CEO. He knew where he was, where he lived, where he was going to be. He was stalking. It may have been cyber stalking, but he did know where he was going to be. Stalked him, waited for him. When he walked out, killed him.
How hard is it to find? He knows where he works.
But he wasn't even there. He was at a convention.
Oh, that wasn't in front of the United Healthcare building.
No, no, I don't think so. No,
I thought it was.
Where was it? I think he was at the bean counter. That's the way Luigi puts it. He's at the bean counter. Whatever, they were having a meeting, and so he knew he would be there because he was going to speak at the meeting. Was it at United Healthcare's office? I don't know, but
he was walking into United Health Group Investor Conference.
Okay, yeah, conference, not that. So it was a conference. I don't think it was the building. So it was a conference where they all pat themselves on the back about how much money they'd made. Yeah. So I think he was staying at a hotel, and he kind of knew he was at the hotel, and when he waited for him to come out, and then he saw him, and he kills him. But he knew where he was. He wanted him. That's stalking. Either way, they couldn't give him for some reason, they couldn't give him the federal death penalty. But keep in mind, Pete went through the same thing. They wanted to give Pete the federal death penalty.
Really?
Pete also knew Kaczynski, by the way. He was in
what?
the bro, you can't even believe this book's going to be so fucking amazing.
Pete met Kaczynski?
No, not only met him, he talked with him every day for months and months. Pete was the orderly on the federal death row in he could tell you there were multiple guys on death row at the time. And he would go there and he'd bring the books.
Pete Rossini.
Yeah. He'd bring him books, he'd talk to him. There were only like shitty books like from like James Patterson and shit, and the guy and so he gave him books that Pete had, like philosophy books, and would give them to him because he didn't want to read any of the other books, and he was like, so he'd give him to books on theories, on things. He'd be like, oh, this is a great book, and thank you so much, and they had conversations and everything. Because Pete was on death. Remember, Pete went through the whole process also. Mueller wanted to give him.
Pete was on death row. I remember now because Pete hit a body in a dumpster or something, right?
Yeah, too. But Mueller, Mueller wanted to give him the death penalty, but they couldn't prove whatever the criteria is. He didn't meet it, so they took him off. But in the same, either way, he was still in that unit, so they made him an orderly. And so he took care of the guys that were on death row. He's like, he never left the fucking cell. I would walk, I'd get him, you get him stuff, right? Like, hey man, do you have any books? Sure. He's go get the book cart and go, what kind of, here's the books, and they'd give them to him. He didn't like any of the books.
Dude, the Ted Kaczynski, his childhood was just, it's so tragic what happened to him. Like, so when he was born, something happened to him where he was like sick or something when he was born. And for like the first year of his life, he was in the hospital and never saw his parents.
Really?
Was never around his mother or anything like that. He didn't have any sort of motherly or fatherly figure. Like, imagine that, like the first year of your life, having zero connection to a parent or to your mother.
Why?
Like, what does that do?
What was the issue?
Find that out. Find out what happened in the first year of Ted Kaczynski's life where he was in the hospital.
He was definitely a strange guy.
Yeah. I think that was a huge part of it, though, because I feel like there's some really important wiring that happens to you when in the first year, few months to a year of your life when you're a baby, when you develop that attachment to, your mother specifically.
Right.
What do you got, Steve? Okay, at approximately 9 months old, he was hospitalized for several weeks due to a severe allergic reaction covering his body. During hospitalization, he was held in strict isolation with minimal contact with his parents. His parents were only permitted to visit him for a few hours every other day. His mother, Wanda, described that he would scream and reach out for her as the nurses pushed her out of the room. Upon returning home, his parents observed that he had completely shut down, became detached and emotionally withdrawn, and for a time refusing to make eye contact or smile. So it doesn't sound like it was as dramatic as I made it sound.
Sounds pretty dramatic.
Well, I thought it was like the first entire year of his life. But this says, how long was it? And it was only at 9 months old they put him in the hospital. I thought it was from birth for like the first 9 months.
I get stuff wrong all the time.
Can you scroll up? Approximately 9 months old, he was hospital. Okay. Yeah. Well, anyways, that had a huge part of it, I'm sure. And then when you add the fucking Harvard MK Ultra tests on him at 16 years old.
He's 16. Who the fuck? Like,
that doesn't make.
How brilliant is this guy? He's at Harvard at 16 years old.
That doesn't make things any better.
No. Well, I mean, it obviously had some.
So does Pete think that Mangione had any sort of like MK Ultra brainwashing shit happen to him?
I have no idea. I don't know. I'm not talking to you anymore about this. You already got too much out of it.
I'm very interested now.
Well,
I want to know.
We got to talk to Pete. We got to wait for Pete. He's gonna do your show.
When's he gonna finish this damn book?
Nobody's listen. I agree. He's working.
So Pete was on death row.
Yeah, federal. Not even state. They just.
I remember back in the day, me and you did a whole podcast on this. I think we did 2 episodes on this whole story. This was a huge story.
Yeah, he's got.
This was the whole Mueller investigation and the drugs.
Yep. Yeah, wrote a whole book on it.
Yeah,
very interesting.
We did a ton of podcasts back in the day.
I know.
In that original studio.
Yeah. Till I got old. People don't like me anymore. You moved into a whole new realm.
Yeah. But, yeah, man, I don't know. That Garth Brooks thing, that's just too fucking weird, man. I feel like there's going to be some sort of thing that gets declassified about him in the future, in our lifetime. We're going to learn.
He's being sued right now by his hairdresser for raping her.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
When did that happen?
Like a year and a half ago. You gonna punch it up, pull it up?
Hairdresser, huh? He groped her.
Yeah.
Former hairdresser, makeup artist, stylist for Garth Brooks, and Tisha Yearwood, identified in court documents as Deborah Wingo.
2024.
Great name. Filed a civil lawsuit against him in 2024, accusing him of sexual assault and battery. Oh, God.
Yeah. Yeah, she got super graphic.
This guy's a fucking demon, dude.
Well, it's just an accusation. We don't know if it's true. It's probably a money grab. That's what he's saying. That she just wants money, which is probably true. She says she has text messages and all kinds of stuff, but who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, there's so much weird
I
shit.
wonder why it hasn't been settled yet. Like, or is he going to go to trial? He'll go to trial, by the way. He'll go to trial. He's been sued multiple times by people saying he ripped him off or he did this or did that. He goes to trial. Like, if you sue him, he wants you to know you're going to trial. We're not settling. You're going to trial.
Right.
So.
Yeah, there is something, Kurt's right, there is something super disingenuous about him.
Yeah.
He seems like a constructed character.
He's
even the Garth Brooks, not just the Chris Gaines thing, but the whole Garth Brooks thing seems concocted.
Yeah, in general, he's an odd guy. He's one of those guys that everybody else in the room laughs at something, and then he realizes they're laughing, and then he goes, ha, 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 ha,
yeah.
Like it's
psychopath.
It's super phony.
Like Dexter.
Yeah, it's super phony.
Like Dexter.
Yeah.
Where you're just trying to fit in, you're trying to fake being a real human being with empathy and emotions and normal emotions.
Something's not right.
No, it makes sense. Like he has the demeanor and psychopathy to for sure be a serial killer.
You know what's funny?
Especially an Operation Monarch serial killer.
Is that Segura has mentioned the book twice on two. He went on
your book?
Yeah, on other podcasts. Like I think he went on Flagrant and mentioned it. And then he went on another program, same thing. He mentioned the book again. He's like, well, so they bring up Garth. He goes, well, a guy wrote a book. I think he's trying to deflect everything onto me now.
Yeah.
He's like, well,
he's trying to make you the guy.
Yeah. He's like, this guy wrote a fucking book about it. Are you serious? He's, yeah. This guy, Matt Cox. And then the other guy goes, oh, yeah. That's what's funny is he's like, oh, yeah. I know this guy. He's like he was in prison or something, right? And they're like, yeah. And then they show the book and he talks for a couple of minutes. He talked about it once on Flagrant. And the other one he talked about it was Two Bears. Yeah, he has another podcast.
Yeah, One Cave, something.
Yeah, Two Bears, One Cave. So they talked about it also. But they mentioned it a couple times. Didn't help with book sales, I'll tell you that. But either way.
Yeah.
It was funny. So he's very aware.
Yeah.
He's just not gonna help me out.
I wonder if Garth Brooks is a Scientologist. I would not be surprised. You know, there's so many big stars like that, and celebrities.
You find out that they're.
Is he a Scientologist? Do you know, Steve?
No, but I agree with you.
But doesn't he fit the MO of like the people
you're
that
pretty close, aren't you, to Scientology?
We're very close. We have an Scientology
in physical
auditing
proximity, not like.
I mean,
I don't talk about Scientology on this podcast. I don't say anything negative about Scientology. Scientology is wonderful. Scientology is all the top remote viewers from the CIA were Scientologists.
Andrew Smith.
I got a visit
Levy
from the Scientology. Smith Levin.
Yeah, they threw him in jail recently.
I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw. You know what? He texted me like 2 days ago. I haven't read it yet. It got buried
2 days ago.
No, I get so many fucking messages every day.
Insane.
Especially when I'm doing podcasts, I'll have like 30 fucking messages from people, and I'll be like, okay, it's in the back of my mind. I got to respond to them. I'll respond to them by the end of the week, but
I respond to some. It's funny how many, if I start scrolling looking for somebody and I realize like, Jesus, there's a bunch I haven't.
know. That happens to me every fucking, all the time.
Like I should have responded. This is a week ago.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, me and Steve were just talking. Every time me and Steve talk, we're like, hey, what happened? We should reach out. We should have this guest back on. I'm like, oh, you're right. Let me call him up. I go to our text. I have like 4 missed texts from him.
We did that like 2 days ago.
From like days ago. I feel like such a piece of shit when that happens.
I know.
But it's hard.
It is hard. People are like, well, I texted you. I understand, but bro, you have to know. In a week, I get 100 and some odd texts. I mean, every one of them requires attention. I can't do it. Plus, like I said, I've got 10 projects going on.
Yeah, exactly.
So
my only other project is I'm gonna start fishing a lot.
Fishing?
Yeah. I'm gonna start doing a lot. I'm gonna start doing a lot more fishing. I might retire the podcast to just be a fisherman. I'm just gonna go fishing.
You know who says he's gonna retire his podcast all the time? Johnny Mitchell. He's always like, I think I'm done. I'm like, what are you fucking doing? You got 1.5 million subscribers. What are you talking about? You're done. He's like, first of all, he goes, my fans hate me. I'm like, what?
Why do they hate him?
They just hate him.
My listeners hate you.
Dude, I'm sure.
Remember the last podcast?
They used to love me and hate him.
Yeah, it's on a 180 now.
That's right.
They like me more now.
That's upsetting.
That's because you're just like you're a narrative follower. You believe the government.
I believe everything they say.
Yeah. You eat from the government trough. That's
my God.
You gotta wake up, bro.
So Johnny Mitchell says that all the time. Almost like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, what are you gonna do? And what he wants to do is he's moving back to LA. He's like, I want to move back to LA, and I want to start doing comedy. And I'm like,
that's cool.
Whether he's gonna move or not, or just stay in Austin. I think we talked about him staying in Austin and just doing comedy out there, but he had to be out there all the time. Apparently, it's a big. I've always felt like he.
I wonder. I don't know much about. I know it's obviously opened up a lot more since COVID, but I know it was like everyone was like leaving LA during COVID. All the comedians were leaving there and going to different places like New York and not so much New York, but Texas. And
I thought a ton of
the comedy scene in Florida has blown up since COVID. Like the Side Splitters place. Yeah. They're always getting really big comics there, all the time.
No, I mean I'm going tonight.
I know you are. That place is awesome.
You know where I just came back from? CrimeCon.
What the fuck's that?
CrimeCon?
Is that in Vegas?
It was in Vegas, but they have it in Orlando. They have it they have like 2 a year. I think they have 2 a year, maybe 1 a year, but a couple a year. And it's like Comic-Con, but it's CrimeCon. And so you go there and it's okay. It's not great. Like for me, it's not great. What it is it's a bunch of 45-year-old women that have started podcasts on true crime, and a bunch of people that have organizations where they're looking for somebody. And it's a bunch of people it's a bunch of retired detectives that wrote a book. And there's no criminals. Like if I go and say, hey, I want a booth, and they look into me, they'll be like, and by the way, I only know this because we've done it multiple times. And if you go there's nobody has a booth that was a former criminal. None. They keep and if you go
those things are all money grabs.
Absolutely. Yeah. And if you go up and you talk to some women, you're like, oh, so you talk about serial killers? They're like, yes, but we don't glorify them. We talk a lot about the victims. And it's just like, okay, calm the fuck down. Like, and it's like, I get it, but you're talking about Dahmer.
Why do fucking women have this obsession with like
90% of CrimeCon? 90% were women.
Oh yeah,
90.
I mean, you can see it in the image.
Yeah, look at this. Look at all the purple hair and the green hairs and yeah. And listen, I'd say 50% of those women.
Any good-looking women, or are they all just like middle-aged?
They're like lesbians. Like 50% of them are lesbians.
Really?
Yeah, that's how the 10% are dragging their boyfriends there. That's the way you only get 10%. You can see the guys walking around like, oh my god.
Yeah.
And honestly, it would take you all of a day to really experience everything, and they'd have it for like 4 days. Like, I get it, you're trying to milk people for $450, but come on.
Yeah.
And then I've applied. We've applied 3 different times. Not one time have I ever been chosen or even had a response from them. Like we're checking out the different podcasts.
You're white collar. They want like serial killers.
No, they don't want serial. They want people that talk about them. What they don't want is somebody who has a criminal record.
Zoom in on that front row, that woman in the green shirt.
That's as far as it goes.
Oh, god damn it!
Serious?
No, I can do it.
Trash.
I can do it.
Yeah,
technology these days.
There we go.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Punching
right
even
there.
harder. Look at those first 2 ladies.
The
three in the center. That's
the whole
face
row.
of CrimeCon.
That is. Or the woman in the second row.
Look at the woman on the
tats.
far left in the green with her hands up praying.
Yeah, look at the one in the right with the tats. See the tats? There's a lot of those.
Yeah.
Purple lipstick.
What is that?
Yeah, it's rough. Look, it's all women and 1 old man. 2 old men. I see 2 old. Literally 90% women. It was insanity.
Yeah. Weird.
So, what happens is you're walking around and you're looking at the booths. And
These
it's like,
people are all just looking for some sort of
it's like
purpose.
45-year-old women that are running a podcast, and you look them up and you're like, this person has 150 subscribers, or this person has 1,100 subscribers. Like, how are you here? I put in a request. And I'm saying I'll pay for my booth.
You would think it would help them if you were on there, right?
Right, 1.1 million subscribers, and you can't return an email. And it's not one. We've done it 3 times. I can't get a fuck off. You won't even say fuck off.
That's wild.
It's insanity. So Colby did it 3 times. I've done it once. Jess has done it once. So it's really 5 times we've made requests. Nothing. Now, the first time I went, you know what we did? We sent in an email and said that I was a writer for Inside True Crime Magazine, and we wanted to write an article. We'd like to know if they could provide us with 2 free tickets, and they gave us 2 free tickets. They responded, though, with the request for and listen, it's 100% because
bless you.
It's 100% because we have there's no criminals. If you go through the whole thing, there's not one person there that's a criminal. They talk about criminals.
Maybe they don't like your Trump watch.
It's not me. It's anybody. If any criminal were to go to them and say, I want a booth, they'd say no. My offer was, hey, you have guest speakers. I'd be willing to be a guest speaker.
Yeah.
Didn't even respond. They look you up and they're like, oh no, this guy's we're not gonna, oh no.
Yeah.
So whoever's running it is just fucking doing a horrible job. Like they're
maybe.
really missing the boat.
You should start your own crime conference.
That's what I'm saying. There needs to be an alternative.
You gotta find a way. I'm sure you can figure out a way to
I already talked to
monetize
the
that
guy.
shit.
He's working on it
There
right
you go.
now.
I knew you
He
could
wants to call it he's calling it verdict.
Turn into an MLM. You could partner up with Patrick Bet Value.
Not doing an MLM. But yeah, there should be an alternative where you have nothing but criminals. All guys with podcasts that have criminals.
Yeah.
All guys that have written. You get all the. Telling you that's where it's at.
Oh yeah, you could put up a fucking great lineup on a crime conference.
I know.
that with all the people you've
Oh
written
my
about.
gosh,
You get the Emperor to be the headliner.
Well, you could have Ian Bick. You could have Johnny Mitchell. You could have JD DeLay. You could have all these guys come in and do. You know, some of these guys could even do speaking engagement. They could speak. They could. Yeah, you could have guys that run classes on how to turn your shitty 400 subscriber shitty YouTube channel where you're the 245-year-old women that are doing YouTube, how to turn it into an actual podcast that does well.
We gotta stop encouraging podcasts. We need less podcasts.
Well, I mean, I think it's so hard. You realize that 90% of people that start a podcast don't make it past their second or third episode, and now the remaining 90% don't make it past. I think it's 10 episodes.
Why? Why do you think that is?
They lose. I think that they all think I'm going to put out an episode. They don't realize the cost involved, right? Because they can't do it themselves, so they hire someone. And they realize, okay, well, it's $400 an episode for an hour episode. They do the episode, they upload it, and they think it's going to blow up, and it gets 45 views.
Mm-hmm.
And then they do another one, and they go, okay, well, we can't keep this up, and they stop.
Right.
They don't really think it through. And then some people go, no, I'm all in, and they do 10 episodes, and then they go, yeah, I'm done. I mean, it's been 10 episodes. It's been 2 months. I'm doing this every month. And they don't realize that's what YouTube does. It wears you down over the course of
But there's
years.
also people who, like, I know people who started podcasts like 2 years ago and are now bigger than my podcast, at least on YouTube.
Well, that's,
whatever
happened to Matt Bell?
Oh, he's still
out
around.
there. Oh, no, I pulled up his podcast the other day.
Yeah.
I suggested somebody to him.
Oh, yeah. He's still doing his stuff. He's down in Sarasota.
Yeah.
Doing his podcast.
Have you seen him? Have you seen him, though?
No, I don't see him in person.
No. Have you seen him on the podcast?
No. Why?
He got a new haircut. He got a very cool haircut.
Oh, really?
Not the old haircut. And he's jacked.
Oh,
he's
wow.
definitely on TRT.
Oh, wow.
You
Look
gotta
at him. Good for him.
Yeah, you got to look at him.
Good. I'm glad he's doing a glow up.
Yeah.
As one does. That's what you're supposed to do. Get jacked, get a goatee, and what else did he do? Get a mohawk?
Oh, he's got kind of like a cool haircut, like a cool, stylish haircut. Where before he
good for him, Matt Bell. Love that guy.
Yeah,
he's collecting all those ancient vases. You know that?
Look at the haircut.
Did you see his vases? Oh, he added a goatee to his logo, or was that always there?
No. Well, look, he's got a goatee on him too.
Yeah, right. But did he also add the goatee to the logo? Did he used to have the goatee on the logo? I don't know if I remember that. Yeah, he's got a great show. He has a lot. We've gotten a bunch of our guests from his show.
Yeah. Nah, bro. Look,
wow, he looks totally different.
No, and
he
that's
looks the
not
same.
Even, no, look, there's another. That's not that can't be a new one. I saw him. There's photos of
4 hours ago.
Go to images.
Images. Matt Bell images, like Google images.
No, don't you have? It'll be like. There's images. You can click on images. I don't know where. Oh, you're in YouTube. Oh,
Yeah.
Never mind. Sorry. I thought you were in Google.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you go to Google and click images, there might be great images of him. But he's
It's
like
funny how many
clearly
people.
working.
It's funny how many people in the whole archaeology space are like they bicker about what the truth is about archaeology and about like the history of humanity and ancient civilizations. It's like it's so funny because the whole point of I had this I had someone on here recently. I think it was Heather Lynn was explaining to me that like
right there. That's the one. That's it.
Oh, it's his new haircut. Oh, it's a wild haircut.
But I'm saying he's jacked. That's a bad haircut.
Yeah.
He's got, but yeah, he has. I saw some picture of him.
Good for him.
Where he's got like a cool haircut.
He started
he's all
working out.
jacked up, and
that's awesome, man. I love to see it.
Yeah, the guys with the. I know
yeah, people love to fight, and he has debates on this on his show on people that like to debate on like what the truth is about the pyramids or like these ancient bases and stuff that they studied. He has like all those granite bases that he paid a lot of money for on the black market, or not the black market, in the antiquities market. But like one of the funny things about archaeology is it's not like a hard science. It's like a soft science, right? Because it's like all archaeology. It's based on stories, and it relies on so much human storytelling to explain it, right? It's not like it's kind of like psychology. It's a soft science. It's not like a strictly hard science that you can measure and weigh and test and stuff like that. A lot of it depends on like previous narratives and like
subject to interpretation.
It's all subject to interpretation. And that's why, I mean, people fight about regular hard science as well, but that's why there's such like a crazy disparity in personalities and belief systems around archaeology, because people can be corrupted by what they believe because like some of it'll tie like to their religion or to their culture or to whatever they learned in school or,
There, okay. So I interviewed, did you interview Elizabeth Carson?
Is that Billy Carson's wife?
Yeah.
No.
Ex-wife.
No.
Ex-wife.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Bro, 234.
You had her on?
1,000 views. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Listen, you
see what happened to Billy Carson with his debate with that Wes Huff guy?
Yeah. She can only, he's got her under a pretty good.
Really?
Yeah, she can't talk about.
He's an interesting guy.
Yeah, but she's actually kind of interesting too.
Is she?
She just started a podcast also. She's trying to.
Well, I mean, yeah, he used to do these tours of the Great Pyramids in Egypt, and he'd post on his Instagram like he'd be walking behind his wife, climbing up the pyramid, and he'd like be filming her ass as she's climbing up, like trying to sell it. Like, very weird. But he's one of those guys. is there valuable information in what he's saying, and is there some truth to what he's saying? Like, yeah, of course there is, but like, he's also monetizing it to death, you know, and he's also trying to sell tons of books and make tons of money. Does that mean he's completely full of shit, like liar, and doing this as like trying to con people? I don't think so.
Yeah, you could do both.
You can do both.
You know,
you can do both, as many people do, and the people in the highest levels of society do.
Well, she's interested. I mean, she's like for her to have gotten those views on my channel, like 230,000 for somebody who doesn't really.
What is her podcast about?
She talks. I don't know. So it's kind of. It's not UFOs. It's more spirituality but it's just, you know, it's kind of an offset, slightly different offset of people that have had religious experiences and some of them I'm sure are you know, alien related and stuff, but I don't think she's leaning into that too much. But I'm sure her podcast will do great. She's a personality in and of herself. She's very attractive. She's articulate. I'm sure if she sticks with it, she'll do very well. I'm actually going to do her show. I think in like a week or so, I drive down there to do her show. It's in is it Fort Lauderdale? I think she's in Fort Lauderdale.
She still lives down there.
Yeah. But she talks about.
That's the thing about, it's not just like archaeology too, but like all the religious stuff.
Right.
Like that's all open to interpretation as well. You know, that's as much of a science. Like religion is the same thing as archaeology, right? There's certain things you can figure out with archaeology, like radiocarbon dating stuff to find out if there's any like biological elements of things in stones, or like you could sort of like judge like if there's human remains or animal remains, or like wood you can carbon date, so you can figure out roughly how old structures were and like corroborate that with other archaeology, or you know like agriculture and stuff like that, and like shipwrecks. But it's just like we have such a vague, blurry picture of the past, you know?
Right.
And it's like this telephone game. Same thing with religion. And all religious like experts, people who go to school and dedicate their lives to studying religions, most of them disagree on stuff.
Oh yeah.
All of them pretty much disagree on lots of very big details.
Well, I was actually thinking small details, but probably big ones
like
too,
like
sure.
Large and small. Like there's just and then you know. Then they start to sell books. Then they start to go on podcasts. And this is the thing that I was thinking about recently when I had this guy on. I was thinking like, you know, the very nature of podcasts, for someone to want to go on a podcast, there has to be some sort of incentive, right? Like, why am I going to go travel and waste my time to go talk to you about what I do, right? Well,
some people it may just be ego, or they want to tell their story because they've come a long way and they feel like I should tell people my story to help someone. Sometimes it's just to help people.
Yeah.
I'm not saying always.
A lot of times I'm sure it's to help people, but I think most of the time
they're trying to monetize.
People are trying to, you know, get the word out about either the work that they're doing,
right,
or maybe books they're selling, or articles they publish, their website or whatever. There's a very mutual trade-off with podcasting, right? Like I get to do an episode of my show, and you get to promote whatever it is you're doing.
Yes.
So like people in universities and like academic scientific institutions that work for corporations that are sitting in labs all day, or you know, studying things all day, that aren't selling anything. They're just simply contracted scientists or researchers or something like that. They have zero incentive to ever go on a podcast, right?
Right.
They get paid to do specific research, which is they don't own. They're usually getting this money from grants from universities and stuff like this, or getting grants from like companies, pharmaceutical companies, any kind of like, you know, all scientific research is funded by governments or
somebody,
for-profit organizations,
right?
Or like the military and stuff like that, right? So like, I was thinking about like you have this whole like, they're almost like two separate universes. So you have like the scientists and the researchers and the people like this who are publicly speaking about it because they make money doing this research that they make public. So they are incentivized to go talk about it, right?
Right.
So you have this sort of like public podcast echo chamber of stuff. And then you have these other people that are sitting in labs that never go on microphones. So I'm like, how different, I wonder, is the world of the biologist who strictly talks about biology in the public, and the biologist who strictly works in a lab 24/7, funded by biotech companies or the government or pharmaceutical companies. And you could
how do you get to those people?
You could go across.
And what's the incentive for them to come on the podcast?
Exactly. Most of them don't want to do it. So it's like,
what secrets?
What is
do
more
they
true?
hold?
Is it any more true because they don't talk about it publicly, right? Or is what the people who only strictly monetize it, does that mean it's less true because they're monetizing it? I don't think so. But it's interesting. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. Because there's just like this constant war online between like follow the science, trust the science. We have to trust our healthcare, and the whole healthcare in the hospital system is like insanely fucking corrupt.
Listen, I've mentioned this a few times. Boziak went in the hospital, stayed in the hospital for 3 days in Thailand.
Mm-hmm.
He got some kind of fever down there that I guess Americans aren't.
Dengue?
I have no idea. I mean, actually, he sent it to me. You want me? I mean, I know exactly where it is.
Yeah, figure out what it is.
Yeah, it's so he went in the hospital for 3 days. He said they did all kinds of tests on him and everything. Hold on. Dengue
fever. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. How are you saying it?
I think it's pronounced dengue.
Dengue. Okay. It's DENGUE. Whatever.
Yeah,
fever.
it's very common in South America.
Yeah. So he got that. He was in the hospital for 3 days. Huge fever. Everything. He said I was all fucked up. He said
lots of people die from that.
Yeah. So what do you think after 3 days? He walked out. He had to pay cash. It's like I don't have health
in Thailand.
No, this was in Cambodia, but it's
Cambodia.
Similar. He's gone to Thailand too, by the way. And I'll tell you what. But this is the one. This is Cambodia. He said, "Listen, bro." He said, "Top notch fucking care." He said, "Top notch." He said, "I mean, people they're in and out. They're testing you. They're taking blood. They're talking to you. They spend time." He said, felt like I was in an American hospital."
Interesting.
He said, maybe not quite as nice, but yeah. He said 3 days. How much do you think?
I have no.
Same medication.
Let me guess. U.S. How much money in U.S.?
Mm-hmm.
3 days, $100.
$165.
Wow.
Do you know that what an MRI costs in the U.S.?
$3,000.
Yeah, I was gonna say about $2,200 if your insurance is paying for it, depending on the provider. If you're paying cash, it's about $1,200 to $1,400.
They make it less if it's cash. How crazy is that?
That's exactly what
you pay out of pocket, even for like a normal doctor visit. They like have to cut it in half.
Yeah. So now, what do you think it is in Thailand?
That just tells you it's a fucking whole money laundering scheme.
Listen. But how much do you think an MRI is in Thailand?
$150.
$12.
$12
for an MRI. Same results, same person. Like, how do you even pay this guy that just read the fucking results? You got a whole printout. You got a whole thing. It's $12. Like, you don't understand these prescriptions that you're paying $400 for are like $1.50.
This country is fake.
$2.
This whole country is fake.
I don't like the term fake. I don't know what that means.
It's a fucking banana republic.
No, I think it's insanity. Did you ever hear? Look, I agree that the healthcare system. Although, listen, the healthcare system is top notch if you can afford it. But the truth is,
if you can afford to go to Canada or fucking Turkey or Cambodia.
No, if you I wouldn't go in the Canadians. You'll just die. Like they're like, oh, we got free healthcare. Yeah, but you're on hold for fucking 9 months or 2 years.
And they have assisted suicide now.
Oh,
You've seen that shit?
Yeah, but that happens right away. Assisted suicide, you can get it done in a couple weeks. If you need a CAT scan, 18 months. Right. If I need a CAT scan, I'll have one in a week. I mean, they'll literally every time I go to the doctor here, I'm signed in within a few days. I go in, I see them. I got my prescription that day. But yeah, it's expensive. It is expensive. I get it. It's something needs to be done.
Yeah.
In comparison, same thing with the prescriptions. Listen, I got a script right now that we're trying to get help with. The script $900. No, wait. The doctor said it was $900. Jess checked. She goes, it's actually I think $1,200 or $1,300.
Yeah.
We're trying to get help because our insurance won't cover it. So you can go. There's a program you can go to, and they'll help you with the thing. But that's how much. I'll bet you that same medication is $5 in South America.
Oh yeah.
Or
what kind of a
Europe,
doctor do you go to? You just go to like a typical clinic.
No, I mean we have insurance, but they don't cover it. That's always bothers me.
I have insurance too, but I have a bunch of a couple specialist doctors that I work with that are work in different states that are like the top level of like in their field.
Right.
And I get blood work done every 3 months, like very meticulous, detailed blood work done of everything happening in my body, and I've been doing that for years.
Right.
And this guy gets it all, and he like lays it all out, breaks it all down like an equation, and figures out exactly like where my diet could be improved, where my like supplements shit could be improved, any kind of medications, like from cholesterol to fucking hormone levels to vitamin levels to everything.
Ryan Root does that for me.
Yep.
Matter of fact, it's so funny. I went to
and I pay cash for all of this stuff. Like every prescription is cash. I don't pay. I have full health insurance, but I don't use it for anything.
Well, it's not going to cover this. It probably wouldn't cover it anyway.
No.
They'll be like, oh, you don't need all that. For instance, my provider, my nose and my cheeks were getting red. I'm taking TRT, and so I'm like, I go to one of them, and she says, oh, you have high. They test my blood. They go, you have really high hemoglobin. Your body's producing too much hemoglobin.
Right.
And so she sends me to the blood bank, the blood place,
and I donate blood. Yeah,
I donate blood every month. I did this for about 6 months. Then we change insurance companies, and so we go to another. So they give us another one. So now I have a new doctor. I go in there.
So you were doing the testosterone being monitored by Ryan Root, and this is your primary doctor was telling you this.
Yes, she knows
that you were doing the testosterone.
Testosterone. She knows that. She knows the amounts, everything.
And what was she saying about it? Was she?
No, she wasn't saying anything.
She didn't care.
Okay. Yeah, she said it's fine. So then I go to the new provider. I go in and I tell her, hey, by the way, she goes, what prescriptions do you have? We lay them all out. And one of the prescriptions is every month I go and I get this done. And she said, okay. And she's like, why? And I explained to her why. And she goes, okay, she said, well, can you go? She said, I don't know about giving you that. She said, I don't know anything about TRT. She said, can you go back to the provider, the testosterone provider, Ryan Root's guy? Can you go to him and have him prescribe it? And I said, sure, no problem. And I said, no problem. So I call Ryan. Prescribe the blood the blood bank thing, because I had actually a script from them.
Got it.
And once you do that, like you think, oh, well, just go in and donate. Once they get the prescription, they won't take it unless you have a prescription. You can't go back. So I probably could have changed the place I was going to. But anyway, so I go in and I call Ryan and say, hey, I need this. And he goes, why? And I explained to him why. He said, no, you don't want to do that. And I went, well, that's what they're saying. And since as a doctor, that's what they're saying. He goes, yeah, Matt, here's what's happening. And he explains it, and I don't know what the hell he said.
Oh, yeah. He's a science whiz when it comes
so he
to this
explains
stuff.
the whole thing, and he said, you don't need, I said, so what do I need, medication? He said, no. Break up your testosterone shot. You're taking it once, take it twice a week. He said, within a couple of days, within a week, he said, it will go away.
Yeah, exactly.
Guess what? We're now giving me 2 shots a week. Fucking the redness within a week or so after the second shot, we drop it in half, we cut it down. He said, if twice doesn't work, you might have to do it 3 times. I did it twice, but boom, everything's fine. Mm-hmm. I stopped getting all the things that were associated with that, stopped getting dizzy, everything.
Dizzy?
Yeah, because I was getting dizzy where I was standing up, or I would stand up and I just feel a little woozy every once in a while. And he was like, no, that'll go away. That's because you have too much blah, blah, blah. He explains the whole thing. Yeah. Listen, one thing. These fuckers have these guys sucking blood out of me. I'm giving blood for 6 months.
Crazy.
I mean, he says, oh, no. Cut it in half. Do it. Do once on Monday and once on Thursday. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Perfectly fine.
Yeah.
With a week after doing that, boom, it drops down. I'm fine. Mm-hmm. Been doing it ever since.
Have you messed around with any of the peptides that are coming out?
No,
so many peptides. Well, you are on GLP-1. That's a peptide.
Oh, well, he was trying to explain it to me and everything, but he talks so far over my head, bro. I'm just like, what? He's trying to tell me not that I shouldn't be drinking so much soda and I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear it. I love soda. I don't want to hear that. You lost me at no more soda.
It's terrible, man.
I know. I feel bad. I gotta go.
Where?
I have to meet
my
comedian guy.
All right, well, let's wrap it up.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Thanks for doing this.
No problem. Is this going on Patreon?
No, this is going up Monday. We're publishing this Monday.
You can't put this on the regular channel. This is horrible.
You think it was horrible?
I don't know.
I had fun.
I don't know. I always think it's horrible. I'm not interesting like your other guests.
You're super interesting, bro. What are you talking about? Don't talk about yourself like that. How dare you?
Your guys want to hear about aliens and they want to hear about pyramids.
You're a breath of fresh air. You're a breath of fresh air. Matt Cox has to come in once every 6 months to cleanse the palate.
You're the palate. I'm unsubscribing.
Matt, you are the palate cleanser. Okay, so now we can reset. We can go back into crazy world.
Nice.
But thanks for doing this, bro. Tell everyone about your podcast, all that good stuff.
Oh yeah, everybody needs to subscribe to it's Matthew Cox.
Oh, you got more subscribers than me now. Fuck you.
No,
Don't tell him about his.
No,
podcast.
I don't. But I'm closing. I think I'm a year away because you're moving, but I feel like I'm gonna catch you. I know I'm gonna catch you. I actually said that a couple months ago. I said, listen, the day I catch Danny, I said, oh my God, I pray. But yeah, Matt Cox, Inside True Crime, and the Murder Men. We have the Murder Men.
Yep.
And my daughter-in-law, hers is called Crime and Curls.
Crime? Would she lift weights? Like curls?
No, she has curly hair.
Oh.
It's actually not that curly. It's kind of wavy. Whatever.
Okay.
Crime and Curls. It's cute.
And we got to get Pete Rossini in here.
Oh, he thinks they're aliens. He thinks that some of them were.
But like,
aliens.
what is he known for?
He's known for these elongated skulls.
He's known for the elongated skulls.
He's,
I thought he was connected to Atlantis for some reason.
Well, to a degree, but he's the guy that I mentioned earlier that did like the tours in Cusco and stuff of those tunnels.
Okay,
he's been down there for a long time looking into this.
What's
stuff.
going on, you?
And he's probably.
YouTube, I am back. And you know what we're here to talk about? We're here to talk about fatiguers and their low IQ, ghetto, trashy, degenerate behaviour. Got lots of examples here. We got one woman who calls out her own community. This is great stuff. Plus we got lots more examples of fatiguers, Shaniquas, Tyrones, doing and saying a whole lot of dumb shit. So if you're at level 9,000 fatigue, hit the like button right now. And if you're new here, hit that subscribe button as well. Help me get to 320k. Cause I'm struggling here. Doing hit the like well help.
Oh my God. She got that Charleston White mace. God damn.
Come on, man. I mean, it's like comparing a diamond versus a turd, okay? I mean, statistically, she's actually far safer among a group of white people, and this leads into the woman calling out her own community. Check this out.
Now, y'all know I've been talking about leaving the East Coast, which I did, and now I'm over here on the West Coast. And I'm going to tell you what's crazy. Hardly no black people over here. There's only 2 black people in my whole development, and I've only seen 1 black person, and that he works at Publix. I'm in a 99% white town, white community, and it's quiet, it's clean, it's peaceful, ain't no damn interruptions, disturbances, or discrepancies. Why in the hell can't we be like that in the black damn neighborhood? It's a damn shame we have to move to the other side of the world just to get and be and live the way life was meant to damn be. And that's sad. But I've never lived around white people before, and I got to actually say it's very pleasurable.
So as you would expect, the low IQ, usual suspects went after her, but the good thing is she doubled down.
I'm going to tell you something. It's a damn shame how many black people are coming in my box talking shit to me because I am actually happy that I am living in a neighborhood that is clean, beautiful, clear, quiet, and it just so happened to be around nothing but white people. And I got black people trying to make me feel bad because I wanted to raise my son in an environment where I don't want him thinking smoking crack and being a prostitute and then keeping your neighborhood dirty and riding around disturbing the peace and with your pants up under your ass and you walk around wearing fucking bonnets and being a bunch of fucking dirty foot whores and your badass fucking kids is normal. Look at my damn son. Look at my child. My child is living a fucking life and you think I'm wrong for that?
And look, and this isn't to say that every Caucasian community out there is perfect.
Stop mass tickling me!
Break down
She
say?
7351.
Get down on the ground right now.
No!
You're about to get sprayed.
No!
Get down on the ground right now.
Leave me alone!
But statistically, you've got a much higher chance of it being a better community than a community filled with people of her ethnic background. Okay? As we've mentioned many times, when your particular demographic is responsible for half the homicides in the entire country, they represent 13% of the population. But most of this stuff is committed by men. So halve that, so 6.5%. Rule out old people and really young people. So you got about, just say 4%, let's be generous. 4% of the population in the United States is responsible for almost 50% of the homicides in the entire country. 4%. That's how bad the problem is. Another guy who's not buying into the victim narrative.
This is great. I know I'll be attacked by left and call me white supremacist, but I have one ask for them. It's just when you give me my hood, make sure it's got the little slits and not the circles so I can see better.
Yet this community will hold up people like this fucking dumbass here. And if you don't know, he's the mayor of Chicago.
And that is the legacy of the NAACP. And that legacy belongs to each and every one of us. And that is the legacy of the NAACP.
This guy is running Chicago. This guy. We thought Beetlejuice was bad. She actually seems like a fucking genius compared to this idiot. Right? He's just an apologist for shootings. Doesn't want to fix the problem. Just wants to blame other people. But let's get to just some random examples of the bad behaviour that the woman earlier is trying to avoid.
This is what you do when they yell your order down the line. You fucking Chipotle and you ain't got no spoons in your house. They only got forks. Forks.
You're a fucking lowlife. That's what you are. Stealing cutlery from a fast food chain. What the hell is going on? Using bleach on vegetables.
Y'all, so the CDC is saying that all produce is contaminated with parasites and all this other kind of stuff, and I'm just going to make sure I am protecting me and my household. So I'm going to go ahead and wash my lettuce before I eat it. I went ahead and just put my drainer in, sprayed it with some Dawn dish soap. I put just a capsule of bleach, and then I went ahead and sprayed it until I got all the suds and all the bleach out. Now, I did go ahead and clean it really well. I had to put my hands in it and make sure I really got everything off all of the leaves, because I do not want my kids or my husband to get the parasites. We cannot have anyone in the house sick.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought.
Bit of fatiguing action for you. Hope you're having a good day as always. And as I always say, get the peons. And anyone who stops at 1, 2, or 3.
I want you to get together.
What the hell's going on with crop circles? I always forget about them until I don't, and it's been like years, and I go and check. There they are. Still happening. En masse. A lot of them. All the time. Extremely complex geometric patterns. in the wheat. Just keeps happening. And I remember, and I'm going to get nostalgic with you here, depending on how long you've been doing this for. But in like 2011, 2012 time, crop circles were like a big deal. Like a seriously big deal in the truther community. Everyone was pointing to the crop circles that were coming out and how they were all encoded with hidden messages from the stars about our next evolutionary step in the process, how we're going to reach like a fifth dimensional, sixth dimensional consciousness type of world. It was all a good thing. The benevolent forces, the interdimensionals or the aliens, were leaving messages in the corn for us to prepare us for what's to come next. And you know what? There was some creepy stuff coming out during that time. Some really weird stuff, man. If I remember, like 2012 crop circles, okay, and you're gonna get some nostalgic stuff thrown at you here. To be honest, it's a pretty crazy time, pretty complex crop circles appearing everywhere. And for those who don't know, this is not just Keith and Dave going out there with a couple of planks of wood and some rope and flattening down some grass in the dark at night time with ultra precision because they have a bit of spare time and they fancy a laugh. All right, these things are enormous. They're in extremely obscure, often incredibly hard to reach places, and they appear almost instantaneously as though it took no time to make them at all. And they are crazy, they're wild. Look at this one. Okay, it's got solar systems encoded into it, along with eyes and third dual star system stuff going on, right? Highly complex information embedded into a lot of them, okay? Information that cannot be translated in the middle of the night. It's odd. They are odd. If you've never thought about these things before, and the sheer vast scale of them, and what it would take to make them, it's unprecedented. Like, look at this one here. This is a popular one, okay? Was this from 2002? It's like a printed facsimile of a grey alien or something, right? And you've got this wheel here that has Morse code embedded onto it. So, it's said that we sent this out into space, okay? And this basically, basic information about humanity and Earth that was sent to the globular cluster Messier 13 or M13 in 1974. It was meant as a demonstration of human technological achievement rather than a real attempt to enter into conversation with extraterrestrials. So at the top here it talks about planets. Each of these symbols represents something about humanity. Numbers 1 to 10, left to right. Atomic numbers. It's got formulas for chemical compounds, estimated number of DNA, the dimensions and physical height of average man, the graphic of the solar system, and the sun, and then the planets. And we are the third planet from the sun that's slightly lifted up. Anyway, it's said that this thing that came back was a response. Okay? This was a response, this thing, to that message from real aliens. And what did the message say? Someone's got to have it somewhere. Beware the bearers of false gifts and their broken promises. Much pain, but still time. There is good out there. We oppose deception. Conduit closing. So that's supposedly what this wheel says, okay? So these are posing as our benevolent saviors from space in this message, supposedly. But look at the scale of this. Look at the detail in this thing. This is not made by human hands. And I mean that literally, with hands. Okay, this is not made. As they have tried to tell us through like mainstream cover stories, these things are clearly made with some kind of frequency weapon. Some kind of laser printing technology from the stratosphere that they've got or something, or some kind of electromagnetic microwave technology that can imprint patterns instantaneously into vegetation. I don't know what else to say, because when you actually look into these things on the ground level, they have like a radiation to them, and they give off an energy. People go there to chill in the good vibes afterwards. Like, I don't know if it's like toxic radiation, but there's a heat signature that comes from it. These things were caused by heat, and we know that Because when you look at the stalk of the corn at the base, the corn stalk, there's like a nodular point that's expanded and popped because of extreme heat, which makes the whole thing just bend over, like, easily. So these things are not snapped. Like, these swirls you see here in these crop circles, when you get close to them, so let's get a good image here, just to be extra clear. I know I'm probably reinventing the wheel for a lot of you, but I just have to emphasize this, okay? Like, just so you really get what's happening. Like, the way these swirls happen, they bend gently into position. They haven't been snapped into position. You know what I mean? They haven't been snapped by planks of wood being crushed down. They have gently expanded and popped at the base and then folded over with no snapping happening. This is not possible by humans just on the ground brute forcing this thing to happen. It's not possible at such scales. It really isn't. So something's at play here. Something dodgy's happening. When you see the really, really, really complex ones and you understand this is not normal. Okay? Now I think what's likely, and look, I'm not falling for this, alright? I'm not like, oh, the aliens really are sending a message to us from space. I don't believe any of that, okay? I'm thinking if you look at them and break them down into the core basic principles, it's geometry. It's basic two-dimensional geometry that we can do with a compass, okay? You can make this stuff with a ruler and a compass yourself on a piece of paper very easily. You can make these patterns and designs and the geometric forms within them, the principles. It's not too difficult, okay? So I think humans have designed these prints that we see here. Some human somewhere is making these somewhere, okay? Now how they're being projected onto the ground is the mystery. Okay, I don't think it's aliens. I really don't think it's aliens, okay? But you look at the complex nature of some of this. Look at this thing. Something weird's happening, alright? It's like it's been embroidered into the floor. There's like seriously detailed nuances to these up close. Like all these bumps here are actually like twisted up notches and nodules that are elevated off the ground. Do you know what I mean? They're not flat. They're turned into little nodal twisty points that come up and spike out of the ground. So clearly someone somewhere, humanity perhaps, has mastered the art of manipulating physical matter and bending it to its will instantaneously. And could this be a testing mechanism to work the technology out? They're always refining it, making it more complex, doing whatever they can to make it better, you know, but are they experimenting here while also serving the dual purpose of convincing the world that aliens are in contact with them? Is this what's at play here? I don't know. But I feel like it's more like we have this technology, this high energy frequency technology, and we can program information into code that sends that frequency out to a certain geographical location, the coordinates we say, and it will heat up that area and imprint an image into wherever we send it. And because of the way corn is so tall, it'll be quite a dramatic look if we do it there. We've very clearly seen. So we'll get the message across. But I feel like that's what's at play here. Because there's a lot of these messages are like, although they look mysterious, they're very human coded. Like the whole grey alien message we saw there with Morse code. That's your stereotypical Hollywood alien, isn't it? Right? So the same script writers who made up our history, our false history for so long, the Freemasonic organizations and the fraternal orders who have hidden the real history from us and write the scripts that we play out to believe, including the scripts that we see in Hollywood as well. They are the ones doing this. I'm positive of it. I'm positive this is a huge, long psychological operation to make sure people believe in aliens or interdimensionals. And the messages that are always coming through are, we are your benevolent saviors. We are going to save you. Unlock your full potential, humanity. We are your saviors, humanity. We are the ones that are going to come soon. any minute now, we're coming, you know. And you can imagine it's just some troll at his laptop making all these messages and designing through like Illustrator or something, or Photoshop these patterns that, oh, they're going to love this one. I'm going to slap in that there's a second sun, and I'm going to put Nibiru over here. You know, I'm going to make people believe in the space lie even more. And you get these people, they're called croppies. And they are people who go to these crop circles all the time, all right, and they wait it out and go. But look how they just cross over borders and boundaries. It's very strange how they do this. They don't seem to have any care for where they plant them. They're not bothered about the aesthetics of where they land necessarily. Some of them are a lot more complex than others. I think there is something to be said for some of them are fake. Like some of them really are people going out there attempting to make a crop circle the way they've been told they're made, and they always look crap. They don't look very good when they do them. Alright, you can tell the difference. But you get these ones which are just ultra complex geometry that cannot be made in the middle of the night with no witnesses, just overnight appearing instantly to such ultra high precision. It just can't be done. It really cannot be done. This is in the middle of nowhere. Okay, there's no signs or trails of people coming to or from them either. It's so strange. But look, these things are still happening every single year. Let's just go to 2023. Let's see what was happening in 2023. Yep, just more of the same. A lot of eyes. They love throwing their eyes in there. Look at this one. So that tells me the people doing this are probably secret society members. Putting sigils all over the place and Flower of Life stuff and holographic universe stuff and Kabbalah symbolism circling the square stuff. Like, I imagine these are all heavily encoded with Kabbalah mysticism, sacred geometry. So that tells me these are occult mystics doing this. It has to be, right? It has to be. Let's see what this guy has to say. Let's see. What are crop circles? Every year, a great number of intriguing patterns are found in crop fields around the world. The plants have not been cut, but are usually laid down and often swirled into attractive floor patterns. If not trampled by people or animals, the plants will continue to ripen in this position. Most crop circles appear overnight, or occasionally during the day in a short time span. According to eyewitness accounts, they are formed in a matter of a few minutes or even seconds. The majority of crop circles appear in cereal crops like wheat and barley. In lesser numbers, they are found in oilseed rape, linseed, poppies, borage, grass, tobacco, and in vegetable crops such as spinach, broad beans, carrots, and rice. That's quite a versatile range, isn't it, when you get down to it? Both historically and to the present day, the vast majority of crop circles are found in England. The highest concentration is seen in the southwest, especially around the counties of Wiltshire and Hampshire. Arrival of a sensational crop circle pictogram in July 1990 in Wiltshire caused worldwide publicity and put the phenomena on the map. This event was the start of a new era of modern crop circle history. Throughout the years, what followed, a sudden increase and shift took place in the sizes, designs, numbers and locations. Small and simple circles developed into huge intricate geometric patterns of stunning precision and beauty. At the same time, the numbers of circles reported increased dramatically, to well over 100 reports annually. All of the leading to more people wondering what is going on. More research projects, more visitors to the area, more frustration for the farmers, who had not asked for the circles on their land and were given no choice. So far, approximately 7,000 formations have been recorded in more than 60 countries around the world, ranging from Belgium, Canada, Germany, Indonesia, Italy, Japan, Norway, the Netherlands, Italy, Poland, Russia, South Korea, Switzerland and Ukraine. So there must be something going on big in Indonesia, but no one knows. Here's a response from the thing I mentioned earlier, the Arecibo message. Okay, the aliens responded in the crop circles to this obscure message from the 70s with their version of events. They have 3-strand DNA. They are silicon-based life forms. They have a solar system with 2 suns or something like this, and 16. Like they've come back with a completely different response. Okay, about the nature of their species. So this is playing into the alien narrative. 100%. This is to convince people that they are in contact with aliens. Here's the response It's got like a bulbous-headed alien in the middle, and the rest of it. Look at the size of this thing. There's us, the human, looking like a normal person. The aliens have the big bulbous heads like alien greys. And then you got this one here with a face coming through in a crop circle. We're being messed with here. It only started in the 90s, so that doesn't make any sense. Okay, why would it just start in the 90s of all time periods in human history? We must have mastered the technology. That's all I can say. We must have mastered the technology. And now humans can do this instantly. And they've been doing it to mess with people ever since. But look at these things. This is all Hollywood crap. Okay, this is sacred geometry. This is nothing fancy, okay? Look at this one we got. They are messing with us. Big time. Like, big time. And it's still going on today, but they haven't drawn much more attention to it. Everyone got crop circle fatigue in 2012, and they've moved on. But it's still happening. And this website has documented them. Every year has been documented, and there's a handful in every single year. Let's go to 2017 together. It's got the macabre there. So again, Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism are heavily encoded into all of this, sacred geometry as well. We're talking about ancient mystery wisdom school stuff and the cubes, but this is basic stuff you can just do with a square and compass yourself on a piece of paper. It's not as complicated as you think. Humans can design these types of things. It doesn't have to be aliens designing this stuff. It really doesn't have to be. And clearly the aliens are all Nazis from what we can see there as well. But yeah, you can tell which ones are fake and not, because they're usually a lot smaller and a lot more primitive. I'm not sure this alien one is real here. I feel like this one might be fake because it's a bit messy. Like the way the crops have been like pressed down, it looks a bit sloppy, okay? And the symmetry is not as good in the leaves, for example. It's not quite as bang on or as perfect as some of the major large ones. Like this one could be humans with their hands trying to do it as well. I think you get that, you get copycats. But then suddenly, bam, when something like this one just turns up here, like, it blows it out of the water, because these are on the scale that's like 20 times bigger than these little ones that people are trying to achieve, you know. Like, look at the scale of this one in the middle. And these things do just appear instantly. Like, they do, very quick. So, go find this website. It's easy to find it. But what do you guys think? Like, what's your theory on this? 'Cause I don't have an answer. I've got a lot of ideas. I've just thrown them out there. I've heard people say the orbs do it. You know, those like the glowing white orbs come down and they'll meander over the wheat, and then suddenly the crop circle just appears instantly, and that's it. They dart off into the atmosphere and they leave this image behind. It really is the aliens doing it. I don't know. I think this is people mastered some kind of frequency weaponry technology in the 90s, started testing it and psyoping the masses while they were at it by printing basic geometry onto these crops, and it's just become a constant thing that they're maintaining ever since, because they just can. I don't know. I need an answer. Does anyone have an answer?
I want you to get together.
All right, Alexander, let's talk about the situation with Project Ukraine. We got a lot to discuss. The drone strikes into Russia continue. Russia is hammering Kiev. They are hammering Odessa. They have a blockade on the port of Odessa, effectively a blockade of the Black Sea. We have the EU 21st sanctions package. Sometimes I lose count, and it's running into all kinds of roadblocks and problems. And we also have the Lindsey Graham bone-crushing sanctions bill, which will sometime in the future end up on Trump's desk for him to sign, I imagine. But effectively, this is an embargo on Russia, and Trump would have to be absolutely crazy to sign off on such a bill. He's asking for Iran to also be included in this bone crushing bill, but it would be devastating for the United States and for the world if Trump were to sign off on that bill. Anyway, that's my thoughts on that. That is everything that is going on with Project Ukraine. But let's dig into it.
Well, as you said, an awful lot is going on, and can I first begin by saying that I think that this strange euphoria which we've had over the last few months in the West, in the Western media, with the drone strikes into Russia, the claims about the situation on the battlefields changing. I think this is all starting to fade now. I think we're starting to see cracks and doubts begin to grow around this. And of course, this is partly connected with the political crisis in Kiev. Crisis may be a slightly strong word, but Fyodorov was sacked. There have been protests against his sacking. Those protests continue. They're getting bigger. There's some dissension within the military. There seems to have been an attempt in Ukraine to reach out by the people who back Fyodorov to parts of the military. So far, that doesn't seem to have translated into very much, but we had a word yesterday that Zelensky was going to meet with top military commanders to discuss Syrsky's fate. That was supposed to happen yesterday. There's been no word about what the result of that meeting was. For the moment, at least, Syrsky remains in place. But we've now had a long piece from Ukrainska Pravda, a Ukrainian newspaper, which basically says that the people in the military have been complaining that the drone attacks are not achieving anything useful for them on the battlefields where the war continues to be lost. And we've had stunts that the Ukrainians have attempted to carry out in Konstantinovka, artificial AI-generated videos of Ukrainian soldiers raising flags in Konstantinovka, which were quickly discredited by the monitoring community. Ukrainian soldiers who've been sent into Konstantinovka to try to raise flags there, and who have been captured by the Russians, and who have then gone over basically to the Russian side and talked about what's going on.
Just to clarify what you said, there's an AI instance,
but
there's also a real. What you just said is a real. That's not one. AI. That's real.
Exactly.
The Ukraine troops in Konstantinov got captured.
Which didn't work out at all. So you could see that things on the battle lines are not going well, and Gerasimov has now come out again. This is the Russian commander, and has spoken about how things in the north, in Liman and elsewhere, are going well for the Russians, so that Liman, organized resistance by the Ukrainians there, has collapsed, all kinds of things. So I think within Ukraine, this attempt to create euphoria around the drone war has, it's cracking. And we've had these very, very heavy strikes now by the Russians against Kiev itself. And Kiev is now coming under what is probably the most powerful assault by the Russians in terms of missiles and drones since the start of the war. 50 missiles hitting various enterprises in and around Kiev itself over the course of a few hours, and signs that this is going to continue. And, well, all of that, and at the same time, it's now starting to look as if there's the beginnings, or rather a return of doubt by some people in the West. So the 21st sanctions package, as you rightly said, facing all kinds of problems, Greece strongly objecting to parts of it, the part that basically stops ships, EU ships, which means Greek ships basically, carrying LNG, Russian LNG, to sell to third parties. Greece objected to that. They said that one particular billionaire ship owner might face bankruptcy if that happened. other countries also starting to object to various parts of this 21st sanctions package. A really rather unhappy article in the Financial Times, which fervently supports sanctions against Russia, saying that all of the big countries, including Germany and France and Italy, are now busy negotiating carve-outs on the sanctions package, the 21st sanctions package, which in effect will render it all but meaningless, and talking about how the peak sanctions against Russia have not just been reached, but have been passed. And then this very strange business in the United States with Lindsey Graham's sanctions package. Trump seemed to have told Lindsey Graham, before Lindsey Graham died, that he supported the sanctions package. The result was that it's been placed before the Senate. This has happened before. It's had 61 sponsors. But now one gets the sense that Trump himself is having doubts about it, and he's trying to tinker with it, and he's trying to get Iran included, which already sort of redirects it. And he's again insisting that he must be the person who decides when to impose sanctions or not, which essentially puts us back in the same position as he already has. And there's a sort of, I think, growing feeling that this sanctions package in Washington, which we've been hearing about for over a year, well over a year now, since May of last year, in fact, is again running into problems. So it seems to me as if the euphoria, this odd period of euphoria, is now passing. And as we move into the autumn, the doubts are growing again, and the worries about Ukraine are growing again. People in the West see that things in Ukraine itself are not going well. There's sudden doubts about the effectiveness of the drone offensive. There's worries about what's going on in Kiev. And again, the chatter about the importance of talking to the Russians is starting up again. There's word about a meeting between German and Russian business representatives in Baku, which is an interesting subject. And there's again talk about trying to find an EU representative to talk to the Russians. But as I said, if we are getting past the euphoria, nobody should think that this is going to lead to any change of policy. The policy in Europe, and indeed in the United States, remains exactly the same as always. Pile up the pressure on the Russians. Keep pressing the Russians. Continue with the drone offensive, whatever the problems with it are, and hope that sooner or later the Russians crack. So the policy remains the same, but some of the optimism around it that we've been seeing looks like it's starting to abate. So a lot of things, as you said, to cover, but that's basically, I think, the overall situation.
No, I think you covered pretty much all of it, to be quite honest. But they'll find something new to,
of course they do,
to bring back that fake optimism.
Yeah,
that's what it is, a fantasy optimism.
Yeah,
maybe the tide is turning. That narrative, that slogan from the collective West, that was handed out to the leaders. The script of the tide is turning. Okay, that's starting to abate, but they'll figure something else out in order to keep the money flowing.
Exactly.
That's what this is mainly about, keeping the money flowing, and then you have a group of hardliners in the collective West, deluded, crazy hardliners who warhawks who actually believe that the collective West should be in a war with Russia by 2030 and can actually win in a conflict with Russia by 2030. So for them, that's the motivating factor to keep the conflict going. The situation is really bad for Ukraine, much worse than at any other time in the conflict. Yes, Russia has still not gotten on top of the drone situation. That is a fact.
No.
And the drones are now hitting soft targets like e-commerce warehouses.
Yes.
I don't know how Russia's going to deal with that or how they defend that. They're still not addressing the root causes of the drone issue,
No.
which is very curious. They refuse to address the root causes of the drone issue, where they're coming from, where they're originating from, who's launching those drones, who's providing the targeting. Putin wants to avoid all of that. We've talked about that in many videos. But the situation for Ukraine is catastrophic. On the front line, they're losing very bad, and the Ukraine military admits that they are losing very bad.
Yes.
They admit that the drone strikes into Russia really add no value to Ukraine's position on the battlefield. This is Ukraine military officials that admit this.
Yeah.
The situation with the Patriots is catastrophic.
Yes.
Patriot interceptors. There are none. Russia can hit any city, anywhere in Ukraine, including the capital city, when it wants, where it wants, however it wants.
Yes.
This is fact as well.
Yes.
I don't see any Patriots coming anytime soon, given the situation in Iran and in the Middle East. And you do have a blockade in Odessa, which is escalating to the point. Russia's serious because we've gotten to the point where they're now hitting ships, not with drones, but with missiles.
Yes.
So if you're an insurer, you got to be crazy to send your ship into the port of Odessa. If you're a ship owner, you're not going to get anywhere near Odessa or the Black Sea.
Yes.
This is the reality of the situation for Ukraine. Why would Russia even entertain Germans speaking with them when Germany is hell bent on continuing a war with Russia, funding the war via the Ukraine proxy, and openly talking about building up their military so that they can get into another war with Russia. This is Germany that's saying all of this.
Yes. Well, I think you've touched on a lot of important points. Let's start with the fact that there are crazy people, and I think we can use that word, in Europe who do want to start ultimately or catapult Europe into another war with Russia. Of course, for them, the worse the situation is in Ukraine, the better it is. Because if Ukraine is winning, then of course they can just keep on doing what they're doing, provoking the Russians, keeping the Russians, as they say, on the back foot and all of that. And they gained a lot of traction with that narrative over the last few months. But if, on the contrary, it's clear that Ukraine is losing and the Russians are winning, what these people invariably do in these situations is that they come back and demand escalation from the Ukrainian and Western side, because that is always their automatic response to any negative news from Ukraine and from the battlefields. And we can work out what that escalation is going to take, the form it's going to take. They've already been talking about providing missiles to Ukraine. There was an attempt about a week ago to try to get the German parliament to authorize transfers of Taurus missiles to Germany. It was pushed by the Greens. The big parties all rejected it, and it failed totally. But we will probably see a renewed push to do that in Europe. So it's going to be further escalation again. And probably what's going to happen is that over the next few weeks, we're going to see a deepening crisis for Ukraine in Donbass, probably clearer indications that the fortified cities in Donbass are falling. But already there have been, on top of the arguments about providing missiles to Ukraine, older ideas of imposing no-fly zones over Ukraine and of deploying Western troops to Ukraine, troops being sent to Ukraine before there's any ceasefire or before there's any peace agreement. We've already seen that there are telltale signs that kind of talk is restarting again. And even if these people don't get what they want, even if the United States ultimately refuses to commit to a no-fly zone, which I think it will, I can't imagine that the United States, tied down in the Persian Gulf, is going to want to take on the Russian Air Force as well over Ukraine. And even if there's opposition in Europe, which I think there will overwhelmingly be, to deployment of European forces in Ukraine, the very fact that these ideas, these very bad and very dangerous ideas, are going to be circulating again, is going to itself push the envelope back towards escalation. So at the very least, we're going to start to see missile strikes, more missile strikes against Russia, probably ultimately using Taurus missiles and other types of missiles supposedly being developed in Britain. Probably we will see more aggressive steps taken against so-called shadow fleet Russian tankers and all of that around European seas. And of course, and this is where I think the escalation is most likely to come, especially now that there's doubts starting to circulate about sanctions, further sanctions packages. The hardliners are going to start insisting again that the Russian frozen assets must be confiscated. And there's particular reasons for this. Firstly, and it's been pointed out in the Russian media, the Ankara summit meeting appeared to commit the European Union to providing a package of 70 billion euros to Ukraine every year, indefinitely, for as long as the conflict continues. So how are they going to fund that? That's one thing. And the second is that the Russians have now started legal proceedings in international courts to enforce the judgment of the Moscow Arbitration Court on the return of the frozen assets. And already Euroclear has been forced to take its own counterstep, which is to try to bring counteraction against the Russian Central Bank in Europe, the Belgian courts. I don't think anybody really understands what that case is. So what I suspect is going to happen is the hardliners are going to say, well, we absolutely need to give Ukraine all the support that we can. We also need to protect Euroclear. And the way we protect Euroclear is now by moving forward, finally grasping the nettle and seizing the assets. So we're going to go from an atmosphere of fake euphoria, which we've been going through over the last few months, into an atmosphere of extreme anger and urgency and demands that action must be taken to support Ukraine. And even if the wilder ideas, like no-fly zones and European troop deployments to Western Ukraine, don't materialize, there is inevitably going to be more escalation coming of it. Definitely in the form of missile strikes, possibly more action to confiscate Russian assets again.
Did you say the Anchorage summit?
Ankara.
I'm sorry. You said Ankara? Yeah, okay, the Ankara. I was a little confused there.
You're absolutely
the Ankara
right.
Summit.
The Ankara summit.
Committed the EU to 70 billion for Ukraine indefinitely.
Indefinitely. This every year. Now, this is how the Russians are reading the various statements. I'm not sure that is exactly what the Europeans thought, but I suspect that the Russians aren't coming up with that out of nowhere. I think that there's been discussions between the Russians and various people in Europe. We'll come to that in a moment. And I think that this idea that Europe is now on the hook indefinitely for 70 billion euros every year to Ukraine I think that is indeed out there, and I think that is what we're going to see. And given the fiscal realities in Europe, how do they implement that commitment, which comes on top of all the money that they're spending on their own so-called rearmament and all of that? Well, I can only think that they're thinking again of going back after those Russian assets. So we went through all of that last year, and I think we're going to see it all happen again this year.
70 billion a year, it's a good gig if you're part of that club, right?
Yeah.
It's a good payday if you're part of that club every year. The Europeans will find a way to take it from the people. They'll find a way to borrow the money, to take it, to tax. They'll figure it out. But they'll definitely create a dozen funds, and they'll move money around, and they'll figure out how to get that money into Ukraine, and then to get that money out of Ukraine. That's the more important part. Getting it in is one thing. Getting it out is another. What happens when the German missiles start flying into Russia, and what happens when the EU does confiscate, if and does confiscate the 200 billion in Russian assets? By the way, the 200 billion would last, if you go by the 70 billion mark, 3 years. I mean, Ukraine's military budget for the year is slated at 98 billion. That's just their military budget.
I know.
And the EU and the US, they keep the entire Ukraine economy afloat. All of it. They pay for everything.
Yes.
And they have been paying for everything for 4 years. All the salaries, all of it. Yeah.
You're absolutely right. I mean, it's nowhere near enough, actually. But for the hardliners in Europe, the people who are agitating ultimately for an all-out confrontation with the Russians, the attraction of taking the money out of the Russian assets is not that the assets will cover this for many more years. It's that this is a massive escalatory move in itself, just as launching Taurus missiles at Moscow is an escalatory move. So what they want is escalation, and seizing the assets, launching the missiles is itself, it works for their advantage, because they want escalation, because they want ever greater, deeper conflict. Now, this is where the Russians, this is where the tension within Moscow comes, because there's those in Moscow, and you find that there are also people, on alternative media who say this as well. From a Russian point of view, you don't want more escalation. You don't want a situation where the war escalates, and instead of becoming a war confined to Ukraine itself, it becomes a war that expands beyond Ukraine, bringing in the European countries, involving the United States potentially. So that's one of the reasons why the Russians have up to now acted with extraordinary restraint in the face of all of these attacks against themselves, because they're winning the war, they're pushing forward. As you absolutely rightly say, the Ukrainians are becoming more and more reckless in the kind of targets that they're attacking. So they're no longer attacking hard targets. I mean, well, they are attacking hard targets, but they're not just attacking refineries. Refinery attacks appear to be abating, by the way. They're now attacking soft targets like warehouses used by companies like Wildberries. Wildberries, as we both know, is a kind of Russian equivalent to Amazon. So the Ukrainians are continuing to escalate in that way. But the Russians, up to a certain point, can absorb that. Russians are killed, there's anger about it in Russia, but the Kremlin can come back and say to the military, to the civilian leadership, to people like this, we want to keep this war under control, we are winning, we won't want to jeopardize that by escalating further. Missile strikes are an entirely different thing. If Western missiles start to be launched against Kiev, it's a question whether the Kremlin can hold the line there. We'll see. I mean, their air defense system, as we have also seen, is extremely proficient. I read recently that about a year ago, a Ukrainian drone launched a target in Russia, had a 70% chance of reaching its target. Now it's apparently fallen to 10%. So, the Russians are modernizing, and their air defense system is adapting. You had a discussion with Stanislav Krapivnik about 10 days ago, in which Stanislav spoke about the plan that the Russians undoubtedly do have to create a barrier of radar posts along their border to track the movement of drones and missiles, and thereby give themselves advance warning of when the drones and the missiles are coming, so they can upgrade their air defenses. But of course, if we start getting Taurus missiles or British missiles or even American missiles starting to hit Moscow, then of course the dynamic changes and the anger increases and the demands for escalation, much more serious escalation from the Russian side grows. In some ways, we are already seeing escalation taken to levels which we have never seen in this war up to now. The sea blockade on Odessa, the attacks on grain ships, I mean, these are actually civilian grain ships in Odessa, the destruction of the grain exporting facilities in Odessa. These were things which back in 2022, when they happened, the West fiercely protested about. We got Guterres, the UN Secretary General, piling up the pressure on the Russians to agree the July 2022 grain deal, basically to stop those kind of attacks. The Russians agreed to stop those kind of attacks. There was an elaborate deal done, which the European Union, of course, never implemented. But anyway, there was a lot of opposition to attacks on Ukrainian grain exports. The global South backed the pressure on the Russians not to attack Odessa. So what happens this summer? The Ukrainians attack Russian grain ships in the Sea of Azov. The Russians say, well, in that case, there's no restraints. We will impose the sea blockade on Odessa, which it has always been within our power to do. We see the sea blockade on Odessa now take effect. Where's Guterres? Where's Erdogan? Where are the European leaders? Where are the global South leaders? Nobody says anything. We can see already how escalation is intensifying, and there doesn't seem to be any break upon it. So the closing of Odessa is a disaster for Ukraine. It's one funding lifeline which was independent of the West, but that's now been effectively shut down. It's a disaster for Ukrainian agriculture. It's been pointed out to me that the Ukrainians did try back in 2022 to divert grain through Constanza, and it didn't really work then. And it seems that there's no reason to think it would work now. There's been no facilities created in Constanza, in Romania, to do that now. So, nonetheless, the decision to escalate by attacking Russian grain ships in the Sea of Azov was made. The US was clearly on board with that because they're providing the guidance, and by the way, to a great extent, the drones. The Europeans obviously were involved in that decision as well. They would have known that there was a possibility that an attack on Odessa would take place. That attack on Odessa has happened. we can see that there is this pattern of escalation now. And I expect it's going to get worse and worse over the next few months, reaching right through the autumn. And we will see how far it goes.
Well, Guterres and the UN, as well as Erdogan in Turkey, they've been working for the collective West on this.
Absolutely.
So the fact that they were putting pressure on Russia to agree to the grain deal, Russia agreed to it, but the goal was never to prevent an escalation with regards to grain exports and the Black Sea and the port of Odessa. The goal was and always has been to buy time for Ukraine. Turkey, the last thing Turkey wants to see is Russia control a big part of the Black Sea. So they will work overtime to try and prevent that.
Yes.
And the UN will, the UN is the UN. It works for the globalists and for the United States. If the U.S. deep state, well, let's clarify, the U.S. deep state and the globalists, if they tell the UN to do something, the UN is going to do it.
Yes.
So I mean, the whole UN, Turkey putting pressure on Russia. I mean, Russia agreed to it at the end of the day. They're the ones that took the decision to agree to the demands of the pressure of Turkey and the United Nations. As far as missiles into Russia, the Taurus missile is the new missile going into Russia. You already have Storm Shadows, Scalps, TACOMs, whatever. They already go in flamingos. They already go into Russia. I imagine the hardliners are calculating that Putin is not going to do anything with regards to missiles. That's what they're calculating, because what they'll work off of is what was done with Scalp or Storm Shadows. Russia defends. This is what they're seeing. They're saying that Russia's policy is defense.
Yes.
And so they're going to play offense to Russia's defense. If that offense means incorporating Taurus missiles, they'll do that, because they're not going to fear any offensive action from Russia with regard to the long-range missile strikes. I'm saying this is how they probably view it. So I think the whole Taurus situation, if they do get launched into Russia, if Germany finally agrees and says, okay, let's launch Taurus missiles into Russia, I imagine the Russian policy will be along the lines of the Storm Shadow and the Scalp missiles as well. The interesting argument, I always find it interesting that you have this Kremlin argument of we don't want the war to expand, which is correct. No one wants the war to expand. Nobody. But by implementing maximum restraint, as we've said in many videos, it emboldens the West to expand. It's a weird dynamic, but that's the reality of it.
Yes.
Of course, the argument is that if Russia goes on the offensive, then the war expands, and you have the risk of bringing in NATO and escalating to God knows what.
Yes.
So, Putin in a way is in a box when it comes to Russia's deterrence. They're winning the war in Ukraine on the battlefield. I've said this many times. Undoubtedly, they're winning. They're winning big when it comes to the actual battle in Ukraine and in the Donbass. Even Ukraine military officials admit this. They have to come up with crazy stunts like troops in Konstantinovka holding up flags because they're fighting a PR war, but the actual battle is being decisively won by Russia. The deterrence component, the attacks into Russia are the problem, because I don't think it's ever going to end. Even when Ukraine is over and Russia has won in Donbass and in Ukraine, I think the collective West will continue to hold that card of we can hit you whenever we want, Putin in Russia, whoever follows Putin. Don't do anything. Don't say anything. Keep where you are, because we can hit you whenever we want. I think that dynamic, that idea of leverage will always stay with the neocons and with the collective West. That's something that Russia has lost. I don't know how they get it back.
Well, I don't know how they get it back, but before we proceed with it, I think there's a few things to say here. Firstly, if we're talking about ATACMS and Storm Shadows, they basically failed. I mean, they failed as weapon systems. The Russian air defense system very, very quickly adapted itself to them. and was able to shoot them down. And they only did a limited amount of damage. They did a certain amount of damage. There was one ATACMS missile that fell on a beach in Crimea and killed a lot of civilians. But as an instrument of war, they were both ultimately unsuccessful. And the US used up about 500 ATACMS missiles attacking targets in Russia and in Donbass and Crimea. So it was a costly failure. And I understand that if we're talking about Storm Shadow and Scalp missiles, the simple reality is there aren't many left. So that's one reason why they're now talking about the Taurus missile, because the Taurus is the only missile comparable in some respects to the Storm Shadow and Scalp. It's said to be more modern and more effective, but it's the only missile which is left and which also has the range, possibly, to hit Moscow. What they're going to do is they're going to develop or put together missiles that they will say are Ukrainian, and which will of course be produced in the West, if they're not already in the West, and sent to Ukraine and perhaps launched from Ukraine to attack targets inside Russia. And well, I think what Putin is telling the Security Council is that when that happens, we can deal with it. Our air defense is effective. We've shown that it's effective. We defeated the ATACMS. We defeated the Storm Shadows and the Scalps. We can defeat the Taurus too. And with the drones, I think that the Russians probably also feel that they're getting on top of that. They are not fully on top of that problem, but they're getting more on top of that problem than they used to be. I mean, Ukraine is launching hundreds of drones at Russia every day, but the proportion that actually get through and hit targets is reducing with every week that passes. Now, the longer term problem of deterrence continues to be there. And I don't know what the Russians do. And I agree with you, by the way, that if the Russians capture Donbass, if they capture the whole of eastern Ukraine all the way up to the Dnieper River, if they capture Kiev as well, if they move even further west and take Lvov, the problem of deterrence still remains. You can still set up a government in exile in London. You can still get that government to conduct strikes of various types against Russia. You can still get ships to launch drones against Russia and claim that these are Ukrainian ships that are able to launch these drone strikes against Russia. You can do that with you could do even that with, to some extent, with missiles too, perhaps. I mean, I'm not sure. But you will have this constant sense of tension in Europe. Now, that is a massive problem for the Russians. It's also a massive problem for people in Europe too, if they're thinking about it objectively. And this is where I think these meetings in Baku, what they're all about, because it's absolutely clear that the people who are meeting with the Russians in Baku and this back channel that exists does not involve Merz himself. It's people who ultimately are saying to themselves, what have we done? What are we doing? We need to get some kind of contacts with the Russians back, because the crazy people in Berlin, in Brussels, in Paris, and in London are bringing our entire continent, the whole of Europe, to disaster. So they have these secret meetings. They meet privately with each other. They met in Azerbaijan and Baku. They apparently met in other places. One very senior former Russian official, a man called Zubkov, attended these meetings. He used to be Prime Minister of Russia under Putin. He's now chairman of Gazprom. I mean, he's not the CEO, but he's the chairman of Gazprom. He was in a on one of these meetings too. And as I said, there's these attempts to at least try and get some kind of back channel up and running, and to get some kind of dialogue going. And probably this is what both the Europeans, or those Europeans who retain some sense of sanity, and what those people in Russia who want to move beyond the crisis that we have now are looking forward to. There will be deep suspicion of these meetings. Obviously, there's hostility to these meetings from the hardliners in Europe, and in the German media you can see this. And there will be hostility to these meetings in Russia too, because there will be people in Russia, in the Security Council, who will be saying these discussions are leading nowhere. They're not changing anything. We are still in an endless escalation spiral. What the purpose of these meetings is to keep us off our guard and to string us along again. So there is that argument going on in Moscow as well. You're absolutely right. The Russians are winning, and they're winning big now in Ukraine. Ukraine has never been in a more difficult position. It's in a far worse position than it was in February 2022, when the Russians crossed the border and were outside Kiev. The Ukrainian army is battered and it's broken. It's the Ukrainian military themselves are saying that they're becoming increasingly exhausted and tired. Back in 2022, the Ukrainians hadn't yet committed their reserves. They were mobilizing. They were getting a flood of weapons from the West. The flood of weapons has reduced significantly. The manpower reserves are mostly exhausted as well. The country is shattered. It's in a far worse position than it has ever been in at any point in the war up to now. But that only makes the situation more dangerous, at least in the short term, because, as I said at the start of this program, it makes those who want war between Europe and Russia, it gives them more reasons to demand further escalation.
Just to wrap up the video, if Putin or the Kremlin believes that this German delegation or this European delegation is going to honor any kind of agreement, then, in my opinion, I think they're delusional. Absolutely delusional. I mean, if you go off of the past events, Merkel, we can trust Merkel when it comes to Minsk, absolutely, and Hollande, yeah, they're never going to do bus. I mean, it was a fiasco. If Russia falls for this again, then I don't know what to say. But
well,
maybe this delegation does have good intentions. Yes. I think the fact that it's a Gazprom guy probably means that it's once again the business interests that are pushing the Kremlin to say, come on, just end all of this, and let's just get back to Nord Stream. Let's get back to gas into Europe. Let's get back to pipelines and LNGs. Let's just get back to the way things were in 2016 or 15 or 2010 or whatever, right? That's what they're pining for. The oligarchs and the businesses and the Gazproms and all of these guys.
If you look at who is talking in Baku, it is entirely business people, both on the German and on the Russian side. Just as it is business people who are talking between the Americans and the Russians. I mean, Dmitriev and Witkov ultimately are business people. The diplomacy, the actual formal diplomacy, is going absolutely nowhere. There was an attempt apparently about 2 or 3 weeks ago. The European Union, the Europeans, the 3 ambassadors of Germany, France, and Britain apparently approached the foreign ministry and said, can we actually start serious discussions? And basically, Lavrov sent them on their way. He said, you're coming up with nothing new. We're not interested in what you're proposing. It's all the same things that we've heard 101 times. We're not interested. And Lavrov has, by the way, made a very sarcastic and ironic statement about Witkoff and Kushner. And he did this, by the way, whilst he was meeting none other than the foreign minister of Azerbaijan, the country that hosted this meeting in Baku. And Lavrov spoke about Witkoff and Kushner in most uncomplimentary terms. He said, these are America's do everything envoys. They're not. He gave the impression he didn't think much of them at all. And he said, in the meantime, let them just go on and do whatever Trump tells them. We will carry on with our own business, which is winning the war in Ukraine. So, I mean, the Foreign Ministry, the Security Council, Putin himself do not seem to be directly involved in these meetings that are taking place in Baku. But those contacts do still exist. We'll see what comes of them. I don't think the Russians are. I don't think the Russian leadership, the Security Council, is involved in them any more than Merz is.
Well, we'll see what influence these business officials have over Putin and over the Kremlin. I think that remains to be seen. Just a final thought on what you said about Putin most likely telling the Security Council that when it comes to the Taurus missiles, Russia will defeat those as well. It's that defensive policy.
Yes.
Putin's calculus is probably we're going to play defense.
Yes.
And then once we win the conflict in Ukraine, everyone's going to back off.
Yeah.
You play defense, and sometimes if you go completely into a defensive position, you end up losing the game. Well, I'm not saying about the war in Ukraine. I'm saying in general, right? You can't go fully into defensive mode, at least when it comes with these missiles, especially the Taurus missiles. You're going to have to. If you're Russia, Germany's putting Russia in a position, and they're putting Putin in a position where he's going to have to respond somehow. I don't know how, but he's it's that defensive maximum restraint policy that has put Putin in this position. And I think the idea that once you win in Ukraine, everyone's going to back off. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen at all. It's not so much, just a final point before I forget, it's not so much about the success rate of the drones and the missiles, Alexander. It's the fact that they are being launched into a nuclear power. It's not the success rate, it's the fact that they're doing it.
Well, indeed.
The U.S. would never allow such a thing. India would never allow such a thing. China would never allow such a thing.
Well, what Putin would say is that we are on the offensive. We are on the offensive in Ukraine. We're going to win the war in Ukraine. And once we've won the war in Ukraine, that will change the entire dynamic in Europe. And he might be right about that. I mean, we have to consider the possibility, in fact, a good chance that may turn out in the way that he says, or rather probably thinks. But we will see. I mean, at the moment,
not in Europe.
I mean, he has also, and I think this is now again fairly well established. I mean, he has provided Iran with considerable help, and we see that the Iranians are using it. So it's not true to say that he's not hitting back where he can. The question is this: at the moment, we can't predict too far ahead. What we can say is this: firstly, this fake period of fake euphoria that we've been living through over the last few months is now starting to crack and is coming to an end. That is one. Secondly, that the Russians are winning big in Ukraine, and that has provoked a crisis in Ukraine. I mean, the political crisis, the sacking of Fyodorov, the demands for Syrskyi to be sacked, the tensions within the military there, they are all telling us the same thing, that the war in Ukraine itself has been won by Russia and lost by the West. The third is that we are on the brink of a further an escalation spiral from the West. And that last point is where I think we have to stop, because what the Russian response is going to be to this next escalation spiral is something that we can't really gauge fully until the escalation spiral actually takes place. We have to wait and see exactly what the West, what the Europeans, what the hardliners in Washington are going to do. Are they going to press forward with Lindsey Graham's bone-crushing sanctions, which would be an absolute catastrophe, and which would play to the advantage, by the way, of Putin and the Russians, just to say? Or are they going to use more kinetic methods? Are they going to try to move beyond the drones, which are proving less effective and are costing, by the way, huge amounts? I mean, conducting drone offensives of the kind that we are seeing, it comes with a big bill. Are they going to move beyond that